Night's embrace. Opening. The diner had a name. Most people called it Stardust. I called it the place where I learned to disappear. It occupied the ground floor of a crooked building on the south edge of the Nocturne Quarter, wedged between a pawnbroker who only opened at midnight and a laundry that smelled permanently of ozone and old spells. The sign above the door said Open 24 HRS in pink neon that buzzed like a trapped wasp. Inside, Formica countertops, chrome stools, a jukebox that played 1952 on a continuous loop. The booths were red vinyl, patched with electrical tape where the seams had split. The coffee was bad and plentiful, which most of the quarter's residents required. I worked there for 4 months, long enough to know that the witch in booth 6 always ordered pie she never ate, that the vampire couple by the window tipped in blood-marked coins that the morning cashier accepted without comment, that the jukebox skipped on Blue Moon every third play a hiccup in the needle that landed on the same half-second of silence, and felt, every time, like a held breath before something broke. Most nights, nothing broke. Most nights, I made it through my shift and home to my apartment at the conclave's edge, and Meme's small, insistent weight against my ankles, and I ate whatever was left in the icebox, and slept the dead sleep of someone who had spent 8 hours not being found. Those were the good nights. The night it started, the night everything started, though I wouldn't understand that until much later began with a tray of coffee cups. 6 cups. Heavy porcelain, the old-fashioned kind with the chip in the glaze that management refused to replace. I was carrying them from the service window to table 4 when the diner went wrong around me. A spike of noise, a laugh too sharp, a chair scraping the floor in a way that clawed up my spine and found the place where my magic lived and pulled. I felt it before my hands did. That crackling inward tension, like a fist closing around something I couldn't afford to lose. The cups rattled on the tray. The lights in my section dimmed by half a degree, then snapped back. Across the room, a witch's water glass rose 2 inches off the table, startled into levitation by the ambient surge, and she slapped it back down and looked at her companion, and they both pretended they hadn't noticed. My hands burned. I looked down. The cups had slipped. I'd caught them, I must have caught them. My grip was still there, but the coffee had already sloshed, scalding, over my wrists and fingers, and the pain was a bright animal thing that moved up my arms and arrived in my throat as a sound I swallowed before it could become a scene. I set the tray down. I breathed. I watched, in the low amber light of the Stardust diner, as the red on my skin faded to pink and then to nothing at all. Not again, I thought. And then, because I was nothing if not practical, at least it was only the coffee and not the cups. The burns were gone in the time it took to draw 3 careful breaths. I picked up the tray and went to table 4 and said, cheerfully, that I was sorry for the wait. No one had seen. No one was ever supposed to see. That was the arrangement I'd made with myself 14 years ago in the smoking rubble of my parents' house, and I'd kept it faithfully. Be unremarkable, be quiet, be the girl who fills your cup and disappears so thoroughly you'd struggle to describe her face 5 minutes after she'd gone. I was very good at it. I'd had to be. What I didn't know, what I had no way of knowing, was that someone had already seen. She was working the section beside mine. She'd been working it for 3 months, 7 days ahead of me, though neither of us had counted. She wore her brown hair in a low ponytail and her smile like a tool she'd learned to sharpen on people like me. Warm enough to be disarming, steady enough to be trusted, present in just the way that made you stop noticing she was always watching. Her name was Anna Steele. She was a leopard shifter from a bloodline old enough to have its own entry in the Triumvirate's registry, a spy of 12 years' experience, and as best I could tell, my closest friend in Tri-City. She was also reporting everything she saw to the Queen of the Vampires. I didn't know that part yet. That same night, on the other side of the quarter, in a room hung with dark velvet and lit by the particular kind of candlelight that powerful people arrange when they want to remind visitors of their power, Anna's mistress was waiting. Seraphina Duskwood was not, by nature, a patient woman. She had learned patience the way most vampires learned it, the hard way, over centuries, after impatience had cost her things she couldn't get back. She sat in a high-backed chair with her hands still and her face composed and her fingers, very quietly, tapping once against the armrest. Once only. She didn't allow herself a second. When Anna arrived, her report was thorough and brisk and organized in exactly the way Seraphina had trained her to organize things. Observations first, interpretations after, speculation clearly marked as such. The diner. The surges. The girl with the red hair who moved like she was trying to take up less space than she actually occupied, whose skin healed in the space of 3 breaths, whose name Anna had checked the records, cross-referenced the orphan registers, run it through the conclave's old family rolls was Nightshade. Seraphina had been very still for a long time after that. The hologram Anna produced was a simple piece of recording magic, common enough, the kind a skilled operative could capture from across a room without the subject knowing. It hung in the candlelight between them. A girl in a diner uniform, red hair escaping its pin, moving with that particular quality of careful invisibility that Seraphina recognized the way you recognize a language you grew up hearing and thought you'd forgotten. She was still looking at it when Lyra came through the door. Lyra came through most doors the same way she'd arrived into the world, loudly, a little sideways, trailing someone calmer in her wake. Tonight that someone was Selene the archivist, Selene who never lost her composure, Selene who had been cataloging the Duskwood family's records for 40 years with the focused quiet of someone who had decided that memory was the only real immortality. Selene saw the hologram and stopped breathing. It was not a dramatic stop. It was the kind that happens when the body receives information that the mind isn't ready to process, when something clicks into place that you've been half expecting for so long that its actual arrival has become unthinkable. Her hands came up to cover her mouth. Her eyes went wide, and then wet, and then very, very still. Selene, Lyra's voice had dropped all its usual bluster, the way it did in the rare moments when she understood something was serious. What is it? Selene lowered her hands. She looked at the hologram, at the red hair, at the precise set of the jaw, at the way the girl held herself even in the middle of carrying a tray of coffee cups, like there was a dignity in her she didn't know how to put down. She looks, Selene said very quietly, like my brother. The room rearranged itself around that sentence. Seraphina felt it, the way significance settles into a space and changes the weight of the air. Victor is hunting a nightshade heir, Lyra said, working it out as she said it, her voice going quick and sharp the way it did when she was following a thread. We all thought we assumed he meant you, Selene, because you're the only one, but if she stopped. I looked at Anna. How long has she been in Tri-City? 4 months, Anna said. She thinks no one knows her name. Seraphina crossed to the window. The quarter spread below her. Gaslit lanes, carved facades, the particular darkness of the South Bank that was never quite dark because something was always moving through it, feeding or hunting or simply enduring, which amounted to the same thing after long enough. Victor will find her, she said to the window. His blood-sensing network will have her within the week if it doesn't already. He can't allow a living nightshade to exist. Not now, not when he's this close. Close to what? Lyra asked. Seraphina turned, to make sure there's nothing left worth balancing. In an alley 3 streets south, in a building whose address did not appear on any city register, Victor Bloodfist received news that made him smile for the first time in 6 months. He was not a man who smiled for small reasons. He had the kind of face that made smiling look like preparation for something worse. Blood sensing confirmed it, his operative said, from her knees, because that was how people delivered news to Victor if they valued the continued use of their knees. She's working at a diner. She's been here 4 months. She healed a burn tonight fast, faster than any witch. She doesn't know what she is. Victor was quiet for a moment. He was a patient man when he chose to be. 14 years of careful work had given him that. The ability to wait, to let the shape of a plan reveal itself before acting, to understand that the worst mistakes were made by people who moved before the picture was complete. The picture was complete. How many people know? The Queen's operative has been watching her. As of tonight, Duskwood knows. Victor smiled again, smaller this time and more dangerous. Then we don't have long. He stood. He was a large man, broad in the way of someone who had once had to carry everything he owned and never quite unlearned the posture. Find her. Bring her to me before Seraphina decides what to do with her. I'd rather the girl meet me first. He didn't stay alive. He didn't have to. The operative understood what before Seraphina decided meant, in the language of people who had worked for Victor Bloodfist long enough to learn the dialect. She left quickly. Victor stayed by the window, looking south toward the river, toward Dawnhaven's distant neon, thinking about a nightshade heir in a diner uniform who didn't know her own name. Good, he thought. Let her stay ignorant a little longer. The ignorant ones were always easier to break. Later after the shift, after the walk home through the quarter's late-night crowd, after Meme had met her at the door with the particular urgency of a small creature who had been alone for 8 hours and had opinions about it, Aurora Nightshade sat in the one good chair in her apartment and looked at her hands. They were unmarked. They were always unmarked by morning. This was new, or rather it had been happening for 6 weeks, the healing, and she still hadn't found a category for it. Which power didn't do this? Vampiric inheritance didn't produce it like this. She had read every book she could find in the conclave's lower stacks, the ones dusty enough to suggest nobody had checked them out in years, and she had not found a name for what she was. She thought about that sometimes, how much easier it might be if there were a name. Meme climbed into her lap and pressed her forehead against Aurora's chin and made a sound that was half purr, half question. Aurora put her arms around the cat and held on and looked out the window at the city she'd been hiding in for 4 months. This strange old city with its river, and its 3 faces, and its neon and its gaslight, and its careful, enforced peace. She didn't know yet that the peace was ending. She didn't know that 3 separate people were already making plans about her future, each of them certain they knew what she was worth and what that worth required. She didn't know what she was. She would find out soon. That was the thing about hiding it worked right up until the moment it didn't, and by then the people who'd been looking for you were already very close. Meme purred. The jukebox 2 streets over played Blue Moon and skipped on the same half-second of silence it always did. Aurora went to bed. The city did not sleep. Chapter 1, Shadows in the Moonlight. The nocturne quarter had a sound. Not music, exactly more the residue of it, the way a room holds the shape of a conversation after the people have left. Gaslight and old stone, the bass note of the river 2 blocks south, and underneath all of it, threaded through like a nerve, the hum of the Stardust Diner, jukebox, friar, the specific percussion of a full house that didn't entirely belong to the same world. I had been listening to it for 4 months, and I still couldn't tune it out. The diner ran from 6 in the evening until 4 in the morning, because that was when the quarter was alive. My section was the back half-8 booths, 2 high tops, and the stretch of counter nearest the kitchen window where the heat collected and the noise was worst. I had learned to work it the way you learn to swim in a current, not against it, never against it, but at an angle, finding the quiet lines between the loud ones. Tonight the current was bad. It had started an hour into the shift, a low vibration in the air that I recognized the way you recognize a smell from childhood. Before the thought, before the name, the body already knew. Magic. Mine, loose in the room, looking for somewhere to go. I tightened my grip on the coffee pot and kept moving. The only trick I had was momentum. Keep the hands busy, keep the feet moving, give the power something to run along the surface of rather than building underneath. Table 6. Refill, smile, don't make eye contact long enough for anyone to see what was happening behind mine. Table 7. 2 cherry pies, one without the cherry because the mortal in the corner booth had a sensitivity, and I'd remembered without being asked, which was the kind of detail that made people feel seen, and feel seen was the last thing I needed anyone to be. The lights in my section dimmed, came back. A spoon rattled itself off a saucer at table 9, and a vampire couple looked up from their conversation with identical expressions of mild irritation. Not here, I thought, which was all the instruction I ever had for it. Not now, not tonight. The power pushed back, it always pushed back. Lately, harder each week, and I held it. Barely. My free hand found the edge of the service counter, and I stood there for 3 seconds with my eyes on the floor and my teeth pressed together, and everything inside me pulled tight as wire. Then it passed, the light steadied, the spoon was still. I exhaled and went back to table 6 for the check. The woman with sea green hair was in booth 3, which was technically Anna's section, but Anna was on break and the woman had been waiting 11 minutes. I took her order water and a slice of the cherry pie, because everyone in the Nocturne Quarter eventually ordered the cherry pie, and while I wrote it down, I watched the woman lift her water glass 2 inches off the table with nothing but intention, tip it until a bead broke free, and sculpt that single bead into a sphere that orbited her wrist like a slow planet before she let it drop back into the glass. She wasn't showing off. That was the thing that got me every time I saw it, every casual display of magic in the Quarter's bars and diners and late-night laundries. She wasn't performing. She was just comfortable. The way people are comfortable doing things they've done 10,000 times before. The water did what she wanted because she wanted it, and she had never in her life been afraid of that. I brought her the pie and tried not to think about what that felt like. The newspaper was somebody's leftover, 3 hours old, folded open on the counter to page 4. I read it between orders because I had learned to read everything I could about the city I was hiding in its politics, its factions, its fault lines the way a traveler in an unfamiliar country learns which roads flood in rain. Magical tensions rise in tricity, triumvirate summit delayd. I skimmed, power shifting, alliances fracturing, Victor Bloodfist's name in the 4th paragraph between rising influence and council concerns. The triumvirate was meant to hold this city together with 3 seats, 3 factions, the careful balance of mutual threat that had kept the peace for 40 years. The article didn't say the balance was breaking. It didn't have to. I had grown up in the aftermath of the last time it broke, and I recognized the language people used just before they stopped talking and started choosing sides. I folded the paper and put it under the counter. At the register, a man in a mortal's suit stood tapping one fingernail against the formica, watching me with the specific impatience of someone who considers their time more valuable than yours. I smiled and went to him. Sorry for the wait. He looked at me the way people sometimes do, that direct, slightly too long appraisal that isn't attraction or hostility, but something underneath both, the unconscious scan for wrongness. I had no idea what I looked like to ordinary people. I had no idea what signal I was broadcasting. I only knew that some people caught it and some didn't, and the ones who caught it looked at me exactly the way this man was looking at me now. Miss, he said, I'd like to pay sometime this year. Of course. I counted his change. My hands were very steady. Have a good night. He left shaking his head, which was fine. He left, which was the part that mattered. I let out a breath I'd been holding since he walked in and went back to work. Anna came back from her break with a cheese Danish from the place 2 doors down and the easy, rolling confidence of someone who is always comfortable wherever she happens to be. She split the Danish with me without asking, passed me half over the service counter, and leaned her elbows on the formica like she owned it. Red, she said. You look like you've been holding your breath all night. I'm fine. You're fine the way a bridge is fine when there's a crack in the support column. She said it lightly, the way she said everything as if the observation had no edges. Rough section tonight. Nothing I couldn't handle. She watched a customer signal for a refill, clocked that it was my table, and didn't move to take it from me even though she was closer. That was Anna. She'd offer exactly as much help as you'd actually accept, which was a kind of attentiveness that felt like warmth and was, I was only beginning to understand, also a kind of intelligence. The guy at the register. I paused mid-pour. You were on break. I was walking back. She smiled, easy and wide. He was fine. You handled it fine. I'm just saying you don't have to be invisible all the time. Nobody's watching that closely. That was the thing about Anna. She said the right things in a voice that made them feel true, and I was never entirely sure they were. We worked the next 2 hours side by side the way we always did, the rhythm comfortable and practiced, her picking up my blind spots before I noticed them, me covering her tables when the kitchen was backed up. The diner had its own grammar and we had learned it together. In that grammar, Anna and I made sense. We fit. "After work," she said, while we were rolling silverware. "There's that place on the quarter's east side, the one with the good soup." "I should sleep." "You should always sleep." She didn't push. She never pushed. "Fine, another time." She handed me a fistful of forks and let it go, and I found myself, not for the first time, wondering what it cost her to be so easy about everything, and whether the cost was real or whether she simply had no price. I didn't know how to ask. I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. End of shift. The diner emptied by degrees, the vampires last, always, reluctant to give up the warmth and light until it was just the closing crew and the grease haze, and the jukebox finally cycling off into silence. I was clearing booth 9 when I dropped the tray. I caught it technically, but the catch came a half-second late, and 2 of the cups went over, and the coffee hit my hands before the cups hit the floor, and the pain was immediate and complete, the kind that whites out everything else for the moment of it. I didn't make a sound. That was trained, not natural. I had learned early that making sounds drew attention. I held my hands over the broken cups and watched the red fade. 3 breaths, maybe 4. The pink became my ordinary color, and then it became nothing at all, smooth skin where the burn had been, and it was over. I crouched and collected the shards and put them on the tray and stood up and went to the kitchen for a mop, and nobody looked at me twice. And that was the night I understood that whatever I was no longer only what I'd thought. The walk home took 20 minutes through the quarter's late emptiness. The gaslight made amber pools on the cobblestones, and between them was a darkness that was not unpleasant, familiar the way the dark had always been familiar, something I'd inherited from the part of my blood that belonged to the night's older children. My apartment was at the conclave's western edge, 3 floors up, reached by stairs that smelled of old paper and the particular mineral bite of sustained magic use. The building was full of conclave-adjacent people who kept odd hours and asked no questions, which made it, as far as I was concerned, a perfect place to live. Meme was waiting inside the door. She was not a patient creature. She made this known immediately and at length, winding around my ankles with a commentary that had been going since long before I put my key in the lock, and I picked her up, and she pressed her small, hard head against my chin and purred in that way that felt less like contentment and more like correction. "I know," I said. "I'm late, I'm always late." She had opinions about this. I made her dinner and then sat in my chair with her on my lap and looked at my hands in the lamplight, turning them over, looking for evidence that what had happened was real. There was none. There never was by the time I got home. Nothing but ordinary hands, a little rough from the work, unmarked. I thought about the triumvirate article, about Victor Bloodfist in the 4th paragraph, rising, concerning the balance tipping, about the woman with sea-green hair and her water bead, her ease, the way magic sat on her like something that belonged. I thought about what I was and what I still didn't know, and how those 2 things were going to become, eventually, the same problem. Meme fell asleep. I listened to the city for a while, its nighttime version quieter than the day, not quiet, and then I turned off the lamp and went to bed. I didn't sleep well. I had a feeling, the kind you can't name, the kind the body registers before the mind catches up. Something was coming. I didn't know what. I didn't know it had, in important ways, already arrived. The candles in Seraphina's study burned low by the time Anna finished her report. It was the only sign that the conversation had taken longer than intended. Seraphina herself showed nothing she had spent 2 centuries learning to show nothing, and she was very good at it. She waited until Anna was done, and then she was quiet for a moment, the silence doing the work of thought. "The healing," she said. "How fast?" 4 breaths, Anna said. "Maybe 3. I was watching from the service counter. Full contact burn the cup was off the fryer. It was gone before she stood up." She didn't show pain. She swallowed it. Whatever sound she made, she stopped it. She's been practicing that. A beat. She's been practicing a lot of things. Seraphina stood and crossed to the window. The quarter spread below in gaslight and shadow, old stone cut through with the new neon of the diner district, the river's darkness at the south edge. She knew this view the way she knew her own hands. She had watched this city for a very long time, and it had taught her one reliable lesson: that the thing you weren't watching was always the thing that mattered. She had not been watching the orphan registers for nightshade blood, a failure of imagination. The family was gone. She had been certain of it for 14 years, the same certainty everyone else had. She used the name openly, Seraphina asked. Nightshade, she's using it as her own. She doesn't know what it means. She knows it's hers. I think it's the name she had before the crisis. But she doesn't understand the weight of it. Anna paused. She's been in the conclave's lower stacks. I found the request records. She's pulling the old family registers, the hybrid lineage texts. She's trying to figure out what she is. Seraphina turned from the window. She doesn't know about the binding gift. She doesn't know about anything. She thinks she's a witch who hasn't taken the rites. She thinks the healing is a fluke. It was, Seraphina thought, either the worst possible situation or the best one, and she was not yet sure which. A nightshade heir who didn't know her own power was as dangerous as an unlit fuse. Harmless until the moment it wasn't, and then no longer harmless at all. Victor will find her, she said. It wasn't a question. He may already have, Anna said. His network covers most of the diner district, if blood sensing has picked up the surges. Then we don't have time to be careful. Seraphina looked at the hologram still turning in the center of the room, the girl in the uniform, red hair, the particular quality of stillness in her posture that looked like shyness and was something else. We have time to be fast, which is different. She was still looking at the hologram when the door opened. Lyra came through every door like she was late for something. She didn't knock. Seraphina had stopped expecting her to. Selene was a step behind her, quieter, a book tucked under one arm with a finger still marking her place. Selene, who was the finest archivist the Duskwood family had produced in a century, who had been searching the family records for her missing brother for nearly as long as the crisis had been a fact. Selene saw the hologram and stopped. It was a complete stop. Not surprise, not caution, the stop of someone whose body has received information that bypasses thought entirely, that goes straight to somewhere older and more certain. Her book fell. She didn't notice. Selene, Lyra's voice had gone careful, which almost never happened. What? Her jaw, Selene said. She was looking at the hologram with the expression of a woman solving an equation she had been staring at for 14 years. The way she holds her shoulders, my brother stood like that, our father stood like that. Her hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her sides. Where did you find her? The Stardust Diner, Anna said quietly. She's been working there for 4 months. 4 months. Selene's voice was very even in the way that meant the evenness was costing her. She's been here 4 months and nobody, she stopped, started again. What is her name? Aurora Nightshade. Selene closed her eyes. Lyra, who had been uncharacteristically still for the past 30 seconds, found her voice. Victor has been hunting a nightshade heir. We knew that. We thought he meant Selene because there was no one else. She looked at Seraphina. If she's real, if she's actually. She's real, Selene said, eyes still closed. I would know my brother's blood in a stranger's face. She is real. The room was quiet. The hologram turned, unhurried, the girl in it doing nothing more dramatic than carrying a tray of coffee cups, entirely unaware that she was the center of something. What does this mean? Lyra said. For Victor. For the triumvirate. For. It means, Seraphina said, that we find her first. She crossed to the table and pressed her hand flat over the hologram, and it winked out. The afterimage hanging in the dark for a breath before it, too, was gone. Selene, Seraphina turned. I need to know everything your brother's line would have inherited, every gift, every liability, every reason Victor would want her contained before she understands what she is. She moved toward the door. Start with the binding gift. Start with why that specifically is what he cannot allow. Selene nodded, already reaching for the book she dropped. She was steady again, the trembling gone, the grief folded back into function. Seraphina had always admired that about her, the way she wore her losses without putting them down. And Lyra, Seraphina glanced at her daughter, say nothing, not yet, not until we know what we're dealing with and how much time we have. Lyra opened her mouth. Nothing, Seraphina repeated and left. Chapter 2, The Weight of the Name. The morning after always had the same quality, a specific flatness, like a room after the music stops. I showered in water that started hot and went cold because the conclave's old boilers had their own opinions about schedules, and I stood in it a beat longer than necessary because the cold was clarifying in a way I sometimes needed. Meme sat on the bath mat and observed this with the judicial patience of a creature that had never once done anything uncomfortable by choice. I'm not masochistic, I told her. I'm thinking. She blinked once. The jury was out. I toweled off and made coffee and fish one plate for her. One for me, though mine was the kind of fish that came in tins and hers was the fresh kind from the market 2 streets down. Because somewhere along the line, I had made the economically questionable decision to prioritize my cat's diet over my own, and we ate together in the morning quiet with the windows letting in the early light off the conclave's pale stone towers. It was a good morning. It was the kind of morning that felt like it existed inside a snow globe, complete, small, real within its own rules. I looked at my hands around the coffee cup, unmarked, always unmarked by morning. The healing was 6 weeks old now, or at least 6 weeks that I knew about. I'd been trying to research it carefully, the way I tried to do everything quietly, indirectly, never checking out a book that would get me flagged. The conclave's lower stacks had a section on hybrid lineages that nobody read anymore, not since the crisis had made the subject politically uncomfortable. I'd been through most of it. What I'd found was not nothing, but it was also not enough. Healing at speed was a vampire inheritance, in the way that the night vision was, and the sense of other blood signatures was, and the gravitational pull I felt toward the South Bank and its old stone dark. But healing like this, from contact burns in the span of 4 breaths, was not. That was something older. Something the books I'd read so far kept gesturing toward, and then pulling back from, like a conversation that kept stopping just before the interesting part. I needed to go deeper into the stacks. I had been telling myself this for 2 weeks. Meme finished her fish and walked across my feet in the particular way she had that meant I am telling you something and you are not listening. I reached down and she pressed her head hard into my palm and purred, that corrective purr, the one that meant pay attention. I know, I said, I'm going today. She went to sit in the window and look at the conclave's towers with the expression of a creature who has made her point and considers the matter settled. The lower stacks of the Magi Conclave's library were accessible to conclave-adjacent residents, which included anyone living within the conclave's outer ring, meaning me, technically, by virtue of my address, which was a bureaucratic accident I'd been quietly grateful for since I arrived. You signed in with the desk archivist, and you were given a reading lantern. The stacks were too old for electric light. The lantern burned a pale bluish flame that adjusted its intensity to the density of the text, which was the kind of elegant small magic that made me understand why people chose the conclave over the quarter. And you were let through the iron gate at the back of the main hall, and you descended. The stacks smelled of mineral and old paper, and that specific, stone-cold air that meant you were below street level. I had been coming here for 3 weeks, irregular enough to avoid pattern, and I knew now which shelves held what. The lineage registers on the east wall, the affinity texts on the north, the crisis-era records in the section nearest the back that had a fine layer of dust, suggesting they received less foot traffic than they deserved. I went to the hybrid lineage section first, because I always went to the hybrid lineage section first, even when I told myself I was going somewhere else. The texts from before the crisis treated hybrid bloodlines with a directness that the post-crisis records didn't. Before the crisis, hybrids had been uncommon but not unheard of. Old families with long histories of cross-blood alliances, careful lineages maintained across generations for specific purposes. There was a whole chapter in one of the older registers about the practice of what it called bonded arbitration neutral parties with mixed blood, who could serve as intermediaries between factions precisely because they were claimed by neither. I read that chapter 3 times the first time I found it. There was a name that kept appearing in the older texts. Not a famous name, not the kind you'd encounter in the history books that were still in print and didn't have dust on them. A family that had served the pre-crisis triumvirate as what the texts called scalekeepers, not a political role, not elected or appointed, but something older, something bound. The name was Nightshade. I sat with that for a while, the reading lantern burning steadily blue above the page. I had chosen the name the way orphans sometimes choose things to carry, because it had been mine before the crisis, because it was the one piece of the past that had survived in any form, because when my aunt whispered it to me in the months after your name is Aurora Nightshade, your mother was Alara, your father was Cade. Remember, it was the only sentence that felt like mine. I did not know what it meant. I had not known it meant anything. The text in front of me described the Nightshade family's gift in terms that made my hands go still on the page. The binding capacity peculiar to this lineage. It said, in the dry archival language of someone writing for researchers rather than readers, operates through an interplay of both inherited magics. The witch blood's affinity for intention and the vampire blood's deep attunement to existing bonds. The result is a practitioner capable not merely of perceiving the magical terms of an agreement, but of working directly upon them, sealing oaths against dissolution, exposing hidden compulsions, and in the most developed cases, restructuring the terms of a binding altogether. The Nightshade gift is accordingly most powerful in situations of existing conflict or existing bond, where material to work with is already present. I read it twice, then a third time. Then I sat back and looked at the lantern and thought about the coffee cups rattling at the diner, the lights flickering when my controls slipped, the healing, the way I sometimes felt the air in a room change when two people near me were lying to each other, tightening, like a string pulled too taut that I had always assumed was anxiety and was perhaps something else entirely. The family was gone. I had known that in the way you know things you were told when you were 7, distantly as background fact, stripped of weight by the years. Victor's men, the crisis. Nobody is powerful enough to ask questions. But the name was mine. The name was still mine, and the gift the name carried was apparently inside me, unformed and uncontrolled and getting louder every week, and nobody had told me, nobody had been left to tell me what it actually was. I closed the book. I sat in the conclave's lower stacks with the blue lantern and the old paper smell and thought about how much I still didn't know. About who I was and what I was capable of, and why someone out there had decided, 14 years ago, that none of this was allowed to survive. Then I put the book back on the shelf, in the exact position, so nothing looked disturbed, and I went up into the morning light and back to the apartment and put my uniform on and went to work. He received the second report in the same chair, in the same room, with the same quality of stillness that his operatives had learned to read as either patience or danger, and were wise enough to treat as both. The news was not what he wanted. Duskwood knows, his operative said from the appropriate position. The leopard's been reporting for months. Seraphina has the girl's name, her face, her address. She's moving. Victor was quiet for a moment. The room was quiet with him. And the girl. Still unaware, working her shift, she went to the conclave's lower stacks this morning. A pause. The hybrid lineage section. There it was. That was the thing that changed the timeline. Not Seraphina, he had accounted for Seraphina, had known the leopard was Duskwood's asset since the 3rd month, had let it run because there was value in knowing what the queen knew and when she knew it. Seraphina was a problem for later. But Aurora Nightshade in the hybrid lineage stacks, pulling family records, putting the shape of it together piece by careful piece, that was a different clock. An Aurora who didn't know what she was could be managed, could be taken, contained, folded into his plans before she understood what was at stake. An Aurora who was beginning to understand who was in the stacks right now, reading about what her bloodline could do to magical bindings, to compulsions, to the very terms of power that Victor had spent 14 years carefully arranging, was a different problem entirely. He had waited this long because waiting had been the correct move. The waiting was over. "The triumvirate session," he said. "What's the next date?" 3 weeks. "We don't have 3 weeks. He stood. He was a large man, but he moved without the self-consciousness that large men often had, like he'd stopped noticing his own size a long time ago and the world had simply adjusted. "Bring her in before the end of the week. Quietly. I want no scenes at the diner, no Duskwood involvement, nothing that gives Seraphina a clean narrative." He looked at his operative. "She heals fast. Account for that." "How do we?" "Blood compulsion in the bite, deep enough to hold for transport." He was already moving toward the door. "She's never been bitten before. She won't know how to resist it yet." He stopped in the doorway. "Yet," he repeated, to himself, almost with something that might have been appreciated if it weren't so cold. "Don't give her the chance to learn." I was late to my shift, which I had never been before, and Anna noticed. She didn't say anything. She handed me my apron from the hook by the service entrance and gave me a brief look, calibrated, reading me the way she always did, and then she went back to her section and said nothing, which was in its own way the most Anna response possible. I tied the apron and took my section and started moving. The diner was in its mid-evening rhythm, not the early crowd, not the late one, that particular 2-hour window when the tables turned over fast and everyone wanted their refills immediately. I worked it on automatic, the familiar motions settling over me like armor. Coffee. Pie. Check. Smile. Move. But underneath the automatic I was thinking about the book. About scalekeepers. About what it meant that my magic had been getting louder every week, not stronger exactly, but more present, more insistent, like a voice that had finally decided it was tired of whispering. "Hey," Anna at my elbow. "Booth 2 is asking about the special." "Right." I went to booth 2. The special was chicken fried steak with a side of a particular gravy that the night cook made from a recipe nobody else knew, and that had its own quiet cult following in the quarter. I recited it. The couple in the booth ordered it. I wrote it down. Anna was waiting at the service window when I came back. "You went to the stacks," she said. She said it the way she said most things, lightly as if she were just making conversation. "This morning, the lower section." I looked at her. "How do you know that?" "I ran into Pell," the desk archivist. "Mentioned he'd seen you, said you've been coming in pretty regularly." "Pell, I'd been careful. I'd been deliberately irregular. I'd been irregular enough not to form a pattern in the request records, but not irregular enough to avoid notice by someone who was actually paying attention. Anna, who was always paying attention. "Just research," I said. "Sure." She picked up a tray, not my tray, something she was doing for her own section. "Find anything interesting." There was a version of this conversation where I told her. I had been having that version in my head for weeks. "Anna, I think I know what my family was. Anna, I think the magic isn't what I thought. Anna, I think someone killed my parents on purpose, and I think I know why." The version where Anna's steadiness and her warmth and the 3 months of her being the person I trusted most in this city added up to something I could lean on. But there was another version. The one where I remembered that I didn't actually know what Anna wanted from me, where I thought about the way she cataloged things, where I noticed, for the first time, consciously, that she'd known where I'd been this morning before I'd told her. "Not really," I said. "Old family records, boring stuff." Anna smiled. It was the same smile. It was always warm, easy, present. "Let me know if you need a second set of eyes," she said. "I'm good at research." She went back to her section. I stood at the service window for a moment, the kitchen noise behind me and the diner noise in front of me, and felt something I recognized from the lower stacks that were tightening in the air. The string pulled too taut. 2 people lying to each other. I picked up my tray and went back to work. Chapter 3, Moonlit Encounter. The week had a shape. I could feel it the way you feel a season turning. Not in any single moment, but in the accumulation of them, the way the air changes before a storm and your body knows before your mind does. Something was different. Something had been different since the night of the burned cups, since the morning I'd sat in the conclave's lower stacks with that genealogy text, and read my family's name in ink that was older than the crisis, older than anything I owned. I'd gone back twice more, careful, irregular, pulling different texts each time so nothing in the request records looked like a pattern. What I'd found was this: the nightshade binding gift was not passive. It didn't sit quietly and wait to be called. It grew in response to proximity to magical conflict. The more genuine the tension in a space, the louder it got, the more insistently it pressed against the inside of the person carrying it, demanding to be used. Which explained, with a clarity that was almost funny, why the Stardust Diner had been getting progressively harder to work. It wasn't the hours. It wasn't the customers. It was the ambient tension of a district where 4 vampire clans and a half-dozen witch affinities and a population of mortals who'd never fully adjusted to living adjacent to the supernatural all occupied the same square miles, wanting incompatible things, barely keeping it civil. My blood could feel every unresolved conflict in the room, every unspoken threat, every compulsion laid on a vampire's arm by someone who shouldn't have had the authority to put it there. The jukebox static, the rattling cutlery, the lights that dimmed when my control slipped. All of it, the gift recognizing something wrong and trying to do something about it. I sat with this knowledge for 3 days and did not know what to do with it. On the 4th day, Anna didn't come to work. This had never happened before. I didn't realize until I was already at the diner, already aproned, already 2 tables into my section, that the hook by the service entrance where Anna's apron lived was bare. The manager said she'd called in. Didn't say more. I did not ask. The shift was harder without her. Not because she'd been covering my tables, she hadn't, particularly. We just worked in parallel. And her absence meant I had the full section without the low-grade comfort of someone nearby who at least nominally knew my name. The diner felt bigger. The noise felt less structured. Halfway through the shift I felt it, the tightening in the air that I now had a name for. Not the general ambient tension of the room that was always there, a constant low hum, but a specific, directed something. Like a compulsion applied recently, still fresh, still giving off the particular warmth that working magic produces. I looked around. The man in booth 7 was a vampire I'd seen before. He came in most Wednesdays, ordered black coffee and nothing else, tipped in silver, which was unusual and a little pointed, and left precisely on the hour. He was unremarkable. He had always been unremarkable. That was, I understood now, the point. He wasn't looking at me. He was reading a folded newspaper with the careful attention of someone who is not reading a folded newspaper. I refilled the coffee at booth 6 and kept moving. At the service counter, my hands were steady. My heart was not. He left at 9:52, 8 minutes early, and the compulsion warmth left with him. I stood in my section for a moment after and felt the room go back to its ordinary hum and thought, with the detached clarity of someone who had just understood something very large. He was here for me. Not to act, not tonight, just to look, to confirm what blood sensing had already told someone else. Victor. I knew it the way I'd learned to know things without being able to explain exactly how, through the gift, through the tightening of the air, through the particular quality of a compulsion that was designed not to do anything, but to transmit information back to its caster. I'd read about that. It had a name in the old texts: feeder magic, surveillance at a distance. I finished my shift. I did not run. Running was how you told people they'd found you. I took a different route home. Not dramatically different, just the long way around the quarter's east block, through the lit streets rather than the close lanes, where there were more people and better sight lines, and the gaslight was bright enough that someone following me would have to be obvious about it. I'd thought about this kind of thing before, in the abstract, the way you think about emergency exits when you first enter a room you're not sure of. Having the plan ready, not needing it. I needed it. No one followed me. I was almost certain. But I was almost doing more work in that sentence than I was comfortable with, and I was still half a block from my building when I stopped at the corner and pressed my back to the stone wall and stood there for a moment in the amber dark and tried to think clearly. The gift was very loud right now. The whole quarter felt like a wire pulled tight, not a specific threat, not a directed compulsion, just the general friction of a district where the balance was shifting and everyone who lived here could feel it even if they couldn't have named what they were feeling. 3 weeks of triumvirate news articles. The council session Victor's network had been working toward. Seraphina's name appears in contexts it hadn't before. Something was coming. I'd known it the way I knew things. I just hadn't known it was already here. I heard her before I saw her. Not footsteps vampires, the well-heeled ones, didn't give you footsteps. It was the quality of the air changing, the way it does when someone very old enters a space. A subtle drop in ambient sound, a slight pressure, the same feeling as a weather system moving in. I had felt it once before, the first time I'd served a 3th-century vampire at the diner, and I had thought it was nerves. I understood now it was the gift, recognizing age and power the way a compass recognizes north. She stepped out of the shadow of the arched doorway across the street, as if she'd been there a long time, and had simply chosen now to stop being invisible. I had never seen her before. I knew who she was anyway. She was tall and dressed with the particular simplicity that old money achieves when it stops trying to signal itself. And she looked at me across the narrow cobblestone street with an expression that was not surprise, not calculation, but something harder to name the expression of someone arriving at the end of a very long wait and finding it simultaneously a relief and a new kind of difficulty. Aurora Nightshade, she said, not loud. She didn't need to be loud. I did not run. I thought about it, in the abstract, the same way I thought about emergency exits. Then I looked at the expression on her face and understood, with the gift singing in my blood, that this was not a threat. It was something more complicated than a threat. You know my name, I said. I've known it for 3 weeks, Seraphina said. I've been trying to decide how to do this without frightening you. How's that going? Something shifted in her expression. Not quite a smile. The precursor to one, maybe, or the memory of the kind of person who used to smile at things and the muscle memory of it. Poorly, she said. I apologize. I looked at her. The gift was not sounding any alarm, no compulsion, no feeder magic, no directed threat. Just age and power and the particular note it rang when it encountered someone who had their own genuine claim on the night's older order. And something else underneath. A resonance I didn't have a name for yet, a frequency I'd never felt before, like recognizing a word in a language you didn't know you spoke. What do you want? I asked. To talk, she paused, and to tell you something you need to know before the end of this week. Before the end of this week, I said. That's specific. It is. Victor Bloodfist had a feeder operative at the diner tonight. He confirmed your identity an hour ago. She said it the same way she'd said everything. Directly, precisely, with the particular quality of someone who has learned that information delivered cleanly is more merciful than information delivered gently. He'll move within days. I'd rather you know what you are before he has the opportunity to tell you himself, in the context he'd prefer. The cobblestones, the gaslight, the amber dark and the old stone buildings pressing in. I stood on my corner and looked at the queen of the vampires and felt my heart doing something complicated in my chest fear. Yes, but underneath it something older, something that the gift was doing, recognizing the person in front of me the way it had been recognizing things all week, and categorizing her differently from the man with the newspaper, differently from Victor's operative, differently from anything it had filed before. This one, the gift said, in the language it had, which was not words. This one is something else. All right, I said, talk. She brought me to a house, not the palace. I would learn later that this was deliberate. The palace was Duskwood territory in the political sense, registered and watched, and Seraphina had wanted this conversation to happen somewhere that wasn't on any map Victor kept. The house was 3 streets into the quarter's quiet district, a building of the narrow and tall variety that leaned slightly into its neighbor the way old buildings do, as if they're tired of standing upright alone. Inside, dark wood, candlelight, books on every surface in the specific disorder of someone who actually uses books rather than displays them. A large gray cat asleep on a settlement by the fire, one eye cracked open to assess me and find me, apparently, acceptable. A woman rose from a chair as we entered. She was slight and precise, and looked at me with the expression I'd seen on Seraphina's face on the street, the end of a long wait expression, but rower, less composed. The moisture at the corners of her eyes caught the candlelight. "This is Selene," Seraphina said. "She was your family's archivist." I looked at Selene. Selene looked at me. "You look like your father," she said. Her voice was very controlled. The control was costing her. "The jaw, the way you hold yourself. Cade held himself exactly like that." My father's name was Cade. I knew that. My aunt had told me in the months after, before Victor's men found her too. Cade and Aurora. Cade and Aurora. I had said the names so many times in private that they had worn smooth, like stones carried too long, and stopped hurting in the acute way and started hurting in the chronic way instead. "You knew him," I said. "Since he was 8 years old." She pressed her lips together. "Sit down, Aurora. There's a great deal to tell you and not very much time, and I'd rather tell you sitting than standing." I sat. The gray cat immediately relocated from the settlement to my lap, with the decisiveness of a creature who has assessed a situation and made a judgment. I put my hand on it automatically. It purred. Selene sat across from me, and Seraphina took the chair beside the fire, and for a moment nobody said anything, and the cat purred, and the candles burned, and I thought, here it is. The thing I have been trying to find in the stacks for 3 weeks. The thing I don't have a name for yet. "The Nightshade family," Selene began, "were not destroyed in the magical crisis." Her voice was even, archival, a person sorting through facts in the order they needed to be delivered. "They were targeted. Victor Bloodfist moved against your parents' household in the first week of the crisis, using the chaos as cover. Their deaths were recorded as casualties. No investigation was opened." A pause. "You survived because you were small and because you were in the kitchen, and because the power that killed your parents also, in the same moment, burned itself into you fully. The whole inheritance all at once. You were 7. It should have killed you." "It didn't," I said. "No, because the Nightshade gift does not destroy its own carrier. It is, in its nature, a protective inheritance. It was protecting you before you knew you had it." She folded her hands in her lap. "It has been trying to surface for years, I suspect. The surges at the diner." 6 weeks, I said. "That's when they started getting worse." Selene nodded. "The crisis was 14 years ago. The gift typically matures between 20 and 25 in carriers who have not undergone the rites of majority. You are 21. You are, by the gift's own clock, exactly on time." I thought about the rattling cups, the dimming lights, the tightening of the air when someone nearby was under compulsion. Exactly on time. "Why did Victor want my family dead?" I asked. Selene and Seraphina exchanged a look. Not the kind that meant they were keeping something from me, the kind that meant they were deciding who should answer. Seraphina answered. "The Nightshade gift binds and unbinds," she said. "It can seal oaths that Victor has made and needs broken. It can dissolve compulsions he has placed on people he needs to remain compelled. It can expose the magical terms of arrangements he has been building for 14 years, arrangements that require everyone involved to be unable to see them clearly." She looked at me steadily. "Your existence is not just inconvenient to him. You are the specific instrument that could undo everything he has built. The binding gift, fully realized, in the hands of someone who understands it, is the only force in Tri-City that could reset the triumvirate's balance before he breaks it permanently." The fire, the candles, the cat purring in my lap with the committed enthusiasm of a creature with no interest in triumvirate politics. "He's going to try to take me," I said, "before I understand what I am, before I can use it against him." "Yes. And you want to stop him." Seraphina was quiet for a moment. Not the hesitant kind of quiet, the honest kind, the kind that meant she was choosing her words because the words mattered. "I want to stop him," she said. "I also want to be clear with you that my reasons are not entirely selfless. Victor's rise is a threat to the triumvirate and to the balance of this city, and I am the queen of the vampire seat, and I have governed long enough to understand what happens when the balance breaks. My motivations are political." A pause. "They are also personal. Your family were friends of House Duskwood for 3 generations. Selene mourns your father. She stopped. I should have found you sooner. I was certain the nightshades were gone. That failure is mine. I looked at her. The gift was doing its thing, reading the air of the room, the terms of what was being offered, the resonance underneath the words. No compulsion, no feeder magic, no hidden clause in what she was saying that the words were covering over. She was telling me the truth, all of it, including the complicated parts. What happens now? I asked. We teach you what you are, Selene said, before Victor arrives to do it for us. She almost smiled. The gift is already trying to work. We simply need to give it something to work with. I looked down at the cat in my lap. It looked back up at me with the amber certainty of a creature that had already made peace with the world's complications and found them manageable. All right, I said, for the second time tonight. The word felt different this time, heavier, more committed, the kind of agreement that comes after you've understood something instead of before. Seraphina stood. I'll have someone bring you tea. The ghost of something crossed her face, the memory of the precursor to a smile from the street, and this time it arrived. Briefly, like weather. I suspect this is going to take a while. The tea was black with honey, and it was the best thing I'd had in weeks, which said something about how tired I was. Selene talked for 2 hours. She talked with the focused efficiency of someone who has been waiting 14 years to have this conversation and is not going to waste it on sentiment when there is information to convey. She told me what the binding gift was, in language that was more precise than the old texts had managed. She told me what I'd been feeling at the diner, the tightening, the resonance, and gave it its proper name. Thread sense, the gift's capacity to perceive the magical terms of agreements and obligations as a kind of tension in the air. She told me what would happen when it fully surfaced. She told me about my father. Not the important facts she told me too, his name, his work, the family's role in the triumvirate's pre-crisis history. But she also told me the other things, the unnecessary things, the ones she'd kept for 14 years because she had no one to give them to. That he had loved bad puns and good maps, that he'd had a habit of reading 3 books at once and finishing none of them, that he'd been terrible at cooking and genuinely proud of it, that the cat currently occupying my lap was descended, by 4 generations, from a cat his household had kept. The cat purred. I held my tea and listened to my father's life and felt the grief of it settle into me differently than it ever had before, not the muffled, distanced grief of something too old to be sharp, but something with more texture, more specificity. He loved bad puns. I had not known that. I had not known there was anything to know. Seraphina came and went, dealing with the things queens deal with in the small hours. She moved through the house with the ease of someone who knew it well, which I noted and filed. It was nearly 3 a.m. when Selene finally stopped talking. You have questions, she said. About 100, I said, but one first. She waited. Anna Steele, I said. She's been reporting to Seraphina. I worked that out tonight at the diner. I watched Selene's face. The gift was tuned to her now, reading the room's terms. Is she Duskwood? Selene met my eyes. Yes. I nodded. I'd known. I needed to hear it said aloud. She does care about you, Selene said carefully. Those 2 things are both true. The first one doesn't cancel the second. No, I said. It doesn't. I thought about the Danish split without asking. The soup invitation dropped without pressure. The way Anna had never once pushed me toward the truth, but had stayed close enough to catch me when I got there on my own. It just means I have to decide what to do with both of them. Selene nodded, not offering an opinion, which was the right call. I set down the empty teacup. The cat had migrated to the arm of my chair and was asleep in the determined way of cats who have decided the situation is settled. The binding gift, I said. If I understand it correctly, Victor has placed compulsions on people, made agreements that are magically binding, built arrangements that rely on people not being able to see them clearly. I paused. I can't undo any of that yet. I haven't surfaced. Selene said it herself. Correct. But the surfacing process, the gift getting louder, the thread sense getting sharper, that's already happening. And the closer I am to the things he's built, the faster it'll happen. I looked at the fire. He wants me before I understand what I am, but being near him might be exactly what surfaces the fastest. Selene was quiet for a moment. That, she said at last, is a very nightshade way of looking at it. Something in her voice, not quite grief, not quite pride, something that was both and had been waiting a long time for somewhere to land. Your father used to say something similar, that the gift was most at home in the middle of the problem. I thought about that. I'm not doing anything tonight, I said. Tonight I'm going to go home and sleep, because I have been awake for 19 hours, and I think better when I'm not running in spite of coffee. I stood, and the cat dropped to the floor and stretched with theatrical resentment. But I want to come back tomorrow. I want to know what the gift can actually do, all of it, not just the theory. Seraphina appeared in the doorway. As if she'd heard, and perhaps she had, old vampires had excellent hearing. Tomorrow, she agreed. She looked at me across the room with that expression, the end of a long wait one, and I had the thought that it matched something in my own face that I hadn't known was there, a recognition, a frequency, the thing I'd felt on the cobblestones and still didn't have a name for. Be careful walking home. I took the long way coming here, I said. I'll take it going back. Something moved in her expression, not the ghost of a smile this time, the thing before it, the thing that would become it given time. Good, she said. Good night, Aurora Nightshade. I went out into the quarter's small hours, the cobblestones and the gaslight and the amber dark, and I thought about bad puns and a cat's ancestry, and the tightening of the air when someone nearby was living inside a lie they couldn't see. The city did not sleep. I was beginning to understand why. Chapter 4, Shadows and Secrets. I went back the next morning, as I'd said I would. Selene was already at the table with 3 books open and a 4th in her hand, which I was beginning to understand was her natural state. The gray cat whose name, I'd learned the night before, was Cade, which Selene had told me matter-of-factly, and then looked away, was asleep on the window ledge, one paw hanging over the edge with aristocratic disregard for gravity. Tea appeared without my asking. I suspected Seraphina. Sit, Selene said, without looking up. We're starting with thread sense because it's already happening, and I'd rather give it a framework before it gives you one of its own. I sat. What does that mean? It means the gift is already sorting the world into categories you don't fully understand yet. She looked up. You felt the feeder operative at the diner. You felt me telling the truth last night. You felt Seraphina telling the truth, including the complicated parts. Yes. Yes. That's thread sense at its earliest stage. The gift perceives magical obligations the way the eye perceives light. It doesn't need to be trained to do it. It's already doing it. What we need to do is teach you to read what you're perceiving, rather than just react to it. She set down the book. The sensation you've been calling tightening a string pulled taut. That's an active obligation under strain. Someone bound by a compulsion they're resisting. A promise made with magic that one party is trying to break. An oath sealed and still holding. She paused. What does it feel like when there's no strain? When is something clean? I thought about the night before. Selene and Seraphina, both of them. The cat, the tea. Like the absence of sound, I said. Not silence exactly. More like the room has a key and everything in it is in tune. Selene's expression did something. Yes, she said. That's exactly right. Your father described it the same way. She said it the same way she'd said everything the night before directly, as information, but it hit differently every time. I was going to have to get used to that. I wasn't used to it yet. We worked for 2 hours. Selene would describe a scenario, a compulsion placed on someone who'd accepted it willingly, a compulsion forced on someone who hadn't, an oath between equals, an oath with a power imbalance, and I would tell her what I felt, and she would tell me whether my reading was accurate. I was accurate 7 times out of 8. The 8th I'd read as an oath with a power imbalance when it was actually a compulsion accepted willingly under duress, which Selene said was a reasonable confusion for someone who'd had no training, and also suggested my thread sense was further developed than she'd expected for someone who hadn't yet surfaced. What does surfacing feel like? I asked. Different for everyone. She closed the book she'd been consulting and didn't open another one, which felt significant. For the nightshade carriers I've known, it came in a moment of genuine need, not a conscious decision, the gift recognizing that the situation required more than it had been offering and opening up. She looked at me steadily. I don't know when it will happen for you. I suspect it will happen soon. Victor's people confirmed your identity the night before last. He'll move within days, possibly sooner. You said that, I said. Days, what does his movement look like specifically? Blood compulsion placed in a bite, deep enough to affect your autonomy, not kill you. Victor needs you alive and functional to have any leverage, but deep enough that you'd have difficulty refusing instructions. She was watching my face for a reaction. I kept it even. The blood compulsion should not hold in you the way it holds in others. The hybrid resistance. Should not, I said, should not. Victor has never encountered a true nightshade hybrid before. He'll be working from assumptions about how compulsion affects hybrids generally. Those assumptions are likely incorrect in your case. She paused. But I don't want you to rely on that. I want you to know how to recognize a compulsion in yourself and what to do with the thread sense if it encounters one. Can the thread sense dissolve a compulsion placed on me? In theory, yes. In practice, the gift needs to be fully surfaced to work precisely on oneself. She held my gaze. If Victor bites you before you've surfaced, the compulsion may hold partially, long enough to be dangerous. What you'd want to do is, Aurora, are you listening? I'm listening, I said. I'm also thinking that the best outcome is not getting bitten. Yes, Selene said. That is the best outcome. The message came from Lyra at midday. 2 short sentences in the cipher they'd been using since before Lyra was born, and that Lyra had spent years complaining was unnecessarily complicated, and that Seraphina had no intention of simplifying. Victor moved up the timeline. Bloodfist operatives confirmed in the quarter this morning, 6 of them working in pairs. Seraphina read it twice, set it down, picked it up again. 6 operatives in pairs meant he wasn't taking chances with the hybrid's resistance. He was sending enough people that if one method of compulsion didn't hold, another would follow immediately. He was also sending a message to anyone watching. I know you know, and I'm moving anyway. The message was aimed at her. He'd learned she'd found the girl and he'd accelerated rather than retreating. Because Victor's strategy had always been to use his opponent's awareness against them, they'd see the operatives. They'd move to protect the girl. They'd do it openly. And he'd have whatever they did in response mapped out and accounted for before they finished doing it. It was a good strategy. It was the strategy she'd expected. She'd had 4 days from the moment she walked away from Aurora on those cobblestones to arrange what she needed. She'd used 3 of them. She had pieces in place that Victor's operatives wouldn't find because they weren't looking for the right things. She sent Lyra back 1 sentence. Tell the archivist to end the morning's work early. Bring her here by the westward route. Then she went to find Anna. Anna was in the safe house's back garden, which in the nocturne quarter meant a small stone-walled courtyard with 2 chairs and a fig tree that had no business surviving at this latitude, and that had been there for at least 60 years, because Seraphina remembered it. She was sitting in one of the chairs with her long legs stretched out, face tipped toward the November light with the calm of someone who had learned to take sun when it was offered. She heard Seraphina coming. Anna always heard things coming. It was the leopard in her, the particular attunement that made her invaluable in the field and also meant she was never actually surprised, which Seraphina sometimes found slightly irritating. She figured it out, Anna said before Seraphina could speak, that I'm Duskwood. Last night at the diner, she asked Selene to confirm it this morning. Anna was quiet for a moment. The fig tree moved in the wind. Is she angry? She's deciding, Seraphina said. Selene said she handled it with, she paused, selecting the word with care, a nightshade quality, acknowledged both things as simultaneously true and set aside the question of how to feel about it until she had time to think. Anna made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. That sounds about right. Another pause. Did she say anything about the friendship, whether she... She said she had to decide what to do with both truths. Seraphina watched Anna's face. I'm not going to tell you what to do with that. She deserves to work out what she thinks of it on her own terms, and so do you. I know. Anna sat up, the sunnies leaving her. Back to operational. Victor's moved up the timeline. 6 operatives confirmed in the quarter this morning. I saw 2 of them. Her voice was flat and precise. Coming off the South Bridge around 8, not Bloodfist's own professionals, he was hired outside his faction. She looked at Seraphina. That's new. He's not confident he can handle hybrid resistance. Professionals will know techniques beyond blood compulsion. Seraphina sat in the second chair. They looked at the fig tree together for a moment. I need you to go back to the diner tonight. Work your shift. I need Victor's operatives to see you there, looking normal, which means he thinks we're still running surveillance rather than having already made contact. We're buying her time. We're buying her one more day in the stacks with Selene, Seraphina said. The gift is close to the surface. The closer it is when he moves, the better her chances. And if it isn't? Seraphina didn't answer that immediately. She looked at the fig tree, the thing that had no business surviving at this latitude, and had survived anyway for 60 years against all reasonable expectation. Then we make sure she's not alone when he does. The second session with Selene was shorter and sharper, because Selene had received Seraphina's message, and there was now a quality of focused urgency to everything that hadn't been there in the morning. We didn't talk about that directly, we just moved faster. Selene taught me how to trace a thread, how to take the sensation of tightening and follow it back to its source, the way you follow a wire to find where the current is coming from. She taught me the difference between a compulsion placed externally and an oath internalized. The external ones had a quality of foreignness, she said, like a splinter, while the internalized ones felt more like a scar. She taught me what the gift felt like when it was trying to work. Not the tightening, which was perception, but a different sensation underneath it, a warmth she described as the gift recognizing something it could address. That warmth, I said. I felt that before. I thought it was I stopped. I thought it was anxiety. It isn't anxiety. For the first time in 2 days, something like a smile crossed her face. What did it feel like? Like I wanted to do something. I tried to find the words. Like my hands knew what to do before my brain did. The cups at the diner, when they were rattling, I wanted to reach out and settle something. Not the cups, something underneath the cups. Yes, Selene said. That's the gift reaching toward active use. You've been suppressing it instinctively because you didn't know what it was. She looked at me. Don't suppress it, not anymore. When you feel that warmth, let it come forward. Don't direct it, you can't direct it yet without surfacing. But don't shut it down. What happens if I let it come forward, and I haven't surfaced yet? Nothing catastrophic, she considered it. The cups might rattle more, the lights might do something interesting. The almost smile again. Your father, when he was learning, had a week where every clock in the house stopped when he was in the room. His father thought it was very funny. I thought about a grandfather. I'd never known finding it funny that his son kept stopping clocks. One more thing, Selene said. She reached into the inside pocket of her jacket and took out something small and set it on the table between us. A locket on a silver chain. The case was worked with a pattern I recognized from the lineage texts. 2 bloodlines intertwined, the vine and thorn of the nightshade family, and something older I couldn't name. I made 2 of these, she said. After the crisis, I didn't know if you were alive. I made them anyway because the alternative was accepting that you weren't, and I was not ready to accept that. She looked at the locket, not at me. The other one is with Seraphina. Each contains a sealed drop of its owner's blood. When the bond activates. When? She looked up. When it activates, the lockets will function as a communication system, a warning, and in moments of genuine extremity, an amplifier. She paused. I won't pretend it's purely practical. Seraphina agreed to carry hers before we knew if you were alive. That tells you something. I looked at the locket. I thought about cobblestones and amber gaslight, and an expression that I'd found a name for this morning, reviewing it in the clear light of 3 hours' sleep. Recognition. The frequency I'd felt and hadn't been able to file. I picked up the locket and put it on. It was warm. That was the first thing warmer than silver had any business being. And then, very quietly, as if something that had been paying attention from a distance had suddenly come one step closer. The sensation of a thread, not strained, not foreign, clean and resonant and new. I pressed my hand to it. "She'll feel that," Selene said. "On her end, the warmth. Both lockets recognize each other's owner." A pause. "She's been waiting for that, longer than she'd tell you." I didn't know what to say to that. I said nothing, which felt like the right call. The locket was still warm against my sternum when I left the safe house and headed back toward my apartment. I'd started to take the long way out of habit. Tonight, habit and necessity were the same thing, which Selene had not said explicitly and which I understood anyway. The quarter's evening was coming in, the gaslight finding its groove, the late afternoon crowd giving way to the night crowd, the diner's neon starting its buzz 2 streets over. I knew this transition by feel now. The way the air changed, the way sound carried differently after dark, the particular quality of the early night quarter that was neither the mortal world nor fully the other one, but the hour when both existed at the same time. I felt the first operative on Mercer Street, 2 blocks from the safe house. Not sight thread sense. A compulsion, not a feeder this time. A genuine working compulsion, the kind placed on someone who hadn't accepted it. The compulsion was being worn by a woman in a gray coat walking 20 feet ahead of me who was moving with the rigid, slightly off-balance quality of someone whose body was doing what it was told, while their mind screamed that it didn't want to. I knew that quality because I had felt it myself, the near misses with Victor's feeder magic, the moments at the diner when the air went wrong around a customer, and I'd felt the wrongness before I'd seen any evidence of it. Operative, I thought, and then, that's not an operative, that's someone compelled to walk somewhere they don't want to go. I stopped. I looked at the woman in the gray coat and felt the thread sense pulling at the warmth underneath it, the gift recognizing something it could address, and let it come forward the way Selene had said, don't suppress it, don't direct it, and it surged up like heat from a stove, and the woman in the gray coat stopped walking and turned and looked at me with the expression of someone surfacing from underwater. I had not directed it. I hadn't known I could do that without directing it. Apparently I could. She stood on the cobblestones and looked at me, and then looked at her own hands, and then back at me with the confused, half-present expression of someone whose compulsion has just dissolved, and who isn't sure how they got outside or why their feet hurt. The second operative I felt before I saw, coming around the corner behind me, carrying a different kind of compulsion and active working, the kind you place during a bite, still live and directed and aimed. At me. He had Victor's particular signature on it, that slow-acting erosion rather than the sharp, immediate variety, and I knew it before I turned around because the thread sense had pulled on it the way a compass pulls on north. He was tall, formally dressed, the kind of face that would be unremarkable in any context. He looked at me with the professional neutrality of someone who has been told a job is straightforward. The locket went hot against my sternum. I put my hand over it and felt the thread of warmth from the other end of the bond spike once, sharp, like someone receiving news and moving immediately. "You're one of Victor's," I said. Keeping my voice even took effort, not as much as I'd expected. He didn't confirm it. Professionals didn't confirm things. "I don't want to be compelled," I said, which was not the most sophisticated thing I had ever said, but had the advantage of being true and direct. "I've just spent 2 days learning what compulsion feels like from the inside. I'd prefer to continue not knowing from the inside." He moved. He was fast, vampire fast, not the half measures of a weaker sire line, and had the compulsion aimed and the bite proximity established before I'd finished processing the movement. He was good. He'd done this many times. The gift surfaced. Not a decision, not a choice. The gift recognizing that the situation required more than it had been offering, exactly as Selene had said, and opening fully, all at once, the warmth becoming heat, becoming something that moved outward from my sternum in a wave I felt in every part of me simultaneously, and the compulsion he was placing not yet seated, not yet deep enough to hold, came apart in the air between us like thread pulled from a poorly made seam. He felt it happen, I saw it on his face, surprise, then recalibration, then the professional decision to try again with something different. He didn't get the chance. I reached for the thread his active compulsion had left behind, the one still hanging between us, the warm and knowing part of the gift that had words now. Finally, the thread moving under my intention like a wire I could hold, and I found the obligation running under his own compulsion. The one Victor had placed on him, the oath of service and loyalty that bound his own to their leader, and I pulled it, not to dissolve it. I couldn't dissolve it yet. I was new and unsteady, and my hands were shaking. But I could show it to him, surface it to his own awareness, make it visible, and that was enough. He went still. People who can suddenly see the terms of their own binding go still. The text had been clear about that. The gift didn't make anyone do anything, it just showed them what was there. What they did with the seeing was theirs. He was still standing there, staring at his own hands the way the woman in the gray coat had, when Seraphina arrived. She came from the cross street, moving with the purposeful speed of someone who'd felt the locket spike and had been already moving toward the quarter. She looked at the operative, at the woman in the gray coat sitting on a stoop 3 doors down looking at her own feet, at me with my hand still pressed to the locket, and my whole body doing something I couldn't quite name, yet not shaking, exactly, but vibrating, the gift fully open for the first time, and not yet sure what to do with that. She looked at all of it, then she looked at me. "You surfaced," she said. "I think so." My voice was steady. I was surprised by that. It was the compulsion coming at me. The gift recognized what it could address. In the moment of need, a pause. Your father's generation called that the reckoning. I looked at the operative, still standing frozen in his own revealed terms. What do we do with him? Leave him. Seraphina stepped past him without concern, which was either confidence or calculation or both. Victor will know within the hour that the compulsion failed. We've lost whatever element of surprise we might have had. She stopped beside me. Up close, the expression from the cobblestones, sharper now, weighted differently. But he'll also know that you surfaced tonight, which changes his calculus significantly. He'll know that his blood compulsion didn't hold. He'll know that a nightshade air surfaced in his operative's face and showed the man the terms of his own loyalty oath. Something moved in her expression. The last time anyone did that to a Victor operative was your grandfather, in 1987, in a disagreement about a trade route. I looked at the locket in my hand, still warm. How long have you been carrying the other one? A pause. The fig tree kind of pauses something surviving against expectation. Since the week after the crisis, she said. Selene gave it to me and I said I'd carry it until we found you. She held my gaze. I'd decided around year 8 that we weren't going to. I didn't know what to say to that either. I seemed to be running out of words for things that were too large for words. Come, she said, and there was something in it, not a command, a different quality than that, an invitation to somewhere that had been waiting. We need to talk about what happens next. Victor will move again and soon and differently. I fell into step beside her. The quarter's evening was fully in now, the gaslight and the dark and the old stone and the river's bass note underneath everything. I stopped the compulsion, I said, and dissolved one that wasn't even aimed at me. You did. And showed a man the terms of his own oath. Yes. I turned this over. What can I do when I'm not running on adrenaline and instinct? She glanced at me sideways, and the ghost of a smile made its appearance, a little more fully this time, like something that was getting easier. That, she said, is what we're going to find out. Chapter 5, Awakening Powers. I woke up in the safe house. Not a dramatic waking, no gasp, no disorientation. Just the slow return of awareness in a room that was not my own, gray morning light through unfamiliar curtains, and the gray catcade occupying approximately 40% of the narrow bed, with the territorial confidence of a creature who had been here longer and considered the arrangement settled. I lay still for a moment and took inventory. The locket was warm against my sternum. That was new or not new, but different now, a steadier warmth than the spike from last night. Something on the other end of the bond going about its morning. I pressed my palm to it and felt the thread sense reach toward the warmth and find it clean and present, And the gift, fully open now, filed this under a category it apparently already had. Known, safe, resonant. My hands looked the same as they always had. I didn't know what I'd expected. Proof, maybe. Some visible mark of what had opened last night. There was nothing, just my ordinary hands, a little rough from the work, and somewhere underneath the skin, a thing that had been building for 21 years and had finally, in a nocturne quarter alley with a compulsion aimed at my face, decided it was done waiting. I sat up, Cade repositioned without waking. Selene had insisted I stay the night, which had been the right call. I'd been vibrating for 2 hours after the alley, the gift too newly open to settle, every compulsion in a 3-block radius making itself known to my thread sense-like sound after a long silence. I'd sat in the kitchen with tea and Selene across from me cataloging what I was perceiving, nomming each one, giving me the framework to sort the noise into signals. It had taken until past 2 in the morning, before the gift had quieted to something manageable. Manageable, that was a relative term. What I could manage now was significantly more than what I could manage 3 days ago. I found my uniform folded on a chair someone had retrieved from where I'd dropped it, which I chose not to think about too hard, and dressed, and went to find the kitchen. Seraphina was already there. She was standing at the window with a cup of something that was probably not tea, looking at the safe house's small courtyard and the fig tree that had no business being alive at this latitude. She heard me coming. She always heard things coming. I was learning and turning, and the expression on her face in the morning light was different from the expressions I'd seen in candlelight. Quieter. Not the composed for an audience quality, but something underneath it, the face that existed before the composure was assembled. She looked at me with it for a moment before the composure arrived, and I thought, she didn't expect me to be awake yet. She'd had a private face on and I'd walked into it. "Tea," she said, and it was on the table before I'd crossed the room, which meant she'd already made it, which meant she'd expected me eventually. I sat. She stayed at the window. The courtyard was gray-bright with November morning, the fig tree moving slightly in wind I couldn't hear through the glass. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Strange," I said. "Not bad, strange. The gift was very loud this morning. I keep perceiving things." "That will settle." She turned from the window. "It took your grandfather 3 days after his surfacing before the thread sense quieted enough that he could have a conversation without cataloging everyone's obligations in the room." "Selene told you that." "Selene told me a great deal about your family. She's been telling me things about your family for 14 years. She sat across from me, her cup on the table between us. "I have something of a one-sided relationship with people I've never met." I looked at her over the tea. In the morning light, she looked like what she was. Old in the way that very old things look, not aged but settled, the bones of centuries giving structure to every expression. And simultaneously not old. The contradiction didn't resolve, it just sat there being true. "What did Victor do last night?" I asked, after the operative reported back. "His network went quiet," she said, "which is more alarming than if it had been loud." She wrapped both hands around her cup. "A quiet victor is a victor reassessing. He knows the compulsion failed. He knows you surfaced. He knows Selene has been working with you, which means he knows I've made contact." A pause. "What he doesn't know yet is what you did with the operative's loyalty oath. I have not announced that." "You're deciding how to use it." "I'm deciding when." She met my eyes. "There's a triumvirate session in 3 weeks. If Victor believes you can only resist compulsion that the hybrid resistance holds, he'll move again with different methods. If he believes you surfaced with full binding capacity, he'll move immediately and with everything he has, because he understands what that means better than almost anyone." I thought about this. "So you want him to underestimate what I can do?" "I want you to have 3 weeks to learn what you can do before he knows the full scope of it." She said it simply. "The session is the natural moment the triumvirate assembled, the question of the hybrid seat raised for the first time. Victor can't dissolve the session or prevent it. It's bound by the accord. Whatever you do in that room, he has to watch." The session? The 4th seat. Selene had told me about the legal nullity, the way hybrids existed outside the Accord's framework, unprotected and unclaimed. The Nightshade family had been the only thing close to a voice for that gap, and Victor had made sure that voice was silenced before anyone thought to ask for it formally. 3 weeks, I said. 3 weeks, she agreed. Selene will continue your training. The gift has surfaced, but it's unsteady. You felt that last night. What you did with the operative's oath was significant, but you weren't directing it. You were improvising. She paused. I'd like you to be able to direct it. I looked at the fig tree through the window. I dissolved a compulsion on a stranger, I said. Someone in a gray coat, compelled to walk somewhere she didn't want to go. I didn't plan it. The gift reached and I let it come forward, the way Selene said. I know, Seraphina said. She came to the council office this morning. She filed a report of coerced displacement, the legal term for compulsion used to move a non-consenting party. She named it Victor's operative signature. A beat. She didn't know how the compulsion was lifted. She assumed it simply failed. Is that good? It means she's free and the record exists. Something moved in Seraphina's expression. And it means the gift's first significant act, outside of defending its carrier, was to free someone who had nothing to do with any of this. I hadn't thought about it that way. I'd been focused on the operative, on the compulsion aimed at me. The woman in the gray coat had been peripheral, not a target, not a goal, just something wrong the gift had noticed and addressed on its way to the actual problem. That's what it does, I said, working it out as I said it. It doesn't work for me specifically. It works for the balance. I just happen to be the one carrying it. Seraphina was quiet for a moment. Yes, she said. Your father understood that very early. Selene said it was the thing about him that made him exceptional. He never tried to use the gift for himself. He used it because it needed using. The bad puns. The 3 books open at once. The pride in being a terrible cook. And this, a man who carried something that worked for everyone and treated that as the gift it was rather than the limitation. Tell me about the session, I said. The triumvirate, what it actually looks like, what happens, who's in the room. She told me. We talked for 2 hours, through the morning and into the early afternoon, the tea replaced and replaced again by whoever was moving quietly through the safe house Lyra. I discovered at one point, who appeared with a plate of things and the expression of someone performing a task they'd been given and were not going to editorialize about, and then disappeared with the same quality of deliberate restraint. At some point, the conversation moved from the session to the clans, to the history of the Accord to the crisis. And at some other point, it stopped being purely informational and became something else, the kind of conversation that happens between 2 people who are both being careful and both know the other is being careful and are, gradually, being slightly less careful, testing the edge of directness the way you test ice. At one point, she said, "Ask me the thing you've been not asking." I looked at her. How long have you been doing this thing where you know what questions someone isn't asking? About 200 years, the ghost of a smile. Ask. The locket, I said. You've been carrying it for 14 years. Selene said you agreed to carry it before anyone knew if I was alive. That's a specific thing to agree to. She was quiet for a moment. The fig tree moved. Selene gave it to me the week after the crisis, she said. She asked me to carry it because I was the only person she trusted not to use it as a means of finding you and controlling what happened when we did. She paused. She trusted me with it because she knew I would hold it without making demands on it. That's why she gave it to you, I said. That's not why you agreed. A longer pause, the kind that meant the honest answer was being located. No, she said. I agreed because your grandfather was a friend of this house for 30 years, and your father was born in this building, and when the crisis hit and the compound burned and Selene came to me with the locket and the understanding that the family was likely gone, I needed to do something. She looked at the table. I had been too slow, too certain they were safe. I had not been watching. The locket was the only thing I could do, so I did it. I held the locket through my shirt, the warmth of it. I'm going back to my apartment today, I said. I need to feed Meme. She's been alone since yesterday morning. The shift in topic was somewhat abrupt. Seraphina didn't comment on it, which I appreciated. Take Lyra, she said. I don't need. Victor's network is quiet. A quiet Victor is watching. Take Lyra. A pause. She'll complain about being assigned as an escort, which will make her seem less like an escort. She's useful in that way. I thought about this. She knows she's useful in that way. Yes, Seraphina said. She just also genuinely complains. Lyra did in fact complain. She complained about the route I wanted to take, which was the long way, and about the pace, which was brisk, and about the weather, which was cold, and about being deployed as a chaperone in a tone that managed to convey both genuine grievance and the awareness that she was providing useful cover. She was, I was discovering, a person who experienced her own contradictions with complete transparency and simply carried on. She was also very funny, in a way I hadn't expected from someone who moved through rooms like she owned them and had opinions at volume. Walking 2 steps to my left, hands in her coat pockets, she kept up a running commentary on the quarter's morning that building had been a blood den in the 1890s and was now a wine shop. Same difference. The couple at the corner were definitely Moonshadow clan on account of the specific quality of their expressionlessness. The man selling roasted nuts from a cart had been there since before Lyra was born and made a better product than his presence warranted. I laughed twice before I decided I was going to. The archivist says you dissolved a compulsion on a stranger last night without planning to, Lyra said, between the wine shop commentary and the Moonshadow couple. The conversational pivot was so smooth it took me a second to register it. Yes. Didn't know you were doing it. I knew I was doing it after I'd started. The gift reached and I left it, the way Selene said. I paused. It was already moving before I consciously decided anything. Lyra was quiet for a moment, a relative quiet for Lyra. Victor's going to find out eventually what that means, that you can do that. That it works on strangers, not just on compulsions aimed at you. I know. When he does, he's going to stop treating this like a retrieval and start treating it like a war. She said it plainly, without drama, the way Seraphina said things. The family resemblance was strongest in moments like this. I'm not telling you that to frighten you. I'm telling you because you should know what you're walking toward. I know what I'm walking toward. I looked at the cobblestones ahead of us. I read the genealogy texts. I understand what the gift means politically. The 4th seat, the binding capacity, what Victor loses if the triumvirate rebalances. A pause. I've had 3 days to sit with it. It's not abstract anymore. No, Lyra said. I don't imagine it is. We walked. My mother, Lyra said after a while. She's been carrying that locket for 14 years. I want you to know I know that, and I know what it means. And I'm not going to make it weird by talking about it. Thank you. I'm going to make it weird by just having said that, and I'm aware of that. A little, I said. Yes, a pause. She's careful, with things she cares about. It takes a while to see it because it looks like a distance. She was watching the street ahead, not me. It's not distance. I pressed my hand to the locket through my coat, without thinking about it. I know, I said. Meme had opinions about being left alone and made them known immediately and at length, beginning the moment I put my key in the lock and continuing through the door, through the hallway, into the kitchen, past the moment I opened a tin and through the preparation of her breakfast, and for some time after. She was not appeased by food alone. She required an accounting. Lyra watched this with evident delight from the doorway. She's enormous, Lyra said. She's a lynx mix, I said. They run bigger. She's the size of a small argument. That's accurate. I set the plate down, and Meme descended on it with the focused energy of someone who has been making points all morning and deserves recompense. Don't take it personally if she ignores you. She ignores most people initially. Meme. Chapter 7, Whispers of Rebellion. Triumvirate Hall sat at the exact geographical center of Tri-City, equidistant from Dawnhaven's broad commercial streets and the Nocturne Quarter's gaslit cobblestones and the Magi Conclave's stone towers. It had been placed there deliberately 40 years ago as a statement about the nature of the treaty. Nobody's territory, everybody's obligation. It was a large room. Not grand functional, the way things built for actual use rather than ceremony tend to be. 3 long tables arranged in a horseshoe, 1 for each seat. The walls had the Accord's text on them in the original ink, framed behind glass, 40 years old and showing it. 3 galleries above, clan representatives, conclave delegates, mortal district observers. I stood in the east corridor, outside the main chamber, and breathed. Seraphina was beside me. She'd arrived at the safe house at dawn, and we'd walked here together, which was not a political statement she'd been trying to make, but which would be read as one, and she'd decided that was all right. She looked at me. How does the room feel? I could feel it through the walls, the session chamber humming with the obligations and alliances of everyone inside. Dense. Complex. Victor's signature moving through several threads I could already identify, the slow-burning, erosive quality of compulsion work that had been in place for years. Victor's been working in this room for a long time, I said. I can feel it from here. What can you perceive specifically? 4 council staff members with his compulsion signature, 2 on the mortal seats support team, 1 in the conclave delegation, 1, I paused, reaching further. 1 in the building staff, not in the chamber, in the west anteroom. I stopped. Seraphina, the anteroom. What about it? He has someone in the ventilation staff. The west anteroom connects to the ventilation system. I turned to look at her. If the Munchado twins are waiting in the anteroom. She was already moving, taking out the cipher device she used for close communication and sending 2 words to Lyra. West anteroom. Now. The twins can't enter the session until the chamber is safe, I said. Victor's planning to keep them in the anteroom and seal the ventilation with either a compulsion gas or something physical. I can't tell from here. Keep them from entering until the 4th seat motion fails. Or from entering at all, Seraphina said. Her voice was even. If the twins are incapacitated, their vote defaults to absence, which under the Accord counts as abstention. Without Munchado, we don't have the numbers to advance the motion. He thought I couldn't perceive the oath between him and the twins, unless I was in the room with them. He's right, can you? Not the oath itself, no. I looked at the wall, at the chamber beyond it. But I can feel his compulsion signature on the building staff member in the anteroom. I know he's there. I know the ventilation system is involved. A pause. If the twins are safe, what I can do in the chamber is enough. Lyra's reply came back 30 seconds later. Twins redirected, anteroom secured, building staff member in custody, you're clear. I exhaled. Ready? Seraphina asked. I looked at the wall, the chamber beyond it. The 4 years of Victor's careful work I could feel humming through the stone like a current. Yes, I said. The session opened at 10 in the morning with the formal reading of the Accord's governing clauses, which was traditional and took 11 minutes, and which everyone present used to take their measure of the room. I took mine. Seated in the public gallery, not at any table, not representing any seat, present as a private citizen, which was technically what I was, I let the thread sense open fully and read the chamber. The council staff with Victor's compulsion signature. 2 conclave delegates with older, more diffuse obligations I didn't recognize, not Victor's work, pre-crisis, something institutional. Lord Blackthorne, his concern resolved, his vote settled. The mortal seat holder, Aldous Crane, 73 years old, contained a quiet and resigned awareness that something was happening today that was above his ability to control, which he'd apparently decided to manage by being very still and paying very close attention. Victor himself, seated in the bloodfist representative position, not a seat holder, but his faction had earned observer status at the last council revision, and he was exercising it with the deliberate composure of someone who believed the outcome was already decided. He looked at me when I entered the gallery, one look, brief and assessing, and then away. He'd revised his model of me. I knew that from the operative's report and from the network's changed behavior over the past 3 weeks. He knew I'd surfaced. He knew the compulsion approach was closed. He'd moved to the vote manipulation strategy instead, and he'd believed the anteroom plan was invisible. His composure, now, had a quality I recognized. the composure of someone who didn't know yet that their plan had already been dismantled. The Moonshadow twins entered the chamber at 10:14, 4 minutes after the session opened, and took their seats in the observer section. Victor's composure didn't change. He wouldn't register their presence as significant until the moment it became significant, which was when the fourth seat motion was introduced. Seraphina caught my eye from the duskwood position at the vampire table, a look that said, "When you're ready." I was ready. The fourth seat motion was introduced at 10:52 by Lord Blackthorn, which was not what Victor had expected. He'd expected Seraphina to introduce, which he'd prepared a procedural challenge for. Blackthorn's introduction meant the challenge didn't apply, because the challenge required the introducing party to have a direct stake in the outcome, and Blackthorn's stake was adjacent rather than direct. I watched Victor receive this information. His eyes moved to Blackthorn, then to Seraphina, then briefly to me. The reassessment happening in real time, the pieces fitting together in a pattern he hadn't predicted. The procedural challenge he'd prepared was gone. He didn't have another ready. He let the motion proceed. I stood. Gallery members don't speak in triumvirate sessions. This is a rule. I was aware of it. I stood anyway, and every head in the chamber turned toward the gallery, and the presiding officer, a conclave representative, formal and surprised, said, "The gallery does not have speaking rights in session." "Under the Accord, Article 11, Section 4, I said, and I'd read this clause until it was inside me. "A practitioner demonstrating the nightshade binding capacity has special standing to address the full session. The credential is the demonstration." I looked at the presiding officer. "I'd like to demonstrate." The room was very quiet. Victor was the first to speak. His voice was controlled, precise, the voice of someone who decided that the best move was to appear to welcome the demonstration rather than challenge it. "On what grounds does the claimant assert the Nightshade lineage?" "On the grounds that Selene Nightshade, archivist of House Duskwood, has provided lineage verification accepted by 3 of the 4 clan houses." I looked at him. "You're welcome to challenge the verification, Bloodfist. The challenge procedure requires a counter-verification within 48 hours. He wouldn't challenge it. Challenging it formally opened the verification to public record, and the public record would include Selene's full documentation of what had happened to the Nightshade household in the first week of the crisis. He didn't challenge it. "Article 11, Section 4, the presiding officer said, consulting the Accord text on the wall behind him. A long pause. "The section exists. The special standing is recognized." He looked at me with the expression of a man who had been running a procedurally ordinary session until approximately 90 seconds ago. "The practitioner may proceed." I stepped down from the gallery. I stood in the center of the horseshoe. The gift was open, and the room was dense with all the threads of all the obligations and alliances and compulsions that had been woven into this space over 40 years, and in Victor's case, the last 14. I let the thread sense move through it and find the architecture of what was there. Then I made it visible. Not to myself in the room. This was the technique I'd been building toward, not perceiving alone, but surfacing, making the terms of existing arrangements visible to the parties already bound by them. Not overriding anyone's will, not dissolving anything, just showing everyone in the room the structure they were already living inside. The effect was immediate and visible. 4 council staff members went still simultaneously. The expressions of people who have just had something invisible become tangible. The 2 pre-crisis conclave obligations surfaced to their bearers. One of them inhaled sharply, then looked at the delegate beside her with an expression that was going to require a separate conversation later. Victor's compulsion signatures on the staff members glowed in the room's air with a quality that the vampires present could see directly, and the witches could feel, and the mortal delegate could perceive as a sudden and uncomfortable clarity about why he'd been making certain decisions for the past 3 years that he'd attributed to his own judgment. Victor's face changed for the first time. "That is the binding gift," Selene said. From the archivist's position at the conclave table, she had been standing in sessions on archival matters. which this now was. Her voice was steady and clear. Article 11, Section 4 exists because the Nightshade family's role as neutral arbiters required a mechanism for exactly this, making the terms of existing arrangements visible in a formal proceeding, not to compel anyone, not to dissolve anything, to show everyone the structure they're already living in. She looked at the presiding officer. The fourth seat motion, if advanced, would create the legal standing for a hybrid practitioner to bring this capacity to the triumvirate formally, permanently, with the protections of the accord rather than existing outside them. The chamber was very quiet. Aldous Crane, the mortal seat holder, 73 years old, who had survived 4 vampire queens by never taking sides, raised his hand. Everyone looked at him. "I have a question," he said. "About 3 years of decisions I thought I was making freely." The session lasted 4 hours. I won't describe all of it. Some of it was procedural, the formal language of amendment motions and second votes, and the specific machinery of how a treaty changes. Some of it was Victor, who was very good in crisis and managed the next 4 hours better than I'd expected, not conceding, not capitulating, but fighting the procedural ground with genuine intelligence, challenging the timeline of implementation, raising legitimate concerns about the grandfather clause that required actual answers, making Blackthorn and the presiding officer work. The Moonshadow twins voted for the motion when it came to a vote. They did this because the oath Victor had placed on them became visible in the room when I surfaced the general structure, and one of the twins looked at it and then looked at Victor and said, in a voice that the entire chamber heard, "This was not what we agreed to," and then voted the other way. Victor didn't look at me when that happened. He looked at the table in front of him for a long moment, and I felt, through the thread sense, the particular quality of a man revising his understanding of his own position, cataloging what remained and what was lost. He still had the council staff compulsions, but they were now a matter of public record, which meant they were evidence rather than leverage. He still had alliances that hadn't been part of today's surfacing. He was not finished. I knew that. He knew I knew that. But the fourth seat motion passed. 4-1, the Ironblood abstaining on procedural grounds rather than substantive ones, which the Ironblood representative made very clear was not a substantive objection. I stood in the center of the horseshoe when the vote was announced and felt the room's threads shift, the balance moving, not solved, not done, but different. The needle moved. The scale registered the weight. The gift doesn't work for its carrier. No, it worked for the balance, and the balance had just changed. Afterward, the chamber emptied by degrees, the procedural business concluding, the representatives filing out with the particular quality of people who had a great deal to think about. Selene stayed until the room was nearly empty, cataloging something in the accord text with her archival focus. Lyra stood near the door and talked to the Ironblood representative for 20 minutes in a way that appeared casual and that I suspected was extremely not. Victor left without looking at me. The 4 compromised council staff were taken aside by the conclave's compliance officer. Aldous Crane stood in the corridor for a long time looking at the wall, and I thought about going to speak to him and decided it was not the moment, that the moment would come, but that he needed the wall-looking time first. Seraphina found me in the east corridor. She looked at me the way she'd been looking at me for 3 weeks, the end of a long wait expression and the present tense thing that had been developing underneath it, and I thought, here it is, the rest of it. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Strange," I said, the same word as the morning after the surfacing. Good strange or bad strange? The kind that takes a while to know. I looked at the corridor, the building, and the specific quality of the light through Triumvirate Hall's institutional, gray, not beautiful but honest. "Victor's not done." "No," she agreed. "He has remaining leverage and remaining intelligence, and he's going to spend the next weeks working out how to use them." She paused. "He's also just watched you demonstrate binding capacity in a full session. He knows what that means for any arrangement he's made that involves compulsion. Every person he's obligated through Victor's signature is now someone who can ask to have the terms made visible. He'll shift to arrangements that don't involve his signature," I said, or shift to people who genuinely chose the alliance. I thought about this. Which is actually better for the city? Something moved in her expression. Yes, it is. We stood in the corridor. The session was over. The fourth seat existed. The balance had shifted. The work wasn't done and wouldn't be done, probably for years, because this was a city and a treaty and a political structure, and those didn't resolve. They maintained, they adjusted, they needed ongoing attention. I'm keeping the diner, I said. She looked at me, waiting. Not full shifts, but I'm not leaving it. I looked at her. The quarter is mine. I've been in it long enough that it's mine. I'm not going to stop being a person who lives in it because I'm also now the person who introduced the fourth seat motion. All right, she said. And the apartment, I said. With the trace working. I'm keeping that too, not because of the trace. I'll have that removed, because it's mine. Also all right. Meme, I said. Obviously, she said. I looked at her, she looked at me. The complicated ones, I said. The ones that cost more than you've budgeted for. She was quiet for a moment, the precise, honest quiet. Yes, she said. I'd like to find out what this one costs, I said, if that's something you want too. The ghost of a smile had been making appearances for 3 weeks. It arrived now more fully than it had before, the way things arrive when they've been held at a careful distance, and the distance is finally, deliberately, set aside. Yes, she said, it is. The corridor, the gray institutional light. The city outside with its 3 faces, and its balance that had just shifted 1 degree, and its problems that were ongoing, and its Stardust diner 2 streets into the quarter making bad coffee on a continuous loop. I put my hand in hers. She looked at it. Then she looked at me with the present tense expression, not the end of a long wait, but something happening right now, in this moment, for its own reasons. We went out into the quarter together. Chapter 8, Fractured Alliances. The week after the session had a different texture than the weeks before it. Before, the texture had been urgent, the countdown, the training, the sense of a wire pulled taut. After, it was something more complex. The wire was still there, still taut, but the nature of the tension changed. Not before something anymore, inside something. The fourth seat existed. The amendment was in the accord text, fresh ink beside 40-year-old ink, and that was permanent. You could not unamend the accord without a unanimous vote of all 3 seats, which Victor did not have and could not get. What he could do, and what he was clearly doing, was contest the implementation. Every procedural mechanism available to an observer faction he was using, timelines challenged, definitions disputed. The specific language of the hybrid standing provision was subject to legal interpretation that was technically legitimate and obviously obstructive. Lyra handled most of this. She had, as she'd mentioned, become extremely good at clan politics, and the procedural obstruction was her natural habitat. She moved through it with a relish that suggested she found Victor's lawyers more interesting than threatening. He's not wrong about the timeline ambiguity. She told me one morning, reading through a stack of Duskwood legal correspondence. Article 11 doesn't specify whether the special standing activates immediately upon amendment ratification or upon a separate certification process. He's going to drag the certification question out for months if we let him. Can we not let him? We can push for an expedited certification hearing. She looked up. Which means you demonstrate the binding gift in front of a 3-person certification panel, which is a smaller room and more controlled than the session was, and Victor will spend the next 4 weeks finding every technical objection he can to the panel composition. Let him, I said. While he's fighting the panel composition, the session record is public. Every compulsion he had on council staff is documented. His people can read it. Lyra looked at me with the assessment expression. You want the documentation to do the work, she said. I want the people he's obligated to understand what they're obligated by, I said. Some of them accepted it willingly as a genuine alliance. Those people, Victor keeps, but some of them didn't. Those people are reading the session record right now and having a version of the conversation Aldous Crane is having. Aldous Crane was, in fact, having an extended version of that conversation. I'd gone to see him 3 days after the session, because the image of him standing in the corridor looking at the wall had stayed with me, and because no one else had thought to. He'd received me in his district office, a plain room in Dawnhaven's civic building that smelled of old paper and radiator heat. He was 73 years old and had survived 4 vampire queens by not taking sides, and he'd spent the past 3 days, he told me, reviewing every decision he'd made in the past 3 years and sorting them into 2 columns, ones he'd made freely and ones he wasn't sure about anymore. The problem, he said, with the resigned clarity of a man who'd had time to think, is that I'm not always certain which column something belongs in. The compulsion was subtle. I made decisions I agreed with in principle. I just made them faster than I might have, with less objection than I might have raised. That's what the slow erosion type does, I said. It doesn't override your judgment, it just removes the friction. Yes, he was quiet for a moment. I have 42 decisions over 3 years that I'd like someone with your capacity to look at. He met my eyes with the directness of a man who decided that at 73, he didn't have time for anything other than directness. I understand if that's not what your standing is for. It's exactly what my standing is for, I said. That's the point of it. We'd been working through the list since then, an hour each morning, Aldous Crane reading me the decision and the circumstances, and me telling him what the thread sense found. Most of them were clean, genuine choices made freely, the compulsion's influence perhaps making him less resistant to what he already partly wanted to do. A handful weren't. We were documenting those carefully, with Seleni's help, in a format that would stand up to the legal scrutiny that was coming. It was not dramatic work. It was the work of accounting, of going back through a ledger and finding the entries that didn't belong. But I was beginning to understand, the core of what the gift was built for, not the dramatic surfacing in the session chamber, but this. The patient, specific, room-by-room work of making the hidden visible. Victor's countermove came on a Tuesday. Not legal obstruction, he'd left that to his lawyers. This was something different, something that arrived not through official channels, but through the Quarter's information network, which was how most of the important things in Tri-City arrived. Selene found me in the conclave library and put a folded document on the table in front of me without preamble. Victor has filed a lineage challenge, she said. I looked at the document. Legal language, formal header, Victor's faction's stamp. A challenge to my Nightshade lineage claim, disputing Selene's verification on grounds that the Crisis-era records were incomplete and that the verification relied on archivist testimony rather than documented primary sources. He knows the verification is solid, I said. Yes, Selene said. He also knows that a formal challenge triggers a review process that takes 60 days minimum and during which the special standing is suspended pending resolution. She sat down across from me. He can't undo the amendment. He can suspend your ability to exercise it while the challenge is pending. I read through the document twice. The thread sense moved through it and found what it always found in Victor's paperwork. Technically correct on the surface, the slow erosive quality underneath, the sense of something designed to move gradually and be mistaken for legitimate process. What primary sources would resolve it? I asked. The Nightshade household records pre-crisis, your parents' marriage documentation, your birth record from the Tri-City registry. She paused. All of which were in the compound when it burned. Which Victor burned? Which burned, Selene said, with the precision of someone who had been an archivist for 40 years and understood the difference between what could be proven and what was known. We can prove his operatives were in the Quarter that week. We cannot prove direct causation for the specific fire. I looked at the document. There are other primary sources, I said slowly. The Triumvirate's own registry. Mixed-blood citizens were registered separately from district residents under a different system, pre-crisis. If my parents registered my birth there before the crisis hit. The Triumvirate registry survived the crisis, Selene said. The quality of her voice changed slightly. I accessed it for the lineage verification. Your birth is recorded. I cited it in the documentation. Victor is challenging the archivist's testimony as the primary verification without nodding that the registry citation exists. He either missed it or... He didn't miss it, Selene said. He's hoping we don't surface it separately before the review clock runs. I looked at her. She looked at me. How long does it take to prepare the registry citation as a standalone document? I asked. 2 hours, she said. I've had the page marked for a month. We filed the registry citation as a counter-document at noon. By 2 o'clock, Victor's lawyers had reviewed it, and the challenge had been formally withdrawn, because a challenge that ignores documented primary sources in the triumvirate's own registry is not a challenge that survives scrutiny. Victor would have known that before filing, which meant the challenge had always been a 2-day play, buying time for something else. I was trying to work out what something else was when Seraphina arrived at the conclave library with the answer. She came through the door with the quality of motion she had when something was wrong, and she was managing it contained, precisely, nothing wasted. She found me at my table, looked at Selene, looked at me. He's contacted the Ironblood clan, she said. Ironblood, the enforcement clan. Soldiers, trackers, enforcers. The abstention at the session had been procedural. The representative had made clear not a substantive objection. But an abstention was not a vote against, which meant Ironblood hadn't committed either way. With what? I asked. A proposal, she sat. Victor is offering Ironblood a significant resource arrangement to access feeding grounds in 3 districts currently under Duskwood management in exchange for their formal opposition to the 4th seat certification. She looked at me steadily. It's a genuine offer. He has the grounds to give. And Ironblood's objection to the certification, if formal, gives the review board grounds to extend the suspension indefinitely. I turned this over. He's shifted from legal obstruction to alliance building, I said. While his lawyers were filing the challenge, he was working the clans. The challenge was the distraction, Selene said. Yes, Seraphina's voice was even. I underestimated the speed at which he'd pivot. A pause, the honest kind. That's my error. I looked at the library table, the documented registry citation sitting in front of me, the neat solution to a problem that had already become a different problem while we were solving it. Can Duskwood match the feeding grounds offered? I asked. Partially, not fully. She met my eyes. Ironblood's lord is practical. He abstained because he had no substantive objection. He abstained to preserve optionality. Victor is now offering him a reason to exercise that optionality. What does Ironblood actually want? I asked. Underneath the feeding grounds. Seraphina was quiet for a moment. Security, she said. They're the enforcement clan. They manage the quarter's physical order, the district boundary maintenance, and the enforcement contracts with all 3 triumvirate seats. The feeding grounds are a material gain, but what Victor is really offering is the implicit promise that if he controls the council, Ironblood's enforcement contracts get renewed without the competitive tender process that the current accord requires. Which means, I said, if I can show Ironblood that the 4th seat makes their position more secure rather than less, that a balanced triumvirate with a functioning 4th seat gives them stable multi-party contracts rather than dependency on Victor's favor. You'd need to demonstrate that, Seraphina said. Don't argue about it. Ironblood doesn't respond to political arguments. They respond to evidence. I thought about Aldous Crane and his 42 decisions, about the slow, patient work of the morning sessions, about the thread sense reading the quality of obligation in a room and finding the real weight of things beneath the stated terms. I need to meet with Lord Ironblood, I said. Seraphina looked at me for a moment with the present tense expression, not the end of a long wait, that had mostly resolved into something that lived in the ordinary moments now. The current thing, the real-time thing. He'll meet you, she said. He met with Victor. He'll extend the same to the Nightshade representative. A pause. He's fair in the specific sense that he applies the same standard to everyone. He'll want the same quality of demonstration he got from Victor. Victor gave him feeding grounds, I said. Victor gave him a transaction. She held my eyes. Show him what the transaction costs. Lord Ironblood's offices were in the Quarters Enforcement District, a building that was functional in the way that weapons are functional, designed entirely for its purpose, with no effort wasted on anything else. The man himself matched the building. He was not old, by vampire standards 2 centuries, 3, but he had the quality of someone who had stopped growing and settled into himself completely, all the way to the edges. He received me without ceremony, which I took as a sign of respect rather than dismissal. He poured something that might have been whiskey into 2 glasses and put one in front of me and didn't wait to see if I'd take it. I took it. "Victor's offer," I said, because I'd decided in the corridor that the meeting was going to be direct or it was going to be useless, and Ironblood seemed like a man who'd find the oblique approach insulting. "You know what I'm here about." "I know what you're here about," he agreed. "The feeding grounds are real. I'm not going to tell you they're not a legitimate offer." "No," he said, "you're not stupid and neither am I." "What I can show you," I said, "is what the offer costs, not to you, to the structure around you." I looked at him. "May I?" He looked at me for a moment with the assessment that big, settled men do measuring something other than size. "The gift," he said. "The thread thing." "Yes." "Show me." I let the thread sense open toward him, not invasively, not reading him, just opening the room's ambient obligations the way I would in any space. The Ironblood enforcement contracts came up immediately, the dense weave of obligations between the enforcement clan and all 3 triumvirate seats, the specific texture of a balanced multi-party arrangement where the power differential was distributed. I surfaced it not to him specifically, not showing him anything he wasn't already party to, just making the structure visible. He went still in the particular way people go still when they can see something they knew was there, but had never been able to look at directly. "That's your current structure," I said. 3 contracts, 3 parties. The balance makes each one renewable independently. If one seat falls, the other 2 still hold. Your clan's operational continuity doesn't depend on any single power." I paused. "Victor's offer converts that into a single dependency. The feeding grounds are the transaction. The structural change is what you're actually buying." He looked at the air where the obligation structure had been visible. "And if Victor's council move succeeds without Ironblood's support?" "He still doesn't have enough to dissolve the 4th seat amendment," I said. "What he has is enough to delay the certification. Every month of delay is a month the session record sits in public view with his compulsion signatures on your district's enforcement officers." I met his eyes. Some of those officers chose him. Some didn't. The ones who didn't are reading that record. A pause. "You're not offering me feeding grounds," he said. "No," I said. "I'm offering you a picture of what you already have and what it's worth." He was quiet for a long moment, the whiskey untouched in front of him. "Victor made his approach 3 weeks ago," he said. "Before the session, he was confident then." A pause. "He's less confident now." "Yes." "A man who's less confident moves faster and less carefully." He picked up his glass. "The feeding grounds offer improves over the next month or it doesn't. If it doesn't, he's losing leverage and he knows it." He looked at me. "I didn't abstain because I had no objection. I abstained because I hadn't decided. I like to know what I'm deciding before I decide." "And now?" He set the glass down. "Now I have more to think about," he said. "Come back in a week." It was not a yes. It was also not a no, and it was the kind of not to know that meant the structural argument had landed, and he was going to sit with it and see if Victor's offer got better or worse under pressure. I stood to go. "Your grandfather," Lord Ironblood said without looking up. "I met him twice. He was a very annoying man to negotiate with." I stopped. "In what way?" I asked. "He never argued a position. He just kept showing you what was actually there until you couldn't pretend you hadn't seen it." A pause. "It's extremely difficult to strategically ignore something that's been made visible." He looked up. "You have that quality." I thought about a man who had loved bad puns and kept 3 books open at once, and was genuinely proud of being a terrible cook, who had carried something that worked for everyone and found it a gift rather than a burden. "Thank you," I said. "It wasn't a compliment," he said. It was an observation. I know, I said. I took it as both. That evening, safe house kitchen. Seraphina was already there when I arrived. She'd heard the report from Lyra, who'd had someone outside the building, because of course she had. A week, she said. A week, I agreed. Which means Victor has a week to improve the feeding grounds significantly enough to change the calculation. He doesn't have better feeding grounds to offer. What he gave is close to the maximum available without touching Moonshadow territory, which he can't access. She was making the not tea again, the Winteran smoke thing. She made it when she was thinking hard about something. He'll try something else. What? I don't know yet. She set the cup down. That's the answer I don't have. Victor improvises well under pressure. He's been doing this for 14 years and he's lost the session and the lineage challenge and now he's losing iron blood. He's going to do something I haven't anticipated. I looked at her. The precise, settled quality of her concern, not panic, not catastrophizing, just the honest acknowledgement that she'd underestimated the pivot's speed and didn't yet know what the next move was. Tell me what you know about him, I said. Not strategically, him, what he actually wants. She considered this as a genuine question. He built Bloodfist's own from people who had nothing, she said. That's not a strategy he genuinely identified with the discarded and the unclaimed. He wanted the world to be ordered in a way that didn't produce them. A pause. He concluded that the triumvirate structure was the cause of the disorder rather than the solution to it, and he decided the solution was to break the structure entirely and replace it with something he controlled. Which he could have justified as benefiting the discarded, I said slowly. Yes, the crisis orphans he recruited, the rejected half-bloods he genuinely believes their lives would be better under his model. She looked at her cup. He's not wrong that the triumvirate failed them. He's wrong about what the solution is, but the original wound is real. I sat with this. The fourth seat is the actual solution to that wound, I said. Not Victor's solution, the real one. The hybrid seat, the legal standing, the accord protection for people who were living as legal nullities. I looked at her. He's fighting the thing that actually addresses the problem he started with. Yes, she said. He's been fighting it for 14 years, and he can't stop because stopping means admitting that the 14 years were the wrong direction. She paused. He's not going to stop. No, I agreed. But some of the people around him might, if they understood that the fourth seat is closer to what they actually wanted than what Victor's promising them. She looked at me with the present tense expression. Bloodfist's own, I said. The crisis orphans, the rejected half-bloods, they joined him because he saw them. They've been with him because he gave them belonging. I thought about the woman in the gray coat, compelled to walk somewhere she didn't want to go. About the operative in the alley who'd seen the terms of his own loyalty oath. If they understood what the fourth seat means, that it's standing for exactly them, legal recognition for exactly the population Victor recruited as his power base. You want to talk to them, Seraphina said. I want to make the terms visible, I said. I'm not going to compel anyone. I'm not going to recruit anyone away from Victor. I'm just going to let anyone who wants to understand what the fourth seat actually is understand it. I paused. Some of them are going to stay with him. Some aren't. She was quiet for a long moment. That's slower than I'd like, she said. It's the right thing to do, I said. Victor built his power base on people who were failed by the existing structure. The solution isn't to fight them, it's to demonstrate that the structure is changing, that there's a different option now. She looked at the cup, then at me. You sound like your grandfather's journal, she said. I've been reading it a lot, I said. Something in her face, the warmth that had been building for weeks, more present now, less guarded, the careful starting to set itself aside deliberately. She'd said the complicated ones cost more than you budget for, and this was the cost. This was the ongoing and patient and sometimes frustrating work of it, the work that didn't resolve cleanly into victories but just kept going. All right, she said, show me how you'd approach it. We worked through it together for 2 hours. At the kitchen table with the knot tea and the fig tree outside in the November dark, and Cade distributing himself between our respective laps with the democratic fairness of a creature who had decided we were both acceptable. At some point, it stopped being strategy and became conversation. The kind that moves from the practical to the personal the way water finds its level, following the line of least resistance. She told me about the first triumvirate session she'd attended 200 years ago, when the accord was new, and she'd been skeptical of the whole enterprise and had said so loudly, and had been wrong about most of it and right about the parts that still needed fixing. I told her about the first time the gift had done something I hadn't planned, not the alley, years earlier, when I'd been 12 and a woman at the market had been operating under a minor compulsion placed by a vendor to prevent her from haggling. And I'd been nearby, and the gift had dissolved it before I'd known I had a gift. And the woman had haggled so effectively that the vendor had looked profoundly surprised, and I'd spent 3 weeks convinced I'd done something wrong. She laughed, actually laughed, fully, not the ghost precursor, but the thing itself. I looked at her. She looked at me. "You've been doing this since you were 12, she said. "Apparently," I said. "Your grandfather did something similar at 8. He dissolved a minor oath between 2 conclave students who'd bet on an exam result, and both students ended up having to take the exam honestly, and one of them failed, and he felt guilty about it for years." She was still smiling. "He wrote about it in the journal, the 3rd entry." I hadn't read that far yet. "Does it have a bad pun?" I asked. "Yes," she said. "A terrible one about binding agreements and bookbinding." She paused. "It's almost impressive." I thought about him at 8 years old, dissolving a bet he didn't know he was dissolving, feeling guilty about the consequences of accidentally doing the thing that was his actual purpose. I thought about myself at 12, at the market, watching a woman haggle and feeling like I'd done something wrong. "We're going to be fine," I said. "Not about the session or Victor or the certification panel or Lord Ironblood and his week of consideration. Just generally. The complicated thing that cost more than you'd budgeted for." She looked at me for a moment. "Yes," she said, with the certainty of someone who has been careful for 200 years and is choosing deliberately to be certain about this. "We are." Cade purred. The fig tree moved in the November wind. The city did its city things outside. The balance shifted 1 degree, and the work ongoing, and the world not resolved but different, changed, better by one careful and specific measure. It was enough. It was, in fact, more than enough. Chapter 9, Blood Ties Revealed. The unanticipated move arrived on a Thursday, 8 days after the session, and it was not what any of us had been watching for. It came through the conclave's public registry, a formal filing, procedurally correct, submitted by a law office that Selene identified in 30 seconds as a Victor front, using a 2-layer incorporation that would take anyone else a week to trace. The filing was a request for a welfare assessment of an unregistered minor, currently in the care of an adult whose legal standing was under review. The unregistered minor was Meme. Not Meme specifically, Meme as an example of a broader category. The filing argued that any creature registered as a familiar or companion animal by a practitioner whose hybrid standing was under certification review existed in a legal gray zone and required assessment to ensure proper care standards were being met. It cited 3 subsections of the Conclave's Animal Welfare Code, all of which were real, and requested that the assessment be conducted within 72 hours by a conclave-appointed officer. It was, technically, not illegal. It was also, unmistakably, a message. I read it twice at the conclave library table. Selene was across from me, the filing in front of her, her face doing the careful nothing it did when she was actually very angry. "He can't take her," I said. "No," Selene agreed. "The welfare assessment is procedurally valid, but the outcome is almost certainly benign. Meme is manifestly well cared for, and any conclave officer who conducts the assessment in good faith will say so." She paused. "The filing is not designed to succeed. It is designed to make you act." "He wants me to react," I said. "Emotionally, publicly. He wants me to do something that looks like I'm willing to compromise the certification process to protect a personal interest." "Or he wants you frightened," Selene said, "and frightened people make mistakes." I looked at the filing. What does frightened look like from his position? I asked. What mistake is he hoping I make? Selene was quiet for a moment. He's seen the session. He's seen the Ironblood approach. He knows you don't use the gift aggressively. You surface things. You show people what's there. You work with an existing structure. What he hasn't seen you do is act out of fear. She met my eyes. If you go to the assessment, bring the gift to bear on the officer, apply any pressure at all, even legitimate thread sense reading, he has grounds to argue the certification should be suspended on conduct grounds. So I don't go to the assessment. You cooperate fully, she said. You provide documentation. You are so cooperative and so unremarkable about it that the filing becomes what it actually is, a senior political operative weaponizing a cat welfare code. She paused. Which, when the documentation is complete, will be a matter of public record. I thought about this. He's losing the material arguments, I said. The lineage challenge failed. Ironblood isn't committed to him. The procedural obstruction is getting slower and more visible. I looked at the filing. This is harassment. He switched from strategic obstruction to harassment because the strategic ground is shrinking. Yes, Selene said, which means we're further along than it feels like we are. She folded the filing. I'll prepare the documentation response. You should tell Seraphina. Seraphina's response to the filing was a silence that lasted approximately 4 seconds, during which I watched her face do nothing at all, which was the sign that she was genuinely angry rather than managingly angry. Then, he filed a welfare assessment on your cat. Yes. Using the Conclave's Animal Welfare Code. 3 subsections. Another silence, then, with the controlled precision of someone choosing not to say the first thing that came to mind. He's frightened. Selene said harassment. Both. She set the copy of the filing down on the safe house table with a care that was itself a form of restraint. Frightened people harass. He's running out of procedural ground, and he knows it, and this is what it looks like when someone who has operated at a high strategic level for 14 years starts feeling the walls close in. She looked at me. He's also trying to make you doubt the process. To make the work feel grinding and personal and endless, so that you start wondering if the certification is worth the ongoing cost. I looked at the fig tree outside. Is it? She looked at me sharply. No doubt, I said, asking, because I want to know what your actual answer is, not the Queen's answer. She considered this, with the honesty she brought to direct questions. Yes, she said, it is. The certification creates permanent standing not just for you, not just for this specific political moment. For every hybrid in Tri-City who comes after you. The welfare code filing is unpleasant. The work is grinding. The cost is ongoing. A pause. What he's built over 14 years is not going to dissolve because of one session and one failed lineage challenge, but it is dissolving. Every week the session record is public is another week his compulsion signatures are documented. Every person who reads it and starts asking questions about their own decisions is another thread pulling loose. She held my eyes. The harassment is proof that the dissolution is happening. I picked up the filing and looked at it again. I want to go home tonight, I said. Properly, not monitoring the trace, not thinking about what it signals, just home with Meme in my own apartment. Yes, she said immediately. Not take Lyra this time, just yes. I'll be back tomorrow, I said. The documentation response with Selene, and then I paused. I'd like to read the rest of the journal. I'm up to the 1987 section. Something moved in her expression. The specific quality it had when something unexpected landed, and she let it, rather than composing past it. The 1987 section is long, she said. He won an argument with the Ironblood Lord that year and wrote about it at considerable length. The trade route. The trade route, the ghost of a smile, with a pun about routing that I found genuinely inexcusable at the time. And now it's been 31 years and I find it slightly less inexcusable. A pause. He would have liked you very much. I held that for a moment. I know, I said. That's the part of the journal that gets me, not the political things the way he wrote about people he was fond of. Very dry, very precise, almost clinical. And then every few pages something that's just present, someone he genuinely loved. She was quiet. "You're in it," I said. "Quite a lot from the mid-70s onward. He didn't use your name, just the Queen. But the quality of the writing changes." "I know," she said. "He showed me the entry once, a single paragraph. He said," she stopped. "He said he found you couldn't write about the people you actually cared about the same way you wrote about everything else. The language went strange." The language went strange. I thought about the fig tree outside and the November dark and a man who had loved bad puns and 3 books and the specific quality of the city at any given hour, who had written about Seraphina for decades in language that went strange. "I'll see you tomorrow," I said. "Yes," she said. "Good night, Aurora." Home was home. I'd been afraid, walking through the quarter with the November cold and the gaslit dark, that the apartment would feel different, that the weeks at the safe house had changed the way the snow globe looked from the outside. That the small, complete life would seem smaller, less real, something I'd grown out of without noticing. It didn't. The stairs smelled of old paper and sustained magic, the same as always. The key turned in the same particular way. Meme was at the door. She was not diplomatic about it. I sat on the floor in the hallway, which was not dignified, and held her, and she purred in that corrective way, and I pressed my face against the top of her head and stayed there for a while. Then I made her dinner, and then I made my own, proper food rather than the safe house's careful provisions, something from the icebox that required actual cooking, and that I stood at the stove making with the radio on, and the kitchen light bright against the November dark. I ate at the table. Meme stationed herself on the good chair and watched me with the judicial patience of a creature who had been inconvenienced, but was prepared to forgive. After dinner, I read the journal. I was in the late 1970s now, which in the journal's texture was a period of high political activity, 3 triumvirate crises in 4 years, the Accord's first major revision, a period my grandfather wrote about with the dry precision he brought to everything, and the occasional sentence that went strange. The language goes strange sentences were never about events. They were always about people. Cellini, young and already formidably precise, cataloging things with a focus he found both admirable and slightly alarming. Lyra, a child in this section, appearing occasionally in single sentences that were themselves affectionate in the nightshade mode, observational, specific, never sentimental. And the Queen, always the Queen, in language that started precise, and then, midway through a paragraph, sometimes did something he clearly hadn't intended, and then he'd write the next sentence in a hurry, changing the subject. I read until past midnight. At some point, Meme relocated from the good chair to my lap, which she did with the air of a creature making a decision rather than seeking comfort, and I put my hand on her and kept reading. The apartment was the apartment. The city outside was the city. The thread sense was quiet, reading the familiar space as clean and present and mine, a frequency it had filed under so early and so thoroughly that it barely registered anymore, the way you stop hearing a sound you've been hearing for a long time. I thought about what Seraphina had said. The harassment is proof that the dissolution is happening. The filing, the welfare code, the cat as a tactical instrument, the desperation underneath all of it, 14 years of careful construction starting to show its joints. I thought about the certification panel in 2 weeks. 3 certification officers, Cellini's provision, contained demonstrations. Victor's lawyers in the gallery watching for anything they could use. I thought about Bloodfist's own, the people I'd been slowly, carefully meeting, not recruiting, not persuading, just making available the information they had a right to. The workshop coordinator who ran a collective for crisis orphans and who had asked me 6 careful questions about the 4th seat and what protection it actually offered, legally, specifically. The half-blood vampire who had been with Victor's faction for 7 years and who had read the session record and had been very quiet for a week and had then asked, through 2 intermediaries, if she could speak with the Nightshade representative. I thought about the 42 decisions, the ongoing morning sessions with Aldous Crane, and the growing list that was becoming a supplemental report to the session record. The work was grinding. The work was also real and daily and specific, and it was the work the gift was built for. I put the journal down and looked at the ceiling. The quarter outside was doing what it always did, moving through its nighttime in the particular way it had, old stone and gaslight and the river's bass note, and the several hundred unresolved conflicts that the thread sense registered as ambient hum, constant and familiar, neither better nor worse than it had always been. Except that it was, marginally, better. The session record was public. The amendment was in the accord. The welfare filing was going to be a matter of public record when the documentation response was complete. Marginally, ongoing, not resolved. It was enough. The welfare assessment response arrived in 71 hours, 1 hour before the deadline, and it was 70 pages long. Victor read the cover summary and then set it down. 70 pages. Feeding records, veterinary documentation, a behavioral assessment from a conclave-certified animal welfare specialist that described the subject as exceptionally well-adjusted for a lynx mix of unusual size. 3 character attestations from neighbors, including one from the building's owner. A legal brief from Cellini, establishing that the filing's 3 subsections did not in fact apply to companion animals of hybrid practitioners under the current accord framework. And a formal request that the filing be struck from the public record and the filing party identified for conduct review. The filing party was the front firm, 2 layers deep, which the documentation had correctly traced and named. He looked at the 70 pages for a while. He had expected one of 2 things: a frightened response, emotional and hasty, giving him conduct grounds, or an annoyed response, brief and dismissive, giving him grounds to argue the certification candidate treated conclave procedure with contempt. He had not expected 70 pages of impeccable compliance. The archivist? Of course the archivist. Cellini had probably had the character attestation templates drafted before the filing was 24 hours old. He pressed his fingers together and thought. The lineage challenge failed in 2 days. The Ironblood approach. Not secured, Ironblood still in consideration, the week he'd been given running out with no improved offer available. The welfare filing, answered with 70 pages that were now also public record, including the correct identification of his front firm. The certification panel. 2 weeks away, the provision is solid. The demonstration is going to happen in a controlled room with 3 officers who had been selected by process rather than by him. He had one remaining material lever. He'd been preserving it as a connection inside the conclave's certification board, not a compulsion, a genuine alliance, someone who had chosen Victor's faction because they believed in the project and whose vote on the panel could potentially deadlock the certification. He'd been saving it for a moment of maximum necessity. He looked at the 70 pages. The moment of maximum necessity was approaching. He wrote a note to his contact. The panel, I need to discuss your position. He sealed it and then sat for a while longer, looking at the window, thinking about a girl who had responded to his harassment of her cat with 70 pages of impeccable compliance and a conduct review request. His grandfather, who had been a practical man, had told him once, when your opponent stops being frightened, stop trying to frighten them. Find what they care about and work from there. He'd been trying to frighten her. It wasn't working. She cared about the balance. The gift literally worked toward it. She cared about the people who fell through the gaps, the hybrid citizens, the crisis orphans she'd been meeting with Bloodfist's own, carefully, which he knew, and which was more alarming than he'd let himself fully register until now. She was not trying to destroy what he'd built. She was trying to redirect it, to make the 4th seat into the actual answer for the people he'd recruited with the promise of belonging and protection. If she succeeded at that, if the crisis orphans and the rejected half-bloods started seeing the 4th seat as closer to what they'd originally wanted, then Victor's promise his power base would not defect en masse, but it would soften. The loyalty that was genuine would start asking questions. The loyalty that was compelled was already documented in the session record. He needed the certification to fail. Not be delayed, fail. Because the delay was just more time for the record to sit in public and more time for her to talk to his people and more time for the balance to shift. The panel contact, 2 weeks. He wrote the note and sent it and allowed himself, for the first time since the session, to acknowledge that this was the last clean line of approach he had. If this failed, the next moves would not be clean. 10 days before the certification panel. The workshop for crisis orphans was in Donhaven's Civic District, a building that served several functions during the week, and on Thursday afternoons hosted the collective that the coordinator, a woman named Paz, 40 years old, mortal, who had been 7 during the crisis, and had spent her adult life running practical support infrastructure for people the system didn't quite fit, had been running for 11 years. I'd been introduced through the half-blood vampire who'd spent a week being quiet after reading the session record. Her name was Wren, and she'd been with Victor's faction for 7 years, and she'd asked to speak with the Nightshade representative because she had questions about what the 4th seat actually meant for someone in her specific situation. I'd answered her questions. Then she'd asked if I'd be willing to meet Paz. I'd said yes. The workshop was practical. That was the first thing, no ceremony, no formality, just a room full of people at tables doing things with their hands while they talked, mending and sorting and assembling the small material repairs of daily life that the collective organized for people who couldn't always manage them alone. I sat at a table and mended something that needed mending, and Paz sat across from me, and we talked for 2 hours. She was direct in the way of people who had been dealing with bureaucratic systems long enough to know that the oblique approach wasted everyone's time. "What does the 4th seat actually protect?" she asked. "Specifically, not the language from the Accord. What does it mean on a Tuesday afternoon for someone who needs to access a service and gets told they're not registered with any district?" "It means they have standing to file a formal complaint," I said. "Currently there's no mechanism because they don't belong to any seat's jurisdiction. The 4th seat creates a jurisdiction." I paused. "It also means that compulsions placed on unregistered hybrids without consent are now a triumvirate matter rather than a district matter, which means they get access to the conclave's enforcement mechanism rather than having to go to whichever district has no particular reason to help them." Paz was quiet for a moment, mending something with the focused efficiency of a person who did this every week. "Victor's people told us the 4th seat was Duskwood territory grab," she said. "A way for the vampire seat to extend formal jurisdiction over the hybrid population." "The seat holder has special standing in triumvirate sessions," I said. "Not jurisdiction over the population. The distinction is significant special standing means the seat can raise issues and exercise the binding gift in formal proceedings. It doesn't mean the seat governs hybrid citizens." "Who governs them?" "Under the amendment, they self-select district registration based on primary residence, same as mortals who choose to live in the quarter." I paused. "The 4th seat's role is representative, not administrative." She looked at me. "Victor's framing was wrong." "Victor's framing served his purpose," I said. "If the people he recruited understood that the 4th seat is closer to what he originally promised them than what he's currently offering, the promise he made becomes harder to maintain." "You're not subtle," she said, with something that might have been appreciation. "No," I agreed. "The gift doesn't really support subtlety. It tends to surface things." She almost smiled. "The half-blood girl, Wren, said you were straight with her about what you could and couldn't do, that you didn't oversell it." "I can't dissolve an existing loyalty," I said. "I can make the terms visible. What someone does with the seeing is theirs." Paz nodded. She mended for a while in silence. "Victor's people built something real here," she said finally. "The collective, the network, the infrastructure for people who fell through the gaps, that didn't come from nothing. Someone looked at the crisis orphans and decided they deserved a structure." She looked at me. "I don't want that to disappear because the politics shifted." "It doesn't have to," I said. "The infrastructure is real regardless of who built it or why. The question is whether it operates within a system that protects the people it serves, or whether it remains dependent on one person's continued goodwill." I paused. "Victor's goodwill has been real. It's also contingent. The fourth seat makes the protection structural rather than personal. Paz looked at the table, then at me. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do, she said. I need to think and talk to people. I know, I said. I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm just making the terms visible. She looked at me for a moment. That's your whole thing, isn't it? She said, not a question. Yes, I said. That's my whole thing. The night before the panel, I was at the safe house, which had become over the weeks a different kind of familiar, not the snow globe quality of my apartment, not the hermetic completeness of a life made deliberately small, but something more porous. The kitchen with its fig tree and its not tea. Cade distributed across whichever lap he decided needed him. Selene at the table passed, midnight reviewing certification procedures, with the intensity of someone who had spent 40 years, making sure the right provision was findable when it was needed. Lyra had been by in the evening, and then gone again, carrying the energy of the clan politics she'd been managing all week, the ongoing work of the Ironblood timeline, and the Moonshadow follow-up, and the 3 Blackthorn secondary meetings that were the procedural aftermath of a clan lord committing his vote. She'd stopped in the kitchen long enough to eat something and tell me, with characteristic Lyra directness, that I was going to be fine tomorrow, and that anyone who told me otherwise was statistically wrong. Then she'd gone. Seraphina was in the study, which she used for the ongoing governance work that didn't stop, because there was a certification panel tomorrow. I could feel the locket's warmth from the kitchen steady, present, the bond doing its ambient thing, the thread between us that the gift had filed under its wordless category so long ago that I'd stopped noticing it consciously and had started noticing its absence when it wasn't there. I made tea and went to the study door. She looked up, the desk, the pen, the stopped watch, the journal. She'd taken it back when I'd finished, but she'd put it differently on the desk, not spine out but face up, the cover visible. Tomorrow, I said. Tomorrow, she agreed. I came in and sat in the chair across from the desk, which was not the kitchen chair, which was a different kind of conversation than the kitchen conversations. More formal geometry, the desk between us. Tell me what worries you, I said. The actual thing. She looked at me for a moment, the honest quiet. The panel contact, she said. Victor has someone on the certification board. I've suspected it for a week. I haven't been able to confirm it or identify who. She set the pen down. The certification requires a majority of 2 or 3 officers. If his contact can produce a sustained procedural objection that the other 2 officers find substantive enough to pause the process. It doesn't fail, I said. It pauses, which is better for him than failure because a pause lets him work the remaining 2 officers in the interim. Yes. I thought about this. Can I read the room? I asked. The 3 officers, not the panel itself, just the preliminary gathering. The thread sense will identify a Victor signature compulsion if there is one. And if it's a genuine alliance, a voluntary choice, I paused. I'll know the difference. I can't act on the alliance, but I'll know where the risk is coming from. You can't surface it without making it a conduct issue, I said. I know. I'm not going to surface anything I don't have permission to surface, but knowing where it is changes how I demonstrate. I looked at the stopped watch on the desk I had not asked. I still was not asking, but I'd read enough of the journal to understand it roughly. If I know which officer is the procedural risk, I can structure the demonstration to be technically unimpeachable on every point he's likely to raise. She looked at me, the present tense expression, the real-time thing. You can do that, she said. Read the room first. Yes. Then do it. She picked up the pen. The preliminary gathering is at 8. The panel opens at 9. That gives you an hour. I stood to go. Aurora, she said. I stopped. Your grandfather's last journal entry, she said, without looking up from whatever she'd just started writing. He wrote it the week before he died. I've read the first line enough times to have it memorized. The rest I've never, she stopped. The rest I've never been able to. I looked at the journal on the desk, face up, the cover. Do you want me to tell you what it says? I asked. A long pause. Yes, she said. Tomorrow, after. After, I agreed. I went back to the kitchen. Selene had gone to bed. Cade was on the table, which he wasn't supposed to be, regarding me with the complete moral indifference of a creature who had decided the rules applied to everyone else. I sat with the tea and the November dark and thought about tomorrow, and about the last journal entry I hadn't told her about yet, and about the language that went strange, and about what the gift was built for and what it had done and what it still needed to do. The city moved through its nighttime. The work was ongoing. I was ready. Chapter 10, Moonlit Vows. The certification board met in a room on the third floor of Triumvirate Hall that was designed for exactly this purpose. Small, formal, neutral. 3 chairs on one side of a long table, one on the other. Windows that let in the gray November morning without committing to warmth. The Accord's text on the wall, same as the session chamber but a smaller reproduction, the ink older. The 3 officers were already seated when I entered. I had an hour before the panel formally opened, and I'd used the preliminary gathering the way Seraphina, and I had discussed moving through the room's ambient obligations, letting the thread sense read the air. I found it in 40 seconds. Not a compulsion. A genuine alliance Victor's contact had chosen his faction, believed in what Victor was doing, had been with him for years before any of this became political. The thread sense found it the way it found all genuine loyalty, without the foreignness of a compulsion, without the splinter quality of something external. Just a person who had made a choice and meant it. Officer Reese, 40 years in the Conclave's certification division, the one on the left. I'd sat across the table from all 3 of them, and I'd known. Which meant I couldn't surface it as a genuine alliance, freely chosen, not something the gift could or should expose. But I knew where the procedural challenge was going to come from, and I knew the exact shape of the ground Officer Reese would use to make it, and I'd structured every element of the demonstration accordingly. The panel opened at 9. The demonstration had 3 components. The first, thread sense reading, conducted with a set of standardized tests, objects the conclave used for binding gift certification warded documents, sealed oaths, a compulsion placed on a volunteer practitioner who consented to have it read and identified. This was routine, baseline, the kind of demonstration that established the gift was present and functional. I did it cleanly and quickly, identifying each object's category and caster's signature without hesitation. Officer Reese made a note, but said nothing. The second component, visibility technique. I surfaced the terms of 3 sealed documents, 2 benign agreements between conclave departments, 1 more complex trade agreement with a power imbalance, and demonstrated that both parties to each agreement could perceive the terms simultaneously. The volunteer for the compulsion demonstration confirmed on record that the compulsion had become visible to her without being dissolved. Officer Reese made several notes, still nothing. The third component was mine to design. Selene had flagged this in the certification procedure. The third component was open-ended, intended to demonstrate the practitioner's understanding of the gift's scope and limits. I'd spent 2 days thinking about it. For the third component, I said, I'd like to demonstrate what the gift cannot do, with the panel's permission. The presiding officer, not Reese, the center chair looked up. That's unusual. Yes, I said. I think it's important. The gift's political significance comes partly from what it's capable of and partly from what it categorically cannot do. A certification panel should have both on record. The presiding officer glanced at his colleagues. The one on the right nodded. Reese was still. Proceed, the presiding officer said. I laid out 3 scenarios. First, a genuine voluntary alliance I described, in general terms, the experience of encountering a freely chosen loyalty and what the gift found there. No foreignness, no splinter quality. The gift recognizes a person's own choice as their own and declines to interfere. The gift cannot and will not expose a freely chosen alliance. It does not have the capacity to override consent. Reese looked up. Second, a compulsion the affected party had accepted without understanding its full terms. I described the thread sense finding the gap between what the party thought they agreed to and what the compulsion actually required, and the gift surfacing that gap to the affected party. Not dissolving, not commanding, showing. Third, an oath between equal parties, fairly made, that one party wanted dissolved. I described the gift reaching toward it and finding nothing to address the terms were clear, the obligation freely taken, the weight distributed evenly. The gift does not dissolve agreements that are fair. It only addresses what is actually wrong. I looked at the three officers. The certification you're being asked to confirm, I said, is for a practitioner whose gift works within those limits, not a weapon, not a political instrument in the sense of something wielded to produce a desired outcome, an instrument of clarity, operating within the boundaries of consent and fair agreement. I paused. I want that on the record because I think it matters for how the fourth seat is understood going forward. The room was quiet. Officer Reese set down his pen. I have a procedural concern, he said. His voice was even prepared, the tone of someone who had rehearsed this. The certification provision requires demonstration of the gift in its full capacity. The applicant has described limitations rather than demonstrated them, which is a categorically different evidentiary standard. The limitations were demonstrated, Selene said, from the observer chair where archivists sat as record witnesses. Her voice was precise and unsurprised, the tone of someone who had expected this exact moment. The volunteer practitioner confirmed the compulsion became visible, but was not dissolved, which is a live demonstration of the gift declining to go further than visibility. The sealed oath the panel provided in the second component of the trade agreement with power imbalance was surfaced, but not altered, which is a live demonstration of the gift identifying a problem without resolving it by force. She paused. Both limitations were demonstrated in real time in front of this panel. The evidentiary standard is met. Reese looked at her. I'd like to call a recess to review the procedural language, he said. Certainly, the presiding officer said. 20 minutes. The recess room was small and had a window and a chair and nothing else. I sat in the chair and looked at the window and thought about Victor's contact reading the room and finding nothing he could use, and whether 20 minutes was long enough for that to land. Selene came in 4 minutes into the recess. She closed the door and stood for a moment with her back to it, the look on her face that she wore when she was satisfied and not going to perform satisfaction. The procedural language, she said, is unambiguous. I've had the relevant paragraph flagged for 6 weeks. I know, I said. Reese knows it too, she said. He's read the same provision. His challenge required me to cite the paragraph, which is now on the record as having been cited, which means the challenge failed and the failure is documented. I looked out the window. Victor's going to know the contact was burned, I said. Not by name, the challenge failing doesn't identify who made it, but he'll know the panel contact didn't hold. Yes, Selene said. He's out of clean lines of approach. She paused. That's not the same as being finished. No, I agreed. It's not. She crossed the room and sat on the windowsill, which was not a thing Selene typically did. She was a chairs and tables person, precise in her physical habits. The windowsill meant something. Your father, she said, had his certification panel at 22. It was 3 hours and 17 minutes, and the presiding officer asked him 49 questions. She looked at the window. He answered 48 of them correctly and 1 wrongly, and then corrected himself before the officer finished writing the answer down. A pause. The officer told me afterward that he'd never certified a practitioner who corrected himself mid-answer. He said it was the most honest thing he'd ever seen in a certification room. I looked at her. The third component, she said, demonstrating the limits, he did something similar, not the same, different panel, different moment, but he chose to put what the gift couldn't do on record. She held my eyes. He said he didn't want anyone to be afraid of it, that the fear came from not understanding the limits. The recess clock was ticking somewhere. After, I said. I told Seraphina after. I know, Selene said. The last entry. Yes. She nodded. She got up from the windowsill and went back to the door and put her hand on the latch. It's a good entry, she said. He would have wanted you to have it. She went out. I sat in the recess room for the remaining 12 minutes and thought about a man who had corrected himself before the officer finished writing the wrong answer down. The honesty of it. The particular quality of a person who was constitutionally unable to let a wrong thing sit on the record uncorrected, even in a room where the wrong thing would have passed. I thought about the gift and what it was built for and what it had done in the past weeks, and whether I was, in any of the ways that mattered, my father's daughter. The door opened. The panel was resuming. The certification was granted at 11:47 in the morning, by a vote of 2-1, Reese dissenting on grounds the presiding officer noted as unsubstantiated by the evidentiary record. The presiding officer read the certification language into the record. He read it in the dry, formal voice of a man who had done this many times, and understood that the formality was the point the language meant something because it was said precisely and on record and could not be unsaid. Aurora Nightshade, practitioner of the Nightshade binding gift, is hereby certified under Article 11, Section 4 of the Accord of 3 Crowns as holder of special standing before the triumvirate. The special standing is permanent, heritable, and extends to future practitioners of the Nightshade lineage as documented by the conclave's archivist of record. Heritable, the word landed and I let it. Selene was writing in her record notebook with the focused efficiency of a person who had been waiting 40 years to write this specific thing down. I looked at the accord text on the wall. The smaller reproduction, the older the ink. 40 years of treaty and the new ink beside it from the session amendment, and now this, a voice on record for the people the treaty had forgotten. The presiding officer closed his folder. This session is adjourned. I found Seraphina in the corridor outside. She'd been there for the last hour, not in the room, not officially present, but in the corridor where she could feel the locket and I could feel hers, and the thread between us had been doing its ambient thing through the wall. I knew she was there. She'd known how it was going. She looked at me when I came through the door and I said, 2-1. She closed her eyes for 1 second, then opened them. Good, she said. The word carries everything. We stood in the corridor with the gray November light through the hall's windows and the building's formal quiet around us and the locket warm between us. You said after, she said, the journal. Yes, I said. After, that was the agreement. She looked at me with the present tense expression, the real-time thing, the thing that had been developing for weeks and had stopped being careful about itself somewhere in the past fortnight. We should go somewhere that isn't a corridor, I said. Yes, she agreed. We went to the safe house. Not the kitchen this time, the study, the desk, the stopped watch and the pen and the journal face up on the surface where she'd put it. She sat behind the desk. I sat across from it. The geometry of it was formal, but the room wasn't. Not anymore. It had become over the weeks a room I knew well enough that the formality was just shape, not distance. I picked up the journal. He wrote this the week before he died, I said. You told me you'd read the first line. Yes, she said, only the first line. Do you want to read it yourself? She was quiet for a moment. Tell me. I opened the last entry. The handwriting was the same as the rest of the journal, precisely, slightly hurried, the hand of someone who thought faster than they wrote and had made peace with that. 40 years of the same hand. He wrote, the city is the same as it always was, which means it is different from how I found it, which is the only kind of sameness worth having. I paused. That's the first line. She was very still. Then, I've been thinking about what the gift is actually for. Not the political answer. I know the political answer. I've given the political answer in 11 different certification rooms over 30 years. The real answer. What it's for, underneath the politics and the balance and the triumvirate and all the rest. I looked at her. I think it's for showing people what's already there. Not creating anything new. Not forcing anything. Just looking at a room and finding the things that are wrong and making them visible, and trusting that the people who are already living in the room will do something about what they can now see. She had her hands flat on the desk, very still. The gift has never worked for me. This used to bother me. I wanted it to work for me. The way useful things work for the person using them. I've made my peace with it. The gift works for the room. I happen to be in the room. I turn the page. There are 2 things I want to write down before I run out of time to write things. I looked at her. She was looking at the desk. The first is about the city. The city is not balanced. It has never been balanced. The balance is something you maintain constantly. The way you maintain your health, not a state you achieve and then inhabit, but a practice, ongoing and daily, and requiring attention. Anyone who tells you the balance is achieved has stopped paying attention. A pause. The second is about the queen. She looked up. I have known Seraphina Duskwood for 31 years, and I have been trying to write about her in this journal for 30 of them, and the language always goes wrong. I've stopped trying to write about her the way I write about everything else. She doesn't fit that mode. What I want to say is this. There is a category of person who carries their losses without putting them down, who has been alone long enough that they've stopped noticing it's a choice, who keeps a watch that stopped in a year they don't talk about and wears it every day as a form of honesty about what they've survived. I recognize this category because I have loved people in it. Seraphina was not moving at all. I want whoever reads this to know that she is not, actually, alone in the way she thinks she is. The city loves her in the specific way cities love the people who take care of them silently, structurally, in the quality of the mornings and the way the gaslight burns. She wouldn't call that love. She'd call it a function. But I have been watching this city for 30 years, and I know the difference. I turn the page. I hope she finds someone who can tell her so in a language she'll believe. I have tried. She has a habit of finding my delivery unconvincing, which I have decided to interpret as taste rather than error on my part. I stopped. I looked at her. Her expression was doing something complicated. Not the end of a long wait past that. Something present and ongoing and not composed at all, which was the rarest thing I'd seen from her, rarer than the laugh, rarer than the ghost of a smile. There's one more line, I said. Tell me, she said. Her voice was even. The evenness costing her the way it cost Selene, the careful fold of something real into something speakable. The gift works for the room, but sometimes the room and the person are the same thing. I think that's what love is, finding a room you'd like to make visible and staying. I closed the journal. She looked at it, at her hands flat on the desk, at the stopped watch. 1987, she said, the trade route. Yes, I said, not asking. He won the argument, she said. He always won the arguments about the accord. He had a way of making the right provision visible at exactly the moment you decided it didn't exist. She paused. Afterward, he said, she stopped. He said I should write it down, the argument, that the things that mattered should be on the record. Did you? No, she said. I watched him write it down instead, 4 pages, with the pun about routing. A pause. He told me at the end of those 4 pages that the balance was a practice and not a state, and that I had a habit of treating it like a state and then being surprised when it needed tending. He wrote the same thing in the last entry. I know, she looked at the journal. He said the same things in the journal as he said in life. He was very consistent. Something in her voice, the 31 years in it, the specific grief of someone who knew a person long enough to know their consistencies. I used to find it slightly exhausting. Now I would give a great deal to be told the same thing twice more. I thought about the bad puns and the 3 books and the stopped clocks and the cat whose descendants had ended up in this house, and a man who had written about the city and the people he loved and the gift that didn't work for him, but that he'd found a gift anyway. He was right, I said, about you. She looked at me. The city loves you in the quality of the mornings, I said. I know because I've been in the city for months now, and I've noticed what makes the mornings different. I held her eyes. And he was right that you've been alone longer than you've noticed. And he was right that the watch is a form of honesty. She was quiet. What's in the watch? I asked. Not asking about the year, asking the real question, the one underneath it. She looked at the watch for a long time. A name, she said finally, engraved on the inside of the case. Someone who didn't survive the thing I survived. She paused. I stopped the watch the day I understood they were gone. I've worn it since because she stopped again, found the words. Because the alternative was accepting a version of myself that pretended it hadn't happened. You carry your losses without putting them down, I said. He wrote that. I read it, she said. In the first line. 31 years ago, I read the first line and I couldn't go further. She looked at me. He meant it as an observation. I experienced it as an accusation. It wasn't, I said. I know that now. A pause. I have known it for some time, actually. It took 31 years to be ready to know it. I looked at the desk between us. The pen, the stopped watch, the journal closed. Come and sit somewhere that isn't behind a desk, I said. She looked at me for a moment. Then she got up and came around the desk and sat beside me, not across. And that was the geometry of it changing, not formal, not the queen and the practitioner, just two people in a room that had become familiar, in a house that had become familiar, in a city that was theirs in different ways and increasingly in some of the same ways. The locket was warm, hers would be too. The last line, she said, finding a room you'd like to make visible and staying in. Yes. I've been in this city for 200 years, she said. I've been making it visible for most of them. I know, I said, but I think he meant a different kind of room. She was quiet. The present tense expression is the real-time thing, no longer careful about itself. Yes, she said, I think so too. The November light through the study window. The fig tree outside, still alive against all reasonable expectations. The stopped watch, the pen, the journal with 30 years of language going strange. She put her hand in mine. Not the cobblestone gesture, not dramatic, not declarative. The ordinary gesture of someone sitting beside you in a room, reaching for your hand because you're there and it's what you do. I held it. Selene told me, she said after a while. That last entry was good. She read it when he gave it to her. She's been waiting 31 years to give it to you. I know, I said. I could tell. She would have liked to see him read it himself, she said. He would have corrected the phrasing of at least one sentence and then defended the correction for 20 minutes. I laughed, fully the way she'd laughed in the kitchen when I told her about the 12-year-old and the bet. The routing pun. He would have said the routing pun was a different category from the delivery of sentiment, and that mixing the categories was a conceptual error. Was he right? He was always right about the things he was right about and completely inflexible about the things he was wrong about. A pause. Which is another way of saying, yes, usually and infuriatingly. Outside, Tri-City moved through its midday the three faces of it, the river and the gaslight and the broad Dawnhaven streets and the conclave's towers. The balance shifted and ongoing and requiring daily attention, the practice and not the state. The certification was on the record. The last entry had been read. The stopped watch kept its vigil on the desk. What happens now? I asked. Not about any of the specific things, the ongoing Victor problem, the Ironblood decision, the Bloodfist's own conversations, the morning sessions with Aldous Crane. Just, in general, the rest of it. She looked at the window. Now, she said, we find out what the balance looks like when it's maintained rather than broken, which is less dramatic and more important and requires, she paused, the same attention every day. I'm good at daily attention, I said. I spent 14 years being very precise about it. I know, she said. I've been watching. The ghost of a smile, fully present now, the precursor done, the thing itself. You were very thorough about your route home. I was hiding, I said. You were paying attention, she said. The hiding was incidental. I thought about the long way home through the quarter, the sight lines, the emergency exists, the careful small life in the snow globe. I'm not hiding anymore, I said. No, she agreed. You're not. The room, the desk, the two of us sitting beside each other with our hands together in the November light. The gift was quiet, the way it was quiet in a room where everything was what it said. It was no strain, no splinter, no wrongness to address. Just the clean resonance of something freely chosen, weight distributed evenly, terms clear to both parties. The gift is filed under its wordless category, the one that didn't have a name in its vocabulary, but that I had a name for in mine. Chapter 11, Dance of Shadows. The Ironblood decision came on a Wednesday, 7 days after Lord Ironblood had said come back in a week. Lyra brought it to the safe house kitchen in the form of a sealed envelope with the Ironblood clan's stamped black wax, the forge hammer sigil, the particular weight of something formal and considered. She set it on the table without ceremony and sat down and poured herself tea and waited while I opened it. The letter was 2 paragraphs long. Lord Ironblood's handwriting was exactly what I'd expected: efficient, minimal, the handwriting of someone who had decided that words were a resource to be spent carefully. After consideration of the proposal brought to my attention by the Nightshade representative and subsequent review of Victor Bloodfist's counteroffer, House Ironblood declines formal opposition to the 4th seat certification and withdraws its abstention pending position. We will register a supporting vote in the supplemental record. I read the 2nd paragraph. The structural argument was sound. The transaction offered by Bloodfist would have converted Ironblood's multi-party contract structure into a single dependency, which is an unacceptable operational risk regardless of the material terms. This was made clear to me by the Nightshade representative's demonstration, which I found more persuasive than I expected to. Your grandfather was, as I told you, a very annoying man to negotiate with. The quality appears to have been inherited. I put the letter down. Lyra was watching me. Well, she said. Supporting vote in the supplemental record, I said. She exhaled not dramatically, just the release of something she'd been carrying. That's 4-1 in the supplemental record. Victor's formal opposition is now on record as the dissenting position. She picked up her tea. He can still obstruct the implementation timeline. He can still make the certification's practical exercise difficult, but the political ground is gone. He knows that, I said. Yes, she looked at the envelope. He's known it was coming since the panel. What I don't know is what he does with knowing. I thought about Victor's reassessment, the feeding grounds offer that couldn't be improved, the lineage challenge that failed in 2 days, the welfare filing answered with 70 pages, the panel contact who couldn't sustain the procedural challenge, the note to his Moonshadow contact about the ventilation system dismantled before the session opened. A man who had been building something for 14 years, watching it dissolve not through force, but through clarity, through the terms being made visible to people who were already living in them. He's going to do something that isn't political, I said. He's been losing the political ground for weeks. He's out of clean lines. Lyra set down her tea. What do you mean? His grandfather told him, when your opponent stops being frightened, find what they care about and work from there. I looked at the letter. He used that advice on the welfare filing. It didn't work because I'm not actually frightened of him, and he can't make me frightened of losing a meme through paperwork. I paused. But the advice is still sound. He's going to find something I care about that he can actually threaten. What does he think you care about? I looked at the kitchen, the fig tree through the window, the chair where Seraphina sat for late-night conversations, the stopped watch on the desk in the study. Her, I said. Lyra was very still. Not threaten her directly. She's the vampire queen. The physical threat calculation is different, but something that makes the cost of continuing fall on her. Something that uses her against me or me against her. I thought about it. He watched the session. He saw the locket spike when the operative came for me in the alley. He knows the bond is real, and he knows what real bonds mean. He spent 14 years building his power based on the loyalty of people who felt genuinely seen by him. He's going to try to use the bond, Lyra said. He's going to try to make one of us choose, I said, and he's going to make the choice look like it costs the other one. Lyra picked up the Ironblood letter and looked at it. When? Before the supplemental record is formally filed, I said. Once Ironblood's supporting vote is on the record, the political defeat is permanent. He said. I looked at the envelope's date stamp. Days, maybe less. She stood up. I need to tell Seraphina. Tell her, I said, but tell her I'm not going to be managed. Whatever he does, I'm not going to handle it by letting her take the cost alone. I held Lyra's eyes. She needs to know I know that's going to be the shape of it, and I'm not going to be maneuvered into standing back. Lyra looked at me for a long moment with the assessment expression. The annoying thing, she said, is that you're right and she's going to hate that you're right, and then she's going to know you're right, and the whole process is going to take about 4 minutes and be extremely Duskwood about it. I've been reading the journal, I said. I have some sense of how Duskwood processes things. She almost smiled. I'll tell her. She heard Aurora's assessment from Lyra and spent 11 seconds being annoyed that it was correct, and then filed the annoyance away and started thinking. Victor was going to make them choose. That was accurate. The question was the mechanism, how he structured it, what he used, what the apparent cost was, and what the real cost was underneath that. She thought about Victor's remaining resources, not the legal obstruction or the clan alliances those were spent or spent adjacent. The actual resources, Bloodfist's own, his personal network, 14 years of relationships built on the promise of belonging. People who had chosen him. People who believed in what he'd originally said he was building, and who had not yet fully encountered the alternative Aurora was offering them. That was the resource. She thought about what Paz had said, that the collective, the infrastructure, the practical support network for crisis orphans was real regardless of who built it. That it had been built by someone who had genuinely looked at the discarded and decided they deserved a structure. Victor hadn't abandoned that original instinct. He'd built a movement on it and then bent it toward personal power, and had been doing so gradually enough that the people inside it hadn't noticed the bend until the session record made the terms visible. Some of them were still inside it, still committed, still believing in the original promise enough that Aurora's slow, patient conversations with them hadn't yet reached the full persuasive weight. Victor was going to use those people. Not as operatives, the compulsion approach was closed and documented, and he knew it. He was going to use them as leverage. He was going to put something in motion that forced Aurora to respond publicly in a way that either compromised the gift's credibility or cost Seraphina something she couldn't afford to lose. The something she couldn't afford to lose was, in Victor's calculation, Aurora herself. And Victor believed correctly. She acknowledged that if he created a situation where Aurora had to choose between the certification and Seraphina's continued hold on the vampire seat, Aurora would choose Seraphina. That the bond was real enough, and the gift's nature self-sacrificing enough that she would withdraw the certification, suspend the 4th seat, remove the political threat, if she believed it was the price of Seraphina's safety. He wasn't wrong about the bond. He wasn't wrong about Aurora's nature. He was wrong about what Seraphina would allow. She sent Lyra back with a single sentence. Tell her I agree, and that the answer to the choice is that neither of us makes it alone. Then she went to find Selene. Selene was in the study, which was where Selene lived between 8 in the morning and midnight, and she looked up when Seraphina came in with the expression of someone who had been expecting this conversation. You've worked it out, Seraphina said. I worked it out 4 days ago, Selene said. I was waiting for you to catch up. What does he use? Selene set down her pen. The crisis orphans, she said. Not directly, he's not going to weaponize them in a way that makes them victims. That would undo the original alliance. He's going to put them in a position where Aurora's gift becomes the problem. She paused. There are 3 people in Bloodfist's own who are bound by Victor's compulsion signature, not heavily, not the deep erosion he used on the council staff. Lighter than that. The kind that feels like loyalty because it's so close to the genuine article that the person experiencing it can't tell the difference. She told him those compulsions are on the session record. These aren't on the session record. They predate it. Like compulsions placed before the session on people Aurora has been meeting with. Selene met her eyes. Paz, the workshop coordinator, she doesn't know it's there. She thinks her conversations with Aurora have been freely chosen. They have been genuinely deciding, genuinely thinking. The compulsion isn't directing her toward Victor. It's directing her toward distrust. Whenever the evidence suggests she should trust Aurora's account of the 4th seat, the compulsion creates a small additional friction. a hesitation she experiences as her own skepticism. Seraphina felt the cold of it, precise, light enough to be invisible to the person carrying it, calibrated not to control but to slow. Victor placed this before the session, she said, before Aurora had even met Paz. He placed it the week she started meeting with Bloodfist's own, Selene said. He anticipa.
Chapter 12.
Gifts of the heart. The compliance review was thorough, precise, and generated 43 pages of findings. The conclave's compliance officer, a woman named Archivist Inspector Dove, 60 years old, who had conducted 417 reviews in her career, and who had the specific quality of absolute professional neutrality that made the findings unimpeachable, documented 8 light compulsion signatures operating in Victor's network, all of them placed before the triumvirate session, all of them calibrated toward friction rather than control. Myra Crane attended. She sat in the observer section with her father and read every finding as it was recorded, and at the end, she asked the inspector one question. Is it possible to know, from the compulsion structure, whether the person who placed it believed they were helping the people they placed it on? The inspector considered this. That's outside the technical scope of a compliance review, she said. The review assesses presence, structure, and effect. Intent is not something the review mechanism can determine. Myra nodded. She looked at the findings document for a moment. I know the answer anyway, she said. I just wanted to see if the process knew too. The inspector looked at her. What's the answer? He probably did, Myra said. He probably thought he was helping. That's the most frustrating part. The inspector made no comment. The record noted the exchange verbatim, which was the inspector's practice. Everything on the record, everything preserved. I was present as the 4th seat representative. I said nothing that wasn't procedurally required. The thread sense confirmed each finding as the inspector made it, but the findings were hers. The record was hers. The 43 pages would stand on their own without any reference to the gift. That was the point. Afterwards, Myra found me in the corridor outside the review chamber. I've decided to keep going to Thursdays, she said. The collective, the infrastructure is real. Paz built something real. I don't want to stop going because Victor's compulsion was there. She looked at me. Is that? It's your decision, I said. That's what the 4th seat is for, not to tell you what to decide, to make sure the terms are clear when you decide. She was quiet for a moment. The collective should know about the review, all of them, not to persuade them away from Victor. They should know the terms. That's Paz's call, I said. It's her collective. I know, Myra said. I'm going to talk to her. A pause. I think she'll want to know. She went. I stood in the corridor with the compliance officer's 43 pages in the formal record, and the thread sense reading the building's ambient obligations and finding them, on balance, cleaner than they'd been 3 months ago. Not clean, cleaner. The city was never clean. The city was a practice. That evening, in the safe house kitchen, Lyra brought a bottle of something and 4 glasses and said, We are celebrating whether you want to or not. Selene accepted a glass with the composure of someone who had been waiting for this moment for 40 years and was not going to perform it. Seraphina accepted one with the warmth of someone who had decided that celebrating things was a practice worth maintaining. I accepted mine because Lyra had already poured it and had the expression of someone who was going to be very Lyra about it if I tried to refuse. What are we celebrating specifically? I asked. The compliance review findings, Lyra said. Ironblood's formal supporting vote, the certification, the amendment, the grandfather's journal being read by the correct person, Meme's welfare assessment being resolved in favor of Meme, obviously. She lifted her glass. The list is long. We are celebrating all of it simultaneously in the interest of efficiency. He would have approved of the efficiency, Seraphina said. He was very efficient about celebrations. He believed in combining them wherever possible. He has an entry about it, I said. 1981. He combined 3 different milestones into one celebration and wrote about the economy for 2 pages. Lyra looked at Seraphina. You let her read the whole thing. The whole thing, Seraphina confirmed. Including the 1987 section. Including the routing pun. Lyra shuddered theatrically. He told that pun at a family dinner once. I was 9. I still remember the exact quality of the silence afterward. He noted the silence in the journal, I said. He described it as appreciative. Lyra pointed at me. I need you to understand that it absolutely was not. I looked at Seraphina. She was trying not to smile and failing, which was the best version of her smile, the one that arrived because it couldn't be stopped rather than because it had been decided on. We drank. Cade redistributed himself from the windowsill to Seleni's lap with the decisiveness of a creature who had assessed the room's energy and found it acceptable. The fig tree was outside in the December dark, still alive against all reasonable expectation, 31 days into the month and showing no signs of reconsidering. "Victor," Lyra said, after a while. Not a question, just nomming the ongoing thing. "He's still there," I said. "He's accepting losses, he's pulling back, he's not done." "No," Lyra agreed, "he's not done." "But the angle is smaller," Seraphina said. "Each month it's smaller." "The balance is a practice," I said, "not a state." Selene raised her glass slightly. "He said that in the journal." "He said it in the journal," I confirmed, and apparently in person repeatedly to anyone who would listen. "To anyone who needed to hear it," Seraphina said, which was usually me. Lyra looked between us. She had the expression she wore when she was deciding whether to be Lyra about something, the assessment that measured the room, and usually concluded that being Lyra about it was, in fact, exactly right. She decided. "I just want to say," she said, "that it is extremely good that you two figured this out, and I am very happy about it. And I am also never going to stop finding it slightly surreal that the nightshade heir and my mother, my extremely complicated, very old, famously careful mother are," she gestured vaguely with her glass. "This." "Thank you, Lyra," Seraphina said, with the tone of a woman who had spent 120 years managing her daughter's commentary and had made a kind of peace with its inevitability. "I'm not being weird about it," Lyra said. "I'm delighted about it. There's a distinction." "The distinction," I said, "is very Lyra." Lyra pointed at me again. "You've known her for 4 months, and you're already doing the thing where you and Seraphina have a shared opinion delivered consecutively. That's," she looked at Cade, who regarded her with the complete moral indifference of a creature who had made his assessments and moved on. "Even the cat has an opinion." "He had an opinion on the first night," I said. "He settled it very early." "Good taste," Selene said, without looking up from whatever she was thinking about. "It runs in the line." The kitchen, the fig tree, the 4 glasses, and the comfortable weight of something that had been earned through daily attention rather than arrived at through crisis. Myra went to Thursday Collective because she'd decided to, on her own terms, with the full information. Aldous Crane's review request filed and on the record. The stopped watch on the study desk, repaired and waiting. I held my glass and looked at the fig tree through the window. "My father would have liked this," I said, not to anyone specifically, just saying it. "Yes," Selene said. "He would have liked all of it, very much." She paused. "He would have had opinions about the celebration being combined with ongoing strategic concerns. He would have said that celebrating and worrying should be separate activities." "Would he have been right?" I asked. "No," she said, "but he would have been consistent about it." "He would have made a pun," Seraphina said, "about raised glasses and raising the 4th seat." "It would have been terrible," Lyra said. "It would have been exactly right," I said. A pause. "Yes," Seraphina said, "it would have been." Chapter 13. Clans Divided. December came in cold and purposeful, the way the best things did. The safe house had a quality in winter I hadn't experienced in any other season. The fig tree outside stripped of its leaves, but still stubbornly present. The kitchen warmer than it had any architectural right to be. The late-night conversations acquiring a depth that summer's urgency hadn't allowed. 3 months since I'd walked into the Stardust diner not knowing my own name. 12 weeks since the alley and the surfacing. 8 weeks since the session. 4 since the certification panel. The work continued, as it always did. Aldous Crane's morning sessions had expanded. We were now on week 5 of the 42 decisions, had cleared 31, and the remaining 11 were the complex ones. The decisions where the compulsion had worked with his existing inclinations so closely that disentangling what he'd freely chosen from what had been amplified required care and time, and the specific patience of a man who had decided that accuracy mattered more than comfort. He came every morning at 9. He brought good coffee, which I suspected was his form of the unnecessary facts, not the professional thing, the real thing. Myra came Thursdays, which was when the collective met, and she had, as she'd said she would, talked to Paz. The conversation had apparently taken 3 hours and had been conducted over the collective's usual Thursday activity: mending, sorting, the practical small repairs, and at the end of it Paz had said she needed a week to think and had spent that week very quiet and had then come to me through Myra and asked for a meeting. We met in a coffee shop in Dawnhaven, neutral ground, and she had ordered something practical and sat across from me with the directness of someone who had made a decision and intended to honor it. "I've been thinking about what you said," she said, "that the infrastructure is real regardless of who built it." "Yes," I said. "I've been running the collective for 11 years, she said. "Victor funded the first 3 years. After that, it was self-sustaining. The relationships, the mutual aid network, the Thursday sessions, none of that required him anymore. He required it. He needed something real to point to." She looked at her coffee. "I've been angry about that, the way something genuine gets used as evidence for something that isn't." "The thing being genuine doesn't stop being genuine," I said. "No," she agreed. "It doesn't." She looked up. "What I want to know is whether the 4th seat can work for the collective in the same way Victor pretended to, whether there's an actual mechanism for what he was promising." I told her. The specific mechanisms, the formal complaint standing, the compulsion enforcement access, the district registration that the amendment created. I told her what it could do and what it couldn't in the specific language she'd used at our first meeting, on a Tuesday afternoon, for someone who needed a service. She asked 11 questions, each one more specific than the last, each one arriving at a practical scenario: a child who needed conclave medical access, a half-blood vampire who'd been denied district housing registration, a mortal crisis orphan whose records had been destroyed, and who existed in 3 different bureaucratic systems simultaneously. I answered all 11. Where I didn't know the exact mechanism, I said so, and said how we'd find it. At the end, she said, "I'm not going to tell the collective to align with the 4th seat. I'm not going to tell them what to do about Victor. I'm going to give them the same information you gave me and let them decide." "That's exactly right," I said. "Victor would have said that too," she said. "The difference is whether you mean it." "I know," I said. "I can't prove I mean it in advance, only in practice." She looked at me for a long moment. "He chose his people well," she said. "The people he recruited, they're not fools. They're not going to abandon him because of a compliance review finding or a political defeat, but they're also not going to stay loyal to something that stops being what it said it was." She paused. "He's going to have to make a choice about what he does next, and that choice is going to tell his people what he actually is." She stood. "I'll be watching that choice, so will they." He sat with the Ironblood decision for 3 days before he let himself think about it clearly. The supplemental record, Ironblood supporting. The compliance review, 43 pages. The certification, permanent heritable, the amendment in the accord text. The lineage challenge, withdrawn in 48 hours. Each one a loss. Each one smaller than it should have been, faster than it should have been, harder to stop than he'd planned for. He had been thinking about why. The answer, when he let himself look at it clearly, was not what he'd expected. He'd expected to find a strategic error, a miscalculation about Aurora's capabilities or Seraphina's resources or the speed of Ironblood's reassessment. There were strategic errors, but underneath them was something that wasn't strategic. He'd built his power base on the promise of being seen, of finding the people the system had discarded and offering them a structure that recognized them. He'd meant it. That wasn't the error. The error was what he'd done with them once he had them. He'd used them. Not maliciously, he genuinely believed in the project, genuinely believed that the triumvirate structure was the problem and that breaking it was the solution. But he'd placed compulsions on people who trusted him. Light ones, calibrated ones, the kind he'd told himself were protective, just helping them see clearly, just giving their existing skepticism appropriate weight. He'd told himself it was different from what he was fighting against. It wasn't different. That was the thing the compliance review's 43 pages had made impossible to avoid. He'd done the thing he'd spent 14 years building a movement to oppose, and he'd done it to the people who trusted him most. He thought about Paz and the 11 years of the collective. About Myra, 28 years old, who had come to the Thursday sessions because she'd chosen to, and who had spent 8 months with a compulsion on her that made her choices slightly less her own. He thought about the crisis orphan who had been 7 years old and who had hidden under a kitchen table and survived because she was small, whose parents he had killed in the same week he told himself he was building something for people like her. He sat with this for a long time. The question was not what to do about the losses. The question was what he did now, with the people who were still in his faction, still loyal, still pointing in the direction he'd aimed them for 14 years. He could keep fighting. The certification was permanent, but the implementation was ongoing, and there were mechanisms he hadn't exhausted, angles he hadn't used. He was not out of moves. But the moves he had left were the dirty ones, the ones that would require him to do, openly and on the record, the things he'd been doing quietly and off it. He sat with this too. The girl had said through the session, through the compliance review, through every conversation Paz had reported back, and that his network had captured that the fourth seat was the actual answer to the problem he'd originally been trying to solve. That it was closer to what he'd promised his people than what he was currently offering. He'd dismissed that as political rhetoric the first time he heard it. The second time he'd noted it and set it aside. The third time reading Paz's account of the Dawnhaven coffee shop meeting, the 11 questions, the specific mechanisms he'd found himself unable to dismiss it cleanly. He looked at the window. The December city outside, the three faces of it, the balance that had shifted. He wrote 2 letters. The first, to his lawyers. Suspend all current procedural challenges and withdrawal actions. I will be in contact with next steps. The second was harder. He wrote it 3 times and destroyed the first 2. The third version was 1 paragraph, direct, the handwriting of someone who had decided that the indirect approach had run its course. He addressed it to the Nightshade representative. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. I read it at the kitchen table with Seraphina across from me, and the December light coming through the window, and Cade occupying his usual position on the available warmth. It was 1 paragraph. Victor's handwriting I hadn't seen before, but the quality was unmistakable, the same precision he applied to everything. The challenges are suspended. I'm not conceding the underlying position. I still believe the triumvirate structure is the problem, and that the amendment is an insufficient solution to a structural failure. I am, however, willing to acknowledge that the approach I used to pursue that position caused harm to people I did not intend to harm, specifically by using compulsion on individuals who were making genuine decisions that deserved to remain genuine. This is on the record now, and should be. I am writing to tell you directly rather than leaving it in the formal record alone. I don't know what the next step is. I expect you don't either. That seems like an honest place to start from. Victor Bloodfist. I set it down. Seraphina read it, set it down. We looked at each other. He's not done, I said. No, she agreed. He's genuinely not conceding the underlying position. He still believes the triumvirate should break. He's also right that the amendment is insufficient, I said. The fourth seat is a start, not a solution. The legal nullity is addressed. The structural failure that created the crisis orphans in the first place, that's ongoing. Yes, she said. Which means, I paused. Which means he's not wrong about the problem. He's wrong about the solution. She looked at the letter. This is a different kind of conversation than we've been having. Yes, I said. What do you want to do with it? I thought about Paz and her 11 questions. About Aldous, Crane sorting his decisions into 2 columns. About Myra asking the inspector whether the person who placed the compulsion had believed he was helping. I want to write back, I said. Directly, not through the formal record. She looked at me steadily. You understand what that means, if he's using this as a strategic reset. I know, I said. I'll be reading the thread sense the whole time. If there's compulsion or misdirection, I'll feel it. I held her eyes. But I don't think there is. I think he wrote this because he looked at the 43 pages and he couldn't find a way to dismiss them that he believed. She was quiet for a moment. He killed your parents, she said, not accusing information she needed me to hold while I made the decision. I know, I said. I've known it since the stacks, since Selene told me. I looked at the letter. That's not resolved by this letter. That's not something a letter resolves. A pause. But the question of what to do with him now, that's separate from the question of what he did then. The gift doesn't collapse those into one question. It addresses what's actually there. She looked at me. All right, she said. Write back. I wrote back. One paragraph, the same length as his. The underlying position that the triumvirate structure is a failure rather than a solution is not one I disagree with entirely. The amendment addresses the legal nullity for hybrid citizens. It doesn't address the conditions that created the crisis orphans or the ongoing gap between what the accord promises and what it delivers. Those are real problems that the fourth seat will spend years working on with incomplete tools. You're right that it's insufficient. What I'd like to know is whether there's a version of the conversation about those problems that doesn't require one of us to lose for the other to be heard. You built something real. The collective, the network, the people who found a structure when the system refused to give them one. That didn't stop being real because of the compliance review. The question is whether what you built can work within a structure that protects the people inside it, or whether you need it to remain outside that structure to control it. I don't know the answer. I suspect you don't either. That does seem like an honest place to start from. Aurora Nightshade. I sent it through Selene, who had a routing mechanism that allowed formal correspondence without the Duskwood seal, which mattered because this wasn't Duskwood correspondence. His response came back in 2 days. It was 3 paragraphs long. The first acknowledged the insufficient tool's point and raised a specific mechanism he'd identified in the pre-crisis Accord drafts, a provision for what the original framers had called equity review, a process by which the triumvirate could assess whether the treaty's practical effects were producing the balance it was designed to produce. The provision had never been activated. He had the original text. The second paragraph said that the collective's infrastructure could work within a protected structure if the protection was genuine and not nominal. He'd seen too many protections that were nominal. He wanted to know what the enforcement mechanism was when the fourth seat's protections were violated. The third paragraph said, I am aware that this conversation doesn't resolve what I did. To the Nightshade household, specifically, I am not writing as if it does. I'm writing because the people I built something for deserve a future that doesn't depend on my winning a fight I've been losing for 2 months. I read that last paragraph 4 times. Then I brought it to Seraphina and Selene, and we spent 2 hours talking about the equity review provision, which Selene had indeed found in the original drafts and had been waiting for the right moment to introduce, and the enforcement mechanism question, which was the right question, and the one the fourth seat needed a genuine answer to before the year was out. The weeks between the letters and the formal meeting were the quietest weeks of the winter. Not uneventful, the morning sessions with Aldous Crane concluded on the 40-second decision, which he'd identified himself before I'd finished reading the thread sense, and he'd stood up and said he was going to file a formal statement of his findings with the triumvirate record, independently, which he did 3 days later in language so precise and so direct that the conclave's archival office requested a copy for the permanent record. I went to the Stardust Diner 3 times, working half shifts, and each time the quarter felt different than it had when I'd worked there not knowing my name, not better. Exactly. The diner was still the diner, and the coffee was still bad, but mine in a different way. The way a thing becomes yours when you know what it is instead of what it appears to be. The first Thursday I worked a shift, Paz came in for pie. She sat in booth 3, Anna's old booth, and ordered the cherry pie and ate it, which was new. We didn't talk. She left a good tip. The second Thursday, Myra came with her. I didn't go to their table. They had pie and left. But Myra looked up when I walked past with the coffee pot and gave me a small nod, the specific nod of someone acknowledging something that didn't need to be spoken, and I nodded back. The second week, Anna came back to Stardust. She came in on a Tuesday, which was not her usual night, and she hung her coat on the hook by the service entrance and tied on an apron and came to find me at the service counter. She handed me half a cheese Danish from the place 2 doors down, without asking. "I heard you wrote to Victor," she said. "Yes," I said. "I heard he wrote back. 3 paragraphs." She was quiet for a moment, working out the temperature of the information. "Is that?" "I don't know yet," I said. "It's honest, I think. What it becomes depends on what we do with it." "And what are you doing with it?" "Meeting with him," I said. "Next week, Seraphina, Selene, Lyra, me, and him." I paused. Aldous Crane asked to be included, as the mortal seat. I said yes. Anna looked at me. "That's Seraphina allowing that." "She suggested it," I said. "She said the meeting needed to be a triumvirate-adjacent conversation, not a Duskwood conversation. If Aldous is there, it can't be read as the queen managing her opponent. It becomes something different." Anna was quiet for a moment. "She's smart." "She's extremely smart," I said. "It's sometimes a lot." Anna almost smiled. "You sound like Lyra." "Lyra is not wrong," I said. "She's just loud about it." We worked the rest of the shift side by side the way we always had. The rhythm's still there. The grammar of it still familiar. The trust was different than it had been, not less, exactly, but more specific. Both things known and neither canceled. At the end of the shift, she said she was going to keep reporting to Seraphina, and I said I knew, and she said she'd told Seraphina she was going to tell me when she did, and I said I knew that too. "Are we?" she started. "We're something," I said. "I'm still working out what. Give me time." "Okay," she said, not pushing, still honor in the ways that had always been real. She went. I stayed to help close, which was the kind of thing I did when I was thinking, the familiar motions of the end of a shift, providing enough structure that the thinking could happen underneath. The diner, the quarter, the city with its 3 faces and its ongoing balance. At the end of the night, I took off my apron and said goodnight to the manager and walked home through the quarter the long way, the one I'd learned when I was hiding, and found that the long way was also the best way when you weren't hiding the sight lines and the gaslight and the river's bass note and the old stone buildings pressing close. Home, meme at the door. The good chair and the lamp and the journal on the side table where I'd put it after finishing it, because it lived there now, in the apartment, in the place where things that were mine lived. I'd written a note in the margin of the last entry in the space beneath my grandfather's last line. Not words exactly, just the date, December, and the city's name, and mine. The record, everything on the record. Because records were how the living spoke to the future. I put my hand on the journal and felt the locket warm against my sternum, and the thread sense reading the apartment as clean and present, mine, known. And I thought about tomorrow and the meeting next week and the equity review provision and the 11 questions Paz had asked in a Dawnhaven coffee shop and the 42 decisions and the ongoing work of the balance. The gift didn't work for its carrier. It worked for the room. I was learning, slowly, that the room could be large, that the room could be a city if you had enough time and paid the right kind of attention. I put Meme's dinner out and made my own and ate at the table and read nothing, just sat in the kitchen with the December quiet and the lamp on and the city outside doing what cities did. After a while, Seraphina knocked. I hadn't expected her to have a way of appearing and not appearing that I'd stopped trying to predict. She'd walked from the safe house, which was 15 minutes in December cold, and which she'd done without apparent consideration of whether I'd want company. I let her in. She came in and looked at the apartment with the expression she wore when she was adding to the picture she was building of my life, the ongoing cataloging that I'd recognized as care once I'd understood it was care and not assessment. "You wrote in the journal," she said. She hadn't seen it. She was reading to me. "The margin of the last entry," I said. "Just the date and names." She looked at the journal on the side table. "May I?" "Yes," I said. She crossed to it and opened it to the last page, carefully, the way she always handled it, not with the reverence of someone preserving a relic, but with the familiarity of someone who had known its author. She read the margin note. Hold it for a moment. He would have approved, she said, of the record keeping. She closed the journal. He would have had an opinion about the handwriting. What opinion? That it was good but rushed, she said. He thought all marginalia was rushed. He was wrong. He wrote marginalia himself constantly, all over everything, in handwriting considerably worse than this. The full smile, present unheld. I have letters from him, every margin filled. He treated space as a resource. I have that quality, I said, as it turns out. She looked at me. The present tense expression, the real-time thing, the one that had stopped being careful about itself a month ago and had settled into something that felt less like an expression and more like a frequency, something that was simply there, ongoing, not requiring decisions. Yes, she said, I've noticed. Meme came to investigate the new presence, and then, having conducted her assessment, relocated to Seraphina's feet with the decisive thud of a creature who had made a home field ruling. Seraphina looked down at her. She does this every time, she said. She's decided you're acceptable, I said. She doesn't reverse decisions. Like her owner. Like her owner, I agreed. We sat in the kitchen of my apartment, in the good chair and the chair I'd pulled over from the table, with the lamp on and December outside, and the city's nighttime texture coming through the window, and Meme occupying the available feet with the democratic justice of a creature who had decided the situation was settled. Seraphina looked at the window. The meeting next week. I know, I said. He's not changed, she said. Victor, the underlying belief that the triumvirate should break that hasn't moved. He's acknowledged harm, suspended the challenges, and opened a different kind of conversation. But he hasn't conceded the core thing. No, I said. He hasn't. He's right not to his core thing isn't entirely wrong. The structure failed. The amendment is insufficient. The equity review provision, if we can activate it, is closer to what the original accord was supposed to do. I paused. The question is whether he can work toward the right thing without needing to control how it happens. Can he? I thought about this honestly. I don't know, I said. The gift will tell me something about whether his stated intent matches what's underneath it. But the gift tells me about the present. What he does over the next months tells me about the future. I held Seraphina's eyes. What I know is that the people he built something deserve for this conversation to happen, even if it doesn't resolve, even if he can't do it. The conversation is owed to them. She was quiet. You're more like him than anyone I've met since, she said. Not a comparison that diminished either of us, just an observation. The language that went strange for her, which was the language that told the truth most cleanly. I know, I said. I read the journal twice. 3 times, she said. You read it 3 times, I was watching. You were not watching. I was watching from the study doorway on the 3rd reading, she said. You had a specific face. What face? The face of someone who has found something they'd been looking for without knowing they were looking, she said. It's very distinctive. A pause. I know because I had it once, when Selene gave me the locket. I held the locket through my shirt. The bond, I said. The first time it activated, did it feel like? Like recognition, she said. Yes, something the gift would call familiar, I think, if it had words for it. It doesn't have words for it, I said. I've checked. No, she agreed. Some things aren't in its vocabulary. Outside the December city. Inside, the lamp and the good chair, and the cat on the available feet, and the woman 2 centuries old who had carried a locket for 31 years for a person she'd believed was gone. I'm glad I wasn't gone, I said. She looked at me, the present tense thing. No patience in it anymore for the careful just present, just real just there. Yes, she said, so am I. Chapter 14, Trial by Moonlight. The meeting was in Triumvirate Hall, which had been Seraphina's suggestion, and which Aldous Crane had formally convened, which meant it was a mortal seat-initiated session rather than a Duskwood initiative, which changed what it could be. Victor arrived alone, which I hadn't expected. No lawyers, no faction representatives, no visible network. Just him, large and settled and carrying the quality of a man who had decided that the indirect approach had costs he was no longer willing to pay. He looked at me when he came through the door. I looked at him. The thread sense reached toward him and found what it always found in Victor. Genuine belief, fierce and uncompromised, about the structural failure of the triumvirate and underneath it, the specific quality of a man carrying something he'd done that he couldn't undo, which was different from the quality of someone who didn't know they'd done it. No active compulsion, no feeder magic, no directed threat. He sat across from us Seraphina, Selene, Lyra, me, and Aldous Crane at the head of the table with the quiet authority of a man who had decided, at 73, to stop being neutral. "I want to start," Victor said, "by saying something that isn't on the formal record, if that's acceptable." Aldous Crane looked at his hands. "This is an informal convening. Nothing is on the record until I formally open a session. You have the floor." Victor looked at Seraphina. "I killed your family's friends. I killed the Nightshade household. I killed her parents." He didn't look at me. He was still looking at Seraphina. "I did it because they were the only force capable of stopping what I was building, and I told myself that the thing I was building was worth it." A pause. "I've spent 2 months looking at the compliance review findings and what I was building, and I can't find the version of the argument where it was worth it anymore." The room was very still. "I'm not asking for anything," he said. "That's not a negotiating position. I'm saying it because it should be said directly to you before we talk about anything else." Seraphina looked at him. 2 centuries of governance and grief, and the particular quality of someone who has survived things by not putting them down. "Noted," she said, the single word doing what it always did when she gave it full weight, not dismissing, not forgiving, not resolving, acknowledging. The record in the only form that mattered right now, which was witnessed speech. He nodded. Then he looked at me. I looked back at him and let the thread sense do what it did. Read the room, read the weight of what was being offered, find the terms. "The equity review provision," I said. "Selene found it in the original drafts. You found it too." "Yes," he said. "Section 7, the pre-ratification text. The framers built it in because they knew the treaty would produce unintended effects. They included a mechanism to assess those effects and adjust. It was never used because no one had standing to invoke it." "The 4th seat is standing," I said. "The 4th seat has standing," he agreed. "And so, potentially, does a faction representative who can demonstrate that their constituency has been materially affected by the treaty's failures." He held my eyes. "Bloodfist's own has standing. The crisis orphans have standing, if we invoke it jointly." "The equity review becomes a mortal seat convened process," Aldous Crane said. He'd been listening with the focused attention of a man reviewing his 42 decisions. "Which is the broadest possible base for it. It can't be read as Duskwood managing a political problem. It can't be read as the 4th seat overreaching. It's the treaty reviewing itself, which is what the provision was designed for." Victor looked at Aldous Crane. Something moved in his expression, not surprisingly, exactly, but the revision of a model. "You've been working toward this," he said. "I've been working toward being useful," Crane said. "At 73, I've decided that's worth more than being safe." Victor was quiet for a moment. "The structural failure," he said, and now he was talking to all of us. "The table, the room, the hall with its 40-year-old accord text on the wall and the new amendment beside it, isn't the triumvirate's existence. I thought it was for a long time. I was wrong." He paused. "The structural failure is the assumption that the 3 original seats could represent everyone the treaty affected. The crisis produced a population that didn't fit. The amendment creates 1 more seat. The equity review creates a process for finding the rest of the gaps before they need a crisis to surface them." "Before they produce another Victor," Lyra said, from her end of the table. He looked at her. "Yes," he said, "before they produce another me." The room held that. "The equity review," Selene said, with the precision of 40 years of archival work and the particular satisfaction of someone who had kept a provision flagged for the right moment, requires a 3-seat consensus to open. Mortal seat, 4th seat, and one of the original 3. She looked at Victor. You can't convene it. You're not a seat holder. No, he said. I'm aware. I'm not asking to convene it. I'm asking whether Bloodfist's Own can participate in the process, formally, as a recognized constituency. He paused, under the 4th seat's representation. Everyone looked at me. I looked at the thread sense, which was reading the room and finding it complicated. Genuine. Victor's belief uncompromised but redirected. The harm acknowledged in a way that didn't resolve it but didn't evade it. The specific quality of someone who had looked at what they'd built and found the place where it had gone wrong and was trying, with genuine intelligence, to work from there. Not clean, not simple. The kind of thing that would require ongoing attention and daily practice, and the specific patience of people who were in it for the balance rather than the win. Yes, I said, under the 4th seat's representation, with full transparency, everything in the process on the record, every constituency decision documented, every outcome reviewed. I held his eyes. The gift will be in the room. If something isn't what it says it is, I'll know. I'm counting on it, he said. The formal session opened an hour later, Aldous Crane presiding, with the accord text on the wall and the December light through the hall's windows, and the particular quality of a room where something was being built rather than contested. The equity review provision was formally invoked, 3-seat consensus. Crane for the mortal seat, me for the 4th seat, Seraphina for the vampire seat. The resolution was read into the record. The process would take months, probably years, and would produce findings that might require further amendments and might produce conflict, and would certainly produce the kind of ongoing, daily, grinding work that the balance required. Victor's name was in the record as the representative of a recognized constituency. The record noted the compliance review findings. It noted the acknowledged harm. It noted the suspension of all challenges and the formal cooperation of Bloodfist's Own with the equity review process. It noted all of it, because everything should be on the record. After, in the East Corridor, the same corridor where Seraphina and I had stood after the session, 3 months ago, her hand in mine, the corridor outside, Victor stopped me. He was alone. Seraphina was 3 steps back, not intervening. One more thing, he said, not for the record. I looked at him. The girl in the gray coat, he said. In the alley, the compulsion you dissolved. Yes, I said. She was one of mine, he said. Not Bloodfist's Own. She didn't choose the faction. She was compelled. I placed it. He met my eyes. She came to me last week. After reading the compliance review, she wanted to know if I knew what had been placed on her and whether I'd done it. He paused. I told her yes. What happened? She left, he said. She said she needed time. I don't know if she's coming back. A pause. I wanted you to know that that conversation happened, that it's ongoing. I looked at him. Thank you for telling me, I said. He nodded. I started to go. Victor, I said. He stopped. The woman with the sea-green hair, I said. In the diner, the water bead she lifted off her glass, the ease of it. I paused. That's what the people you recruited deserve, the ease of someone who has never had to be afraid of what they are. I held his eyes. That's what the equity review is for, not to fix what you broke, to build what they were owed before any of this started. He looked at me for a long moment. Yes, he said, I know. He left. Seraphina came to stand beside me, the corridor, the December light, the city outside. He'll struggle with it, she said. The process. He's a man who builds things. Being a participant in someone else's process is. He'll be himself about it, I said. Intelligent, difficult, occasionally right about things that are inconvenient, probably making the lawyers miserable. Yes, she said, probably. That's fine, I said. The equity review can hold difficult people. That's what it's for. She looked at me. You sound like your grandfather again, she said. I know, I said. I've been practicing. The corridor. The hall behind us with its formal record and its equity review provision and its December session. The city outside with its three faces and its ongoing balance and its specific quality at this hour, the gaslight coming on in the quarter. The conclave's towers pale against the sky, Dawnhaven's broad streets lit by neon that buzzed like a trapped wasp. I put my hand in hers, the ordinary gesture, the one that didn't need to be decided on anymore. "The journal," she said. "He wrote in it for 40 years. "Yes. "I want to start keeping one," she said. "My own, not the official records. I have 40 archivists who handle those, something else." She paused. "Something that writes about the texture of things." I looked at her. "The quality of the mornings." "Yes," she said, "among other things." Outside, the December city moved through its early evening, the balance shifting one small degree at a time in the specific way that required attention rather than victory. And the equity review provision newly invoked in the hall behind us, and the ongoing work of it ahead. The gift worked for the room. I was learning that the room could be large, if you had enough time, and the right kind of attention, and someone beside you who had been watching the city long enough to know the difference between the mornings and all the other hours. I had all of those things. The city didn't sleep. Neither did we. Chapter 15. Unholy Alliance. January arrived the way the best months did without announcement, just a shift in the quality of the light, the particular blue of winter mornings that were different from December's blue in ways that were difficult to articulate and immediately recognizable. The equity review had been formally opened for 3 weeks. The process was, as Seraphina had predicted, and as the equity review provisions original drafters had apparently anticipated, slow and specific and occasionally maddening. It required a convening officer, Aldous Crane, who had not complained once about the workload, who came to every session with annotated notes and the focused attention of a man who had decided, at 73, that this was the work he was meant to do, and a documentation process that Selene had designed with the ferocious thoroughness of someone who had been waiting 40 years to design exactly this. Victor's people participated. That was the ongoing surprise, not that they participated. Aurora had believed they would, but the quality of their participation. Paz brought 11 years of collective infrastructure records, organized with the same practical precision she brought to everything, and presented them to the review panel with the directness of someone who had stopped being angry about how they'd been used and started being interested in what they could build. The half-blood vampire Wren, who had spent a week being quiet after reading the session record, turned out to have detailed knowledge of the compulsion-related gaps in the district registration system that nobody else had documented because nobody else had lived inside them. Bloodfist's own sent 7 representatives to the first 3 sessions. By the 5th session, there were 12. Not converts, people who had chosen Victor's faction because they believed in his original promise and who were finding, in the equity review process, a version of that promise that didn't require them to be loyal to one man's vision of how it should be achieved. Victor attended 3 sessions himself. He sat on the same side of the table as Aurora's representatives and across from the conclave's institutional delegates, and he was, as Aurora had predicted, intelligent and difficult and occasionally right about things that were inconvenient. In the 3rd session, he'd raised a point about the district registration system's assumption that hybrid citizens would self-select a primary residential district. The assumption worked if hybrid citizens had access to safe housing in all 3 districts, which the Equity Review's documentation was making clear they frequently didn't. It was the right point. It required 3 additional working sessions to address and produce the review's first formal recommendation. A housing access protocol that Selene had cross-referenced with 12 other treaty systems, and that Aldous Crane had agreed to introduce as a mortal seat resolution. Aurora had looked at Victor across the table when the recommendation was adopted, and he had looked back and neither of them had said anything, which was the kind of conversation the gift didn't need words for. The January morning sessions with Aldous Crane had changed shape. The 42 decisions were completed, the formal statement of findings filed, the supplemental record established, the documentation whole. What remained was what Crane had started calling, with the dry humor of a man who discovered late in life that he had won, the ongoing curriculum. He came Tuesdays and Thursdays now. We sat in his district office with the old paper smell and the radiator heat, and he brought the good coffee, and we worked through the current equity review sessions together, not formally. He had his own process for that, but interpretively. He'd describe what he'd observed in a session, and I'd tell him what the thread sense had found, and between us, we built a picture of the review's actual dynamics that neither of us could see alone. Paz, he said, one Thursday in late January, over the good coffee. She's the one to watch. She's not making arguments in the sessions, she's organizing the other participants, sequencing who speaks when, building a structure inside the review that will outlast the review itself. She builds structures, I said. 11 years of the collective, it's what she does. Yes, he said. She's building one for the equity review's recommendations, so when the review produces findings, the infrastructure to implement them already exists. He paused. That's not Victor's approach, that's hers. I thought about Paz at the diner, eating the cherry pie. Myra on Thursdays. The woman with sea-green hair lifting her water bead off the glass with the ease of someone who had never had to be afraid of what she was. She figured out, I said slowly, that the review is only useful if its recommendations have somewhere to land. Yes, Crane said, and she's building the landing. He looked at his coffee. Aurora, he said, I want to tell you something that's not about the review. I looked at him. My daughter came to see me last week, he said. Myra, she's been going to the Thursday collective since before any of this. Since before the review, before the compliance findings, before she knew about the compulsion. He paused. She told me she's going to keep going, that she's decided the collective is hers, not Victor's, not the fourth seat's, not anyone else's. That she wants to understand the equity review process so she can explain it to the people who come on Thursdays who don't know what it is. That's exactly right, I said. I know, he said. I wanted you to know I know. He picked up his coffee. I've been neutral for 22 years. I thought neutrality was a form of wisdom. It was a form of not choosing. He looked at me over the rim of the cup. You didn't make me choose. You showed me what I was already choosing by not choosing. I held the coffee cup in both hands. The gift doesn't make anyone do anything, I said. It just makes things visible. I know, he said. That's what I'm saying. It was already visible. I just needed someone to make it visible to me. The radiator hissed, the old paper smell, the good coffee, which was better than anything at the Stardust Diner, which was saying something. Thank you, I said, for the review, for the formal statement, for the neutral seat becoming the seat that filed the first review request in 22 years. Thank you, he said, for answering the welfare assessment with 70 pages. I laughed, fully unexpectedly. He smiled the small, precise smile of a man who had made a joke he was pleased with. I had help, I said. You had Selene, he said. That's the same thing. The locket's warmth had become, over the months, as ambient as the city's sounds present in a way that the absence would notice before the presence did. I was aware of it the way I was aware of my own breathing, not constantly, but always available to awareness, the thread between us humming at the frequency the gift had filed under its wordless category. There were mornings now when I woke in the safe house and mornings when I woke in the apartment, and both felt like waking in my own life, which was something I'd had to learn. The snow globe quality of the apartment, the small complete world of meme and the good chair, and the stack of conclave pamphlets, and the journal on the side table hadn't diminished with the safe house becoming familiar. It had expanded. 2 rooms in my life now, instead of 1. Seraphina had started the journal. She'd shown me the first entry, not with ceremony, but with the specific quality of someone offering something real the way you offer something when you've decided the offering matters more than the protection of having kept it private. The handwriting was precise, denser than my grandfather's, each word chosen carefully. The first entry was 3 paragraphs about the quality of the winter light through the study window. He'd say you've inherited his eye for unnecessary detail, I told her. He'd be insufferable about it, she agreed. He'd have 4 opinions about the specific paragraph about the light. Were they unnecessary? I asked. The details. She considered it. The morning light came in at a particular angle, she said. It caught the stopped watch differently than the afternoon light. I wanted to record that. Not unnecessary, I said. No, she agreed. But he'd have said the description of the angle was 1 sentence too long, and then written 3 pages about why he was right. She'd started the watch. Not announced I'd noticed it 3 days after, sitting on the desk ticking with the quiet regularity of a thing performing its function after a long interruption. She hadn't said anything. I hadn't asked. The presence of it was its own statement, the specific honesty of a watch that had been stopped for 31 years and had been allowed, finally, to run. The name engraved inside was Myril. She told me that much quietly one evening, not the story yet, but the name. I'd written it in the margin of the journal, below my own entry. Not because it needed to be recorded, but because some things deserved to be on the page. February brought the Equity Review's first formal findings, document 40 pages, Cellini's formatting, Crane's signature, the 4th seat co-signatory line with Aurora's name, and the names of 16 constituency representatives, including 7 from Bloodfist's own. Victor read it in full, which took 2 hours, and then sat with it. The Housing Access Protocol was the most significant finding, specific, actionable, with a timeline and an accountability mechanism that Paz had apparently designed in the working sessions without anyone specifically assigning her the task. He recognized her fingerprints in the structure. Practical, unglamorous, built to outlast any single person's involvement. She had been building the landing while he was fighting the certification. He thought about this for a while. He thought about 14 years, about the people he'd recruited and what he'd promised them and what he'd done with the promise, about the specific quality of what Paz had built in 11 years with collective infrastructure funds, which had been real and which had produced something that was surviving the loss of his political protection, because it had never actually needed his political protection, it had needed his initial funding, which had been real, and then it had stood on its own. He thought about the woman in the gray coat who had come back. She'd come back the week after their conversation, which he hadn't expected. She'd come to his office and sat down and said she'd been thinking about what he'd told her, that yes. He'd placed the compulsion, that yes. He'd known what it was, and that she'd decided she wasn't interested in pretending she hadn't been part of what he'd built, because what she'd built within it was real regardless. He'd asked what she wanted. She'd said she wanted to understand the equity review process, and whether there was a role for someone with her specific experience. She'd worked for 5 years in the Conclave's housing registry before she'd joined his network, and she knew exactly where the gaps were that the review's housing access protocol was trying to address. He'd said yes. Of course he'd said yes. She was attending the review sessions now. She'd contributed 3 pieces of documentation that had materially strengthened the housing protocol. Paz had noticed and incorporated her into the working group. Victor looked at the equity review findings and thought about how much of what he was reading had been built by people he'd recruited, and not by him. By people who had taken his original promise, the promise of being seen, of belonging, of a structure for the discarded, and had built something with it that didn't require his ongoing control to function. This was, he understood, the answer to the question he'd been avoiding since the session. What he'd originally promised was possible, not through breaking the triumvirate, through building inside it, on its faults and in its gaps, with the specific knowledge of the people who lived in those gaps. He'd known how to recruit, he'd known how to organize, he'd known how to create loyalty. He hadn't known how to let go of what he'd built. He was learning. He wrote a note to Paz, the housing protocol section, the accountability mechanism, you designed it. I'd like to understand how it works. He sent it and then sat for a while looking at the window. He was still Victor Bloodfist. He still believed the triumvirate's structure was insufficient. He still had views about power and what it required and how it should be distributed that were not views everyone in the equity review shared. He was also, apparently, A man who had built something real and then used it badly, and who was finding out, slowly and with considerable friction, what it looked like to build something real and use it well. That was not a story he'd expected to be in. He was beginning to find it, against all expectations, more interesting than the one he'd had. The Stardust Diner in February. I worked Tuesdays and Saturdays now full shifts, because the diner's winter schedule had lost 2 people, and because I'd talked to the manager, and because I was the Nightshade representative with certified binding gift special standing in the triumvirate, and I made bad coffee and cherry pie happen at table 4, and both things were true simultaneously, and I had made my peace with that. Anna worked Tuesdays. We'd arrived at something that I still didn't have a clean name for, but that had stopped requiring a name to function. She reported to Seraphina when she had something to report, and she told me when she did, and I told her when I'd noticed things she might want to know for her own situational awareness, and between us this had become a kind of reciprocal intelligence that Seraphina had observed once and declined to comment on, which I interpreted as approval. The friendship was the friendship. Both things, still both, neither canceled. I'd stopped trying to resolve it into something simpler and started working with the complexity of it, which was the Nightshade approach to most things. Lyra came in on a Saturday in mid-February, which she'd never done before, and sat at the counter with the specific quality of a person who had engineered a casual encounter with considerable care. "I'm not here officially," she said. "Noted," I said and poured her coffee. "The clan politics," she said. "Post-review, I wanted to tell you what I'm seeing." I leaned on the counter. The diner was in its mid-Saturday rhythm, the particular quality of the late afternoon crowd that was neither the night crowd nor the morning crowd but something in between. "Blackthorn," she said. "Lord Blackthorn has been attending the Equity Review working sessions as an observer. Not formally, he sits in the back and takes notes. He's been doing it since the 3rd session." "He's not a constituency representative," I said. "No, he's an old man who has been watching the triumvirate for 300 years and who has never seen a process like this one and who wants to understand it before he decides what it means for his clan." She picked up the coffee. "He asked me, last week, what the Nightshade family was actually like, not historically personally, what they would like to know." I looked at her. "I told him about the bad puns," she said, "and the 3 books open at once, and the cat." "What did he say?" "He laughed," she said. "Actually laughed. He said his grandmother had told him once that the Nightshade heir who was alive in her day had been the most annoying person she'd ever negotiated with, and she'd trusted him completely." She set down the coffee. "He's going to support the housing protocol. He has a meeting with Crane next week." I refilled her coffee without being asked. "Ironblood," she said. "Lord Ironblood has joined the Accountability Mechanism subgroup, the one Paz designed. He reached out to her directly, and apparently he's decided she's the most practically competent person in the review process, and he's going to do things the most practically competent person in the review process suggests." "That tracks," I said. "And Moonshadow," she paused. "The twins, they haven't come to the review sessions, but they've read every finding document. Their network has been quiet. The specific quiet of people who are watching something develop and have not yet decided whether to be part of it or opposed to it." "They'll decide when there's maximum advantage in deciding," I said. "Yes," she said, "which means when the housing protocol goes to implementation, they'll either claim credit for supporting it, or they'll find a procedural objection that lets them be seen as thoughtful rather than obstructive." She drank the coffee. "I've been planting context with the people they talk to. Specific context, the kind that makes the credit-claiming option slightly more appealing." I looked at her. "What?" she said. "You're good at this," I said. "Yes," she said. "I am. It's taken 120 years, but I'm extremely good at this." She set down the cup. "My mother is also extremely good at this and has been since before I was born and tends to understate it in front of me, which I find endearing and slightly irritating." "She doesn't understate it," I said. "She just doesn't narrate it." "The distinction," Lyra said, "is very Duskwood." I laughed. She almost smiled the real one, not the social one. The one that arrived when something landed true. "You know," she said, when she told me about the locket, about carrying it for 14 years. I was 17. I thought she was telling me a story about duty and patience and the specific loneliness of being a queen. She looked at her coffee. It took me 100 years to understand she was telling me a story about hope, that she'd kept it because she hadn't stopped hopping even when she'd told herself she had. I held the locket through my shirt. "She didn't tell me that directly," she said. "She's not going to, but I wanted you to know I know it, because you should know someone in this family has been paying attention." "Thank you," I said. "Don't thank me," she said. "Just keep coming to the diner. She's different when she comes to see you here. She orders the cherry pie and sits in a booth like a regular person, and she looks," Lyra stopped. Found the word. "Unburdened. She looks unburdened." She left me with the empty cup and the specific quality of a conversation that had said everything it meant to say and nothing more. I wiped down the counter and refilled the coffee pot and went back to table 4. Chapter 16, Secrets Unraveled. The Equity Review's formal findings presentation was held in Triumvirate Hall on a Thursday in March, which was the earliest possible date given the timeline Aldous Crane had set when he opened the process, and which was a clear, cold day with the particular quality of early spring that the city always received as a gift, not warm yet, but the promise of warmth in the angle of the light. The hall was fuller than I'd seen it since the session. Not the formal session attendance, this was different. Representatives from all 3 districts, clan observers, conclave delegates, mortal district council members. The Equity Review had been public throughout its process, all sessions open to observers, all documentation available, and what I was seeing in the hall was the result of 3 months of people reading the findings documents and deciding they had a stake in what happened next. Paz was there. Myra. The woman in the gray coat, her name, I'd learned, was Isla, sitting with Wren and 2 other Bloodfist's own members who'd been part of the working group. Lord Blackthorn in the observer section, the back row, with his notes. Lord Ironblood at the accountability mechanism table, where he'd been invited as the subgroup's clan representative. Aldous Crane opened the session with the formal language of a mortal seat-convened process, and then he paused and looked at the room and said, not in the formal language, "We built something here. I want everyone to know I know that. 40 years in this seat, and this is the first process I've been part of that felt like it was actually doing what the treaty was supposed to do." The room was quiet. "Now," he said, returning to the formal language, "let's put it on the record." The findings presentation took 4 hours. Selene had organized it into 7 sections, each one corresponding to a category of gap the review had identified, each one paired with a recommendation and an accountability mechanism and a timeline. The Housing Access Protocol was Section 3. The Compulsion Enforcement Access was Section 5, longer than the others, more complex, requiring a cross-district mechanism that hadn't existed before and that the review had essentially invented through the working sessions. Victor presented the Section 5 documentation. His presentation was precise and unsentimental, the language of someone who had been inside the problem for 14 years and knew exactly where it was broken and why. He presented 2 case studies, both anonymized, both real, both drawn from Bloodfist's own records, both cases where compulsion had been used against hybrid citizens with no available enforcement recourse. He presented them without editorial. He let the facts do what they did. When he finished, Aldous Crane said, "The mortal seat endorses the Section 5 recommendation." He looked at me. I looked at the room, at Paz and Myra and Isla and Wren, at Blackthorn in the back row, at Ironblood at the accountability table, at Selene with her documentation, at Seraphina at the Duskwood position, the present tense expression, the watch on her wrist that had been running for 2 months. I stood. "The 4th seat endorses the full findings document," I said. "All 7 sections, all recommendations, all timelines." I looked at Victor, "including Section 5. He held my eyes for a moment. He nodded. "The vampire seat," Seraphina said, "endorses the findings." The formal resolution passed by unanimous consent, which was not the most common outcome of triumvirate proceedings, and which the presiding officer noted in the record with the specific care of someone who understood they were writing history. After the hall emptying by degrees, the way halls always did the formal business done, the informal business beginning, the conversations that would actually determine how the recommendations became implemented starting in the corridors, and the side rooms, and the coffee spots that the quarter's political class used for the real work. I found myself at the window of the east corridor, the same window, the same December light became March light, the city outside changed by the season, and the same in all the ways that mattered. Victor stopped beside me. Not close the width of appropriate distance, the specific distance of two people who had an ongoing professional relationship and a complicated personal history, and were taking both seriously. Section 5, I said. Yes, he said. The 2 case studies, I said. Were they people you knew? He was quiet for a moment. One of them, he said. The first one. She came to us 8 years ago. She'd been compelled 3 times by 3 different parties and had no recourse for any of them because she was unregistered, and there was no enforcement mechanism, and each of the parties she could have complained to had a reason to look the other way. He paused. She's still in the network. She's been part of the Housing Protocol Working Group. I looked out the window. She didn't know her case was in the presentation, he said. I'll tell her, but I wanted to put it in the record first, so the fact of it couldn't be reconsidered once she knew. She might be angry, I said. She might be, he agreed. I've gotten better at accepting that possibility. I looked at him. You placed the compulsion on Paz, I said. Before I met her, before any of this. Yes, he said. You placed it to slow down the conversations I'd have with her, to make her trust me less. Yes. And now, she's built the implementation infrastructure for the equity review. He was quiet. Yes, he said. I thought about the gift, about what it was built for, about finding the things that were wrong in a room and making them visible and trusting that the people already living in the room would do something about what they could now see. She's remarkable, I said. Yes, he said. She is. I knew that when I recruited her. I underestimated what she'd build. A pause. I underestimated what most of them would build once they had a structure that didn't require me to manage it. The structure works better without you managing it, I said. Yes, he said. I'm learning that. We stood at the window for a moment. The March city outside. The river is still running. The quarter's gaslight is visible even in daylight, the pale amber of it against the stone. Your parents, he said, not a question. Yes, I said. I can't undo it, he said. No, I said. I'm aware that the equity review doesn't balance that account, he said. I'm aware that nothing does. No, I said, nothing does. The window, the city, the ongoing work. But the review is real, I said. The housing protocol is real. The Section 5 enforcement mechanism is real. The people who built those things inside your network are real. I looked at him. You created conditions for something real to exist. You also caused harm that doesn't resolve. Both things are on the record. Both things are what they are. He was quiet. Yes, he said finally. That's accurate. He left. I stayed at the window. The city was the city. The balance was the practice. The work was ongoing, and the people doing it were real, and some of them had been harmed, and some of them were building anyway, and some of them were the same people. That was how it was. That was what the gift was built to work inside of, not clean rooms, not resolved histories, but the actual texture of a world that didn't stop being complicated because you understood it better. Seraphina found me at the window. She stood beside me the way she did now, the ordinary presence of someone who had stopped calibrating the distance, who simply arrived where I was and stayed. He was good today, she said. Yes, I said, he was. It doesn't. No, I said, it doesn't. She put her hand in mine, the watch on her wrist, running, catching the March light. The city below us is doing what it always did. moving through its daily practice of balance, neither better nor worse than it had ever been, exactly as complex and exactly as worth the attention. "The findings are on the record," she said. "Yes," I said. "The implementation will take years." "Yes," I said. "Victor will be difficult," she said. "During the implementation, he's not built for participating in someone else's process. He'll want to lead things he's not supposed to lead, and he'll be right about things at inconvenient moments, and he'll make everyone working with him extremely tired." "I know," I said. "Are you prepared for that?" I thought about the morning sessions with Aldous Crane, still ongoing, now about the implementation rather than the findings. About Paz's working group, which had 3 more subgroups than it had started with. About Myra going to Thursdays. About Anna split Danish, both things are true. About Lyra planting context with Moonshadow's network with the focused efficiency of someone who had been doing this for 100 years. About Selene with her flagged provisions and her filed documentation, and the 40-year weight of something that was finally, gradually, being set down. About the gift, working for the room. About the room, which was large. "Yes," I said, "I'm prepared for that." She squeezed my hand. Outside, the March City. The river and the gaslight and the 3 faces of it, and the ongoing, daily, unglamorous work of the balance maintained rather than achieved. "Tell me something unnecessary," I said. She looked at me. "Myril," she said after a moment. She loved the winter light. She said it was the most honest light. It didn't flatter anything, it just showed things as they were. She looked at the watch. "I started the watch in January. On the morning after the day I wrote the first journal entry about the light." I held it. "She'd have liked the Equity Review," Seraphina said. "She had very strong opinions about the triumvirate's structural failures. She used to argue about them with your grandfather at dinner, and they were both insufferable about it, and both of them were correct." "They knew each other," I said. "For 20 years, she said. He called her the most stubborn woman in the conclave. She said he was the most annoying negotiator in the Nocturne Quarter. It was mutual admiration." A pause. "She would have liked you, I think, for similar reasons." I thought about a woman who loved winter light and argued about the triumvirate's failures, and was called stubborn by the most annoying negotiator in the quarter. "She would have had opinions about the housing protocol," I said. "Very specific opinions," Seraphina said. "About the accountability mechanism. She'd have found 3 gaps in it within an hour." "We should find those gaps," I said. "Yes," she said, "we should." The window, the city, the watch running. "Come to the diner tonight," I said. "Cherry pie, bad coffee, the Tuesday shift." She looked at me. "You work Tuesdays," she said. "I work Tuesdays," I said. "Come and sit in a booth and be a regular person for an hour. The balance will still be there when we get back." She was quiet for a moment. The present tense expression, the real-time thing, fully present. "All right," she said, "but I want the booth by the window." "That's Anna's section," I said. "I'll tip well," she said. I laughed. She almost smiled and then let the full thing arrive, unheld, present. We went out of Triumvirate Hall into the March afternoon, the city around us going about its daily practice, and the ongoing work ahead of us, and the diner 2 streets into the quarter making bad coffee on a continuous loop, and the river's bass note underneath everything, and the balance the practice, not the state held in the daily attention of people who had decided it was worth attending to. The gift worked for the room. The room was the city, and the city was ours, and neither of us was anywhere else. Chapter 17, Betrayal's Kiss. Spring came to Tri-City with the quality of something long owed, finally delivered. The housing protocol's implementation began in the first week of April, and what became immediately apparent was that Paz had been correct to build the landing. Before the findings had formally passed, the infrastructure was there. The working relationships were there. The documentation was there. And the first families registered under the new hybrid district protocol in the first week, because the process existed to receive them rather than requiring them to wait for the process to be built. I attended the first registration session, Not officially, Selene was the formal fourth seat observer. I went because Aldous Crane went, as a private citizen, because he'd said he wanted to see it, and because Myra went to help with the documentation, and because it seemed right to be present for the thing the session and the certification and the equity review had been building toward. The first family was a woman named Thea and her daughter, 14 years old, half witch on the maternal side and mortal on the paternal, who had been living in Dawnhaven's civic district without registration because she didn't fit the district's registration categories. The daughter's name was Sable. She had her mother's stillness and her father's directness, and the specific quality of a 14-year-old who had been uncertain of her legal status for as long as she could remember. When the registration was complete, Sable looked at the document, the formal registration with the fourth seat's co-signatory line, the hybrid district certification, her own name at the top, and held it for a moment and then looked at her mother and said something too quiet for me to hear. Her mother said, "I know." I stood in the back of the registration room and pressed my hand to the locket and felt the thread sense reading the room and finding it clean. No compulsion, no strained obligation, no wrongness to address. Just the specific quality of a moment where something right was happening, which was what the gift had been built to find and what the room had been built to be. After the registration session, I walked. Not the long way just through the quarter, the familiar route I'd taken 400 times, the gaslit lanes and the cobblestones and the river at the south edge, and the Stardust Diner 2 streets over with its neon buzzing in the afternoon. The April air was different from the December air, warmer, and with the specific mineral smell of the city waking up from winter. I walked through the quarter, and I knew it not the way I'd known it when I was hiding, which was the knowing of someone who had memorized the emergency exits. The way you know a place when it's yours, when you've walked it enough times in enough weather that it has a texture in your body, a spatial memory that lives in the feet rather than the head. I stopped at the corner where Seraphina had stepped out of the shadow of the arched doorway, the November night when I'd felt the air change before I'd seen her. The amber gaslight, the cobblestones, the corner that had been, for a moment, the center of everything. It was just a corner now, one of hundreds in the quarter. I knew exactly which corner it was, and it was also just a corner. That was the thing about a place becoming yours. The significant moments became part of the texture of it. Not lost, not dimmed, just woven in, one thread among many. I stood there for a moment, and then kept walking. The Stardust Diner in April. Cherry pie, because that was what you had in the quarter when something had gone right, and you wanted to mark it without ceremony. I sat in booth 3, Anna's booth, the one where the woman with sea green hair had sat in November lifting her water bead off her glass and ate cherry pie, and drank bad coffee, and read through the Equity Review's implementation schedule, which Selene had formatted with the thoroughness of someone who intended it to last. The diner had its Tuesday evening rhythm. The jukebox works through its playlist. The vampire couple by the window, the same two I'd been watching since November, ordering their usual and leaving their blood-marked coins. The witch with sea green hair in the back booth, though a different witch than the one from November, with different colored hair, ordered the cherry pie she didn't eat. I ate mine. Anna came by with the coffee pot. She refilled my cup without asking and stood for a moment at the edge of the booth. "Registration went well," she said. "Yes," I said. "The first family registered this morning." She nodded. "I heard. Paz texted the Thursday network." She paused. "Sable, the daughter. Paz said she held the registration document for a long time." "She did," I said. Anna stood for a moment longer. "The thing I wanted to be part of," she said. "When Seraphina deployed me, the reason I agreed." She looked at the diner, the Tuesday rhythm of it. "I thought it was going to be dramatic. I thought the important moment was going to be obvious." She looked back at me. "It's a 14-year-old girl holding a registration document." "Yes," I said. "It's the cherry pie," she said. "It's the cherry pie," I agreed. She refilled the coffee pot and went back to her section. I read the implementation schedule. The balance was a practice. This was day one of the practice of the thing the session had made possible, and the practice would be ongoing and daily and sometimes maddening, and sometimes like this, like a 14-year-old, holding a document that confirmed she existed in a way the system could see. Both things, always. The ongoing difficulty and the specific moments of the thing going right. She came to the diner at 7, which was when the Tuesday shift hit its stride and the booth by the window opened up, which was, she suspected, not a coincidence. She'd been coming to the Stardust diner every Tuesday for 6 weeks. Not officially, nothing about it was official. Aurora worked the shift, and Seraphina sat in the booth by the window. And for an hour or two, the queen of the vampire seat was a person who ate cherry pie and drank bad coffee and talked to the person across from her about the things that were happening in the world. Not in the formal language of governance, but in the ordinary language of two people who were paying attention to the same city. She'd order the cherry pie every time. It was, in fact, good cherry pie. She'd told Aurora this once, and Aurora had said don't tell the manager or he'll charge more for it, and Seraphina had said she would note that the quality pricing disconnect was a market inefficiency, and Aurora had said the triumvirate's economic policy was not her problem. The booth by the window had a view of the quarter's evening, the gaslight coming on, the foot traffic shifting from the day crowd to the night crowd, the particular quality of the transition between the mortal world's hours and the night's older world. She ordered the pie. She watched the street. She felt the locket warm and the thread of it reaching toward the kitchen where Aurora was moving between the service window and the tables. The journal was 2 months old now, 40 entries. She'd found herself writing about things she hadn't expected to write about, not the governance, not the political developments, though those were in there too. The diner. The quality of the Tuesday evenings. The way Aurora moved through a room with the particular economy of someone who'd learned to take up exactly as much space as needed and not more, and who was slowly, visibly, learning that she was allowed to take up more. She'd written about Myril more than she'd expected to. Not the grief, she had other places for that, had always had other places for that. The person. The specific texture of someone who had existed and who Seraphina found herself wanting Aurora to know, even through the indirect medium of the journal and the occasional unnecessary fact offered at the right moment. Myril had loved the winter light and argued about the triumvirate's structural failures, and had said once, in an argument about whether Seraphina was too careful, that the problem with being too careful was that you spent all your energy on protection and none on the thing you were protecting. She'd been right. Seraphina had been too careful for 200 years and had protected a great deal, and had spent very little energy on the thing inside the protection. She was spending energy on it now, daily, deliberately, with the specific attention she brought to everything she decided mattered. It was, she was finding, worth the attention. More worth it than she'd budgeted for, which was the thing about the things she'd been telling herself not to want. Aurora came to the booth with the coffee pot and sat down across from her, which she did between tables when the shift slowed, the apron still on, the hair escaping its pin in the way it always did. First registration, Seraphina said. Sable, Aurora said. 14 years old. She held the document for a long time. I know, Crane sent me a note. Seraphina picked up her fork. It's beginning. It's beginning, Aurora agreed. Slowly, the housing protocol, the Section 5 enforcement mechanism, the accountability subgroup. She looked at the window. Victor has requested to attend the next registration session as an observer. What did you say? I said yes, Aurora said. Paz said yes. The implementation doesn't belong to either of us specifically. It belongs to the process. Seraphina held her coffee. He'll be difficult, she said. He'll also notice things the rest of us miss, Aurora said, because he knows exactly where the protocol doesn't account for how his network actually works. That's useful, even when it's difficult. Even when it's Victor being difficult. Especially then, Aurora said. He's right more often than is convenient. Seraphina almost smiled. You sound like Selene. Selene has been right for 40 years and has the patience of a woman who knows she's right and is waiting for everyone else to catch up, Aurora said. I'm going to aim for something in between. The jukebox played Blue Moon and skipped on the same half-second of silence. It always did. the needle finding the familiar groove in the recording, the held breath before it caught again. Aurora looked at the jukebox. "I noticed that I skipped the first week I worked here," she said. "It happens every third play. I always thought it felt like a held breath." "Before something breaks," Seraphina said. "Before it catches," Aurora said. "It always catches." The music resumed, carrying through the Tuesday diner, the booth by the window, the two of them and the cherry pie and the bad coffee, and the city outside doing what cities did. "Tell me something unnecessary," Aurora said. Seraphina looked at the window. "Myril," she said, "would have come to the registration session. She wouldn't have been able to stay away. She'd have brought documentation, something she'd prepared in advance, some provision she'd found in the original accord that nobody had activated yet, something that would have made the process better immediately and that nobody else would have thought to look for." She paused. She was very like Selene in that way. They'd have been either great friends or found each other extremely irritating, possibly both. "The Selene quality," Aurora said, "of knowing where the provision is. Yes, always 40 years ahead of the moment that requires it." A pause. "I think she'd have liked the implementation, the unglamorous daily part of it. She didn't trust the dramatic moments. She thought the real work was always in what came after, when everyone stopped paying attention and the thing either held or it didn't." "She was right about that too," Aurora said. "She usually was," Seraphina said. "It was one of the things about her that was sometimes impossible and always necessary." The diner's Tuesday evening, the jukebox, the gaslight outside, the watch on her wrist running, catching the light. "I've been thinking," Aurora said, "about what the gift is actually for, not the political answer. I know the political answer. The other thing, what it's for underneath." "And," Seraphina said, "my grandfather wrote that it's for showing people what's already there, not creating anything new, not forcing anything." She held the locket. "But I've been thinking about what that means over time, about what it means to do that work for years in the same city with the same people. What you see after you've been showing things to people long enough." "What do you see?" Seraphina said. "You see what they do with the seeing," Aurora said. "Sable holding the document, Paz building the landing, Aldous Crane not neutral anymore, Victor in Section 5 presenting case studies about his own people." She looked at Seraphina. "The gift shows things. What people do with seeing is the real thing. That's the thing worth watching." Seraphina held her coffee cup. "He wrote something in the journal," she said. "About that. He wrote, 'The gift doesn't trust the room. It trusts the people in it.' He meant that the gift doesn't assume things will improve because the terms are made visible. It trusts the specific people in the specific room to do something with what they see." "He was right," Aurora said. "He usually was," Seraphina said, infuriatingly. The jukebox, the skip, the catch. Outside the April city. Spring is coming. The balance maintained, ongoing, the practice, not the state. The work ahead of them and the work behind them and the specific quality of a Tuesday evening in the Stardust Diner where the cherry pie was good and the coffee was bad and two people sat in the booth by the window paying attention to the same city and finding it together, worth the attention. The gift worked for the room. The room was the city. The city was theirs, and they were its, and neither was anywhere else, and the work continued. Chapter 18, Love's Sacrifice. May. The Equity Review's implementation had been running for 2 months. 47 families registered under the Hybrid District Protocol. The Section 5 enforcement mechanism had received 11 formal complaints, processed 7, resolved 4. The Housing Access Protocol's first cohort of applications was being reviewed by a working group that included Paz, Isla, 2 Blackthorn clan representatives, and a Mortal District housing officer Aldous Crane had appointed with the quiet satisfaction of a man who had been waiting to appoint exactly this person to exactly this role. Victor attended 2 implementation sessions. He was difficult in the way Seraphina had predicted, intelligent, specific. Occasionally right about things that required an additional 3 working sessions to address. He was also, in the way nobody had predicted, generous with the knowledge his network had accumulated over 14 years. He knew exactly where the protocol was insufficient because he'd been living in the insufficiency and building workarounds for it. And the workarounds were useful, and he offered them without requiring credit for them, which was something Lyra observed and noted to Seraphina, and Seraphina noted to Aurora with the specific quality of two people acknowledging together that something they'd thought unlikely had happened. Paz's working group had 7 subgroups. The Sable, who'd been the first registered family, had come to 2 of the open sessions with her mother, not as a participant, but as someone learning how the process worked. Myra had introduced them to the Thursday Collective, which now met on Thursdays and some Tuesdays when the workload required. The morning sessions with Aldous Crane continued, now twice weekly, now focused on the implementation progress and the ongoing work of the formal statement of findings that had expanded from the original 42 decisions to an ongoing documentation project that had acquired, somehow, its own archivist, a young conclave member who had approached Selene after the findings presentation and asked to be part of the record-keeping. Selene had said yes immediately, which told me she'd been expecting the question. The Stardust Diner on Tuesdays, the apartment on some nights, the safe house on others. Meme's democratic distribution of affection, which had expanded to include Seraphina with the full commitment of a creature who had made its assessments and found them good. The journal on the side table, 2 volumes, now the first my grandfather's, the second mine, started in January, 40 pages of the city's texture and the ongoing work and the unnecessary details that deserved to be on the record, because records were how the living spoke to the future. The 3rd volume was Seraphina's, kept in the safe house study, next to the running watch. The thing about the balance being a practice was that the practice had bad days. The 7th week of implementation. A complaint filed under the Section 5 enforcement mechanism that turned out, on investigation, to involve a compulsion placed not by Victor's network, but by a mid-level conclave administrator who had been using light compulsion on hybrid citizens applying for conclave access permits for 11 years, and who had not been on anyone's radar because his compulsions were lighter and more targeted than Victor's, and because the affected population was, by definition, the population that had least access to the enforcement mechanisms that might have caught it. The complaint had been filed by a woman named Aurora. I did not think about the coincidence of the name. The thread sense was clear on whether it was coincidence, and it was who had been applying for conclave access permits for 6 years, and who had noticed, after reading the Equity Review's public documentation, that the friction she'd been experiencing in the process had the specific texture the documentation described. She was right. The Section 5 investigation confirmed it. 11 years, 46 documented cases, light compulsion calibrated to make conclave access feel more difficult and more contingent than it was for non-hybrid applicants. The conclave administrator was suspended pending a full review. 46 cases were opened. The implementation working group met in an emergency session. Paz had the infrastructure to handle the emergency session because she'd built for exactly this kind of contingency, which was not something anyone had asked her to plan for, which was why it worked. I sat in the emergency session and let the thread sense do what it did: read the room, find the terms, assess the weight, and what it found was not a crisis. It found difficulty and anger and the specific grief of people who had found out that the thing they'd thought was their own inadequacy had been a hand on the scale. And underneath all of that, it found the same thing it always found when people were dealing with something real. The weight of people who were actually there, in the room, trying to figure out what to do. The implementation could hold this. Paz had built it to hold things like this. After the session, Aurora came to find me in the corridor. She was 40 years old, direct in the way of someone who had spent 11 years filing applications that required more energy than they should have. She looked at me with the specific look of a person who wanted to say something real and was deciding how to say it. "The gift," she said. "Can you tell? When you're reading a room, can you tell when someone's been compelled so long they've started to think the friction was their own?" "Yes," I said, "usually." "And in me." I looked at her, let the thread sense read. "No," I said. "Not now. What the investigation found was historical. The compulsions were light, and they've been gone since the Section 5 finding triggered the case review. What I'm finding now is a person who filed 6 years of applications and is angry about what that cost and is here because she decided that anger was worth doing something with. She looked at me for a moment. Good, she said. I didn't want it to still be there. It's not, I said. She nodded. What does the working group need from the 46 cases? For the documentation. Anything you want to share, I said. The documentation is opt-in. The cases are on the record regardless, but your testimony is yours to give or not. I'll give it, she said. All of it. I've been waiting 6 years to have somewhere to give it. She went to find Selene, who was already waiting with a notebook and the specific readiness of a woman who had been expecting exactly this conversation. I stood in the corridor and pressed my hand to the locket and felt the warmth of it and thought about what it meant that the implementation could hold a bad day, that the structure existed to receive a difficult thing and process it rather than being undone by it. That was what you built toward, not the absence of bad days, the capacity to hold them. The bad evening. I came home to the apartment late, which Meme registered with the full force of her opinion. I held her for longer than usual, and she permitted this with the specific grace of a creature who understood that sometimes the holding was the point. The locket pulsed, Seraphina reading the distance. I sent something back through the bond, not words. The bond didn't have words, just the quality of where I was, which was tired but intact, the bad day processed, the thread sense quiet. The response was warmth, the specific warmth of someone who had been paying attention. I sat in the good chair with the journal and wrote the day's entry. Not the emergency session in clinical language, the texture of it. Aurora's face in the corridor. The specific quality of someone who had decided their anger was worth doing something with. Paz's working group met in an emergency session because the infrastructure was there to receive the emergency. I wrote, the gift doesn't trust the room. It trusts the people in it. Today the people were trustworthy. I wrote, the room was difficult and the people held it. I wrote, Aurora has been waiting 6 years for somewhere to give her testimony. Somewhere exists now. That's what the work is for. I put the journal down. The city outside is doing its nighttime. The river, the gaslight, the jukebox 2 streets over, probably on blue moon, probably skipping on the same half-second, probably catching. A knock. Seraphina. Of course, Seraphina. She'd felt tired through the bond and had come, not because she needed to be there, not because the situation required it, just because that was what you did when someone you loved had had a difficult day and you wanted to be in the same room with them. I let her in. She came in and looked at the apartment with the expression she wore when she was adding to the ongoing picture of my life, the inventory of the particular world I'd built in this space. Meme greeted her with the thud of an animal making a home field decision. The emergency session, I said. Selene gave me the report, she said. You handled it well. Paz handled it, I said. The infrastructure Paz built handled it. I was present. Being present was the right thing to do, she said. She looked at the journal on the side table. My volume, open to today's entry. May I? She asked. Yes, I said. She read it. She stood in my apartment reading my journal with the same care she'd brought to my grandfather's, the same quality of someone receiving something that had been offered. She closed it, set it down. The room was difficult and the people held it, she said. Yes, I said. He would have written it the same way, she said. Almost exactly. She looked at me. The same quality, the same. She stopped, found the word. Faith in the room, in the people. It's what the gift is built on, I said. It has to be. If it didn't trust the people in the room, it would just be an instrument of control. I paused. Like Victor's compulsions, the difference is the trust. She sat down in the good chair, which meant I took the chair I'd pulled over from the table, the geometry of the apartment rearranging itself the way it did when she was here. Meme distributed herself between us with the democracy of a creature who had made her assessments. What was she like? I asked. When she was angry, Myril. Seraphina looked at the window. Precise, she said. She didn't raise her voice. She got more specific. Every sentence is a more exact version of the previous sentence, hunting in on exactly where the failure was, making it impossible to avoid looking at it. A pause. She would have been very good at the equity review process. She would have been extremely difficult to have in the room. You miss the difficulty, I said. I miss all of it, she said. Including the difficulty. The difficulty was specific to her. It was the form her particular intelligence took when she was engaged with something she cared about. That's love, I said. Yes, she said. I know. Quiet. Rara, she said, the woman from the corridor. She's giving her full testimony, I said. 6 years of applications, all of it. Selene will make sure it.